What if the greatest battles of history were determined not by the strength of armies, but by the burning fury of a single soul? In the sun-scorched highlands of Rajasthan, a war looms like a thunderstorm ready to unleash chaos. Two titans, Mewar's Rajput pride, Maharana Pratap, with the spirit of a wounded lion, and the Mughal juggernaut, Akbar, whose ambition knows no bounds, stand poised on the brink of annihilation. The question hangs in the air: who will write history with the blood of their enemies, and whose name will echo through time as a mere whisper, forgotten in the dust? A mere battle? Hardly. This clash is an electric dance of valor and betrayal, where whispers of treachery curl like smoke between the combatants. What if those who fight aren't just men, but ghosts of ancestors, haunting the field with every swing of a sword? Feel the ground tremble beneath cavalry hooves, the air thick with the scent of sweat and the metallic tang of impending doom. In this ferocious arena, loyalty and treachery wear the same mask, and every friend could be a dagger hidden in the cloak of night. Who can you trust when legends are born from blood and fire? Rajasthan's sun blazes overhead, a voyeur to this lethal theatre. It's not just about winning, it's about legacy, the kind that recharts the stars and burns the pages of history. Curiosity tingles at the base of your spine. What if the real battle is fought within, against fear, against loss, against the weight of destiny? Maharana Pratap, stubborn, fierce, and relentless, stands not just for his kingdom, but for an idea that refuses to die. Is he a hero, or is he just a man caught in the web of fate's cruel design? And just wait, what if the real weapon lies not in swords but in the minds of those who conspire in the shadows? The court intrigues, the alliances forged in secret, betrayal lurking like a serpent in the grass. One misstep, one flicker of doubt, and the entire saga teeters on the brink of oblivion. Ever wondered what the taste of betrayal is? It's bitter, like cold steel against a warm heart. Mughal ambition is a raging fire, fueled by greed and the insatiable desire for dominion. Those who oppose it have one choice: to stand and fight or to be extinguished like a candle snuffed by the wind. But what if, in the end, the victor becomes the very thing they sought to destroy? In this theatre of war, every glance, every breath matters. Heroes and villains blur, legends and myths collide. The stakes? Your very understanding of honor and valor. So, I ask again, who will emerge from the shadows of Haldighati? Will glory rise from the ashes, or will it lay smothered beneath betrayal? The answers pulse beneath the surface, urgent and electrifying. Dare you take the risk and let the mysteries unfold? There's no turning back. The battle has begun, and history waits for no one. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and despair, clinging to the walls of the crumbling fort like the ghosts of 1,000 souls lost to betrayal and bloodshed. I stood there, heart racing, in the hushed aftermath of an ambush, my pulse rhythmically echoing the clash of steel that still reverberated in my ears. The moon hung low, a pallid witness to the turmoil that gripped the Rajput kingdoms in the 16th century, a time when honor was a dagger waiting to be drawn. It felt like I was walking through a nightmare, each shadow creeping closer, whispering tales of glory and ruin. I remember the glint in Ajay's eyes, a fierce storm raging beneath the surface. He was a warrior forged in the fires of tradition, every sinew taut with the weight of expectation. Tonight, he stood atop the ramparts, sword drawn, defiance etched across his brow. Yet beneath that bravado simmered a fear that gnawed at him, a fear of not being enough, of never being the hero his ancestors dreamed he would be. The kingdom was slipping, poisoned by the treachery of neighbors who once claimed brotherhood, and Ajay feared he would not be able to hold the shards of his family's legacy together. "Look out!" The shout pierced the silence, and in an instant, all thoughts of glory were replaced by the primal instinct to survive. Arrows rained down like angry wasps, and Ajay's resolve was tested. He lunged forward, the air slicing against his face, the taste of iron filling his mouth as he charged into the chaos. And then there was Meera, her heart a fragile bird fluttering in a cage of expectations. She was a woman of the court, adorned in silks that shimmered with the ghosts of the past, yet shackled by the chains of her lineage. She had dreams of her own, a rebellion brewing within her as relentless as the monsoon. In the midst of battles fought by men, she wielded words like weapons, her sharp tongue a testament to a spirit that refused to be tamed. But tonight, as she watched the embers of her homeland burn beneath the weight of betrayal, her spirit began to crack. What is glory if it's built on the bones of the innocent? She cried into the night, a question thrown into a void that echoed back only silence. I remember the night I first understood her pain. It was the evening of the festival, when laughter and gaiety wrapped around the fort like a comforting blanket. Mewar had danced, her laughter a haunting melody, and for a fleeting moment, we were unburdened by the weight of our fates. But as the sun sank beneath the horizon, leaving a canvas of crimson, I saw the truth in her eyes, an understanding that life was fleeting, like the flicker of a dying flame. Every moment is borrowed, she had whispered, clutching my arm, and the debt is always paid in blood. As the cries of the wounded filled the air, the ground beneath us pulsed with the heartbeat of a nation at war with itself. Each stone of the fortress held stories of valor and betrayal, the walls steeped in the echoes of laughter long extinguished. I stepped back, feeling the chill of the past seep into my bones, and a shiver danced down my spine as I thought of the generations that had come before. The Rajputs, once proud defenders of honor, now stood on the precipice of oblivion. Remember, Mewar, Ajay had often declared, his voice fierce and unwavering, the enemies we face are not just on the battlefield, they lurk in the shadows, in our own hearts. It was true, the most dangerous battles often raged within. Would he become the very thing he sought to destroy? Would ambition blind him? I feared for him, as the moon waned, and resentment festered like an open wound among the clans, a darkness creeping ever closer to the heart of the kingdoms. And then there was the night that changed everything. It came cloaked in the velvety shadows, when the stars seemed to align in a grim constellational mockery. Betrayal came from within, a treacherous whisper that poisoned minds and hearts alike. The dagger sank into flesh, and blood painted the walls in vivid strokes of red, a visceral reminder that trust was a luxury no one could afford in these tumultuous times. I was there, my breath caught in my throat as the echoes of betrayal shattered the fragile bonds of loyalty. I saw Ajay's face twist in disbelief as he confronted the traitor, a childhood friend turned enemy, their swords clashing in a symphony of chaos. "You were my brother," he cried, despair bleeding through his words. But the blade sang a different tune, one of vengeance, of old wounds that refused to heal. And there was Mewar, caught in the crossfire, her heart breaking with each thrust of metal on metal, each scream that shattered the night. She wanted to scream, to throw herself into the fray to save Ajay from the depths of despair, but she also understood the weight of fate. Sometimes, we are mere players in a drama written by forces beyond our control. The weight of her own dreams pressed against her chest, suffocating, an unyielding reminder that freedom often comes at a cost. "Ajay," she finally screamed, her voice piercing the chaos, a desperate plea for clarity amid the madness. Would he hear her? Would he recognize the truth buried beneath layers of rage? The moment stretched, time fracturing, like the bonds of their brotherhood, caught between the pull of loyalty and the weight of inevitable betrayal. The world around us was a swirling tempest of emotions, fear, anger, sorrow, each one a cruel reminder of the fragility of our lives. The Rajput kingdoms, once mighty and unwavering, now stood on the brink of annihilation, a tapestry of blood and dreams unraveling under the weight of despair. I remember the darkness, the chilling sense of dread that clung to every breath. I remember standing there, a mere witness, as the lives of those I cared for hung precariously in the balance. I felt the weight of their stories, raw, pulsating, alive, each heartbeat echoing the relentless march of destiny, urging us toward an uncertain fate. The battle raged on, and so did the struggle within, a fight not just against the enemy outside but against the ghosts of our past and the haunting fear of our future. The night darkened, but it was far from over. The shadows were alive, whispering promises of glory and despair, and I could not look away. Each heartbeat was a reminder that this was only the beginning. The night hung heavy over Chittagong, cloaked in a darkness so thick it seemed to swallow the very stars. A distant wail echoed through the stone corridors of the fortress, like a ghost lamenting the loss of its glory. I remember that night as if it were a pulse in my veins, that shuddering moment when time stretched and quivered, holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Maharana Pratap, barely a boy, stood on the precipice of manhood and destiny, cloaked in shadows, wrestling with fear and the weight of lineage. His heart raced like a galloping steed, thundering against the fortress walls. He could almost hear the whispered tales of his ancestors, warriors of unimaginable valor and relentless honor. But with honor came sacrifice, and the breath of his father, Maharana Uday Singh, trembled in his ears like a warning bell. Each syllable dripped with the agony of duty. "You must protect our land, our people." Those words were both a blessing and a curse, binding him to fate in a world rife with treachery. In the flickering light of the candles, the shadows danced with a life of their own, telling stories of blood and betrayal, of a kingdom standing at the brink of annihilation against the looming spectre of the Mughal Empire. Every heartbeat pulsed with the weight of expectation, and young Pratap felt the icy fingers of doubt claw at his insides. Fear was a ghost that haunted him, taunting him with visions of inadequacy. What if he failed? What if he was not enough? And then there was Jagmal, his younger brother, whose eyes sparkled with unearned innocence. Jagmal was the sunlight that broke through the storm clouds, bright, yet oblivious to the dangerous world encircling them. They had been boys just a breath ago, racing through the meadows, laughing as they chased wild peacocks, but now, Jagmal's laughter felt like a distant echo, drowned beneath the tidal wave of war. Pratap looked at him, this fragile flame flickering against the wind, and felt a surge of protectiveness. What if the world devoured this boy whole? What if Pratap failed to shield him from the dark? "Brother, tell me a story," Jagmal urged, his face alight with the naive curiosity of childhood. But Pratap could barely conjure the words. What tale could shield them from the reality of swords clashing and blood spilling? He paused, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders, the bittersweet taste of lost childhood smothering his voice. "There are no tales tonight, little one. Just the tales of shadows." Jagmal's face fell, disappointment casting a pall over his bright features. "But I want to hear of heroes," he insisted, his small fists clenched with an innocent determination. Pratap sighed, a deep, aching sound, the kind that echoed the heartbeat of a man who would soon be called to make choices that would shatter the purity of their youth. In that moment, he saw himself not just as a brother, but as a guardian, a protector of everything they held dear. But the winds of fate are capricious. One day, in the heart of a dark forest, something shifted. I remember standing there, chilling winds biting at our skin, the scent of impending rain heavy in the air. The clouds throbbed with a menacing energy, and from the depths of the trees emerged a figure, a wandering sage cloaked in tattered robes. His eyes sparkled with the wisdom of centuries and the burden of secrets untold. "Beware the whispers in the dark," he warned, voice gravelly as an ancient stone, "for they carry the weight of all that has been lost and all that is yet to come." I watched Pratap absorb the words, his gaze piercing, as if trying to unravel the very essence of existence. Jagmal, ever trusting, clung to his brother's arm, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in their lives. Pratap felt a shiver ripple through him. He had always been told he would be a king, a warrior, a protector. But the thought was a heavy cloak, suffocating in its expectations. He wanted to be brave, to embody the fierceness of his ancestors, yet a flicker of fear ignited within him, a fear that whispered of doubt, of failure. The sage's words echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between destiny and choice. As the moon hung high and the night deepened, time seemed to warp and twist. The laughter of children faded, replaced by the distant clang of armor and the cries of men preparing for war. I could see it in Pratap's eyes, the brewing storm of emotion, a cocktail of rage and sorrow, anger at the injustice of it all, that they should have to fight for what was theirs. His resolve solidified, a burning ember ignited within him, as he looked at Jagmal, who still believed in stories, in heroes, in the laughter that once filled their home. "I will protect you," he whispered fiercely, the promise binding them together. And in that moment, the world outside faded, time slowed, and their hearts beat in synchrony, a brotherhood forged in the fires of impending battle. But love is not without its thorns. As Pratap stood there, the weight of his brother's trust resting heavily upon him, a shadowy figure loomed in the periphery, a cousin, one close yet distant, who harbored jealousy and ambition. Their gazes met, a silent acknowledgement of the rivalry that simmered just beneath the surface, a dark spectre haunting their family. This was not merely a battle for land, it was a war of hearts, a test of loyalty that would shatter lives and create legends. Thus, the stage was set, the players in their places, driven by a cacophony of emotions, fear, love, betrayal, and unyielding hope. In that stillness of the night, where silence screamed and shadows danced, the fate of a kingdom teetered on the edge of a blade. The clash of swords would soon echo through history, carving out a legacy of defiance and honor, but in this moment, it was just two brothers against the world, tethered by love yet pulled apart by the inexorable march of time. And as the first light of dawn began to break, the veil of night lifting, I could feel the air hum with tension, a promise of conflict, a whisper of destiny. The rise of Maharana Pratap was imminent, painted in hues of courage and fortitude, but the story had only just begun, and the heart-wrenching chapters still lay ahead, waiting to unfold in a whirlwind of emotion, a tempest that would shape not just a warrior, but an entire legacy. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke curling from braziers flickering in the twilight of Fatehpur Sikri. The sun, a molten orb, sank like a dying ember, casting shadows that danced across the marbled courtyards, whispering secrets of ambition, conquest, and unyielding power. I could feel it in my bones, the electric pulse of an empire on the brink. In the heart of this resplendent palace, Akbar stood, a colossal figure draped in opulent silks, his expression a turbulent storm. I watched him, my breath caught, as he surveyed his vast dominion, the weight of 1,000 conquests pressing upon his shoulders. He was not just a king, he was a god among men, yet beneath that gilded exterior lay a soul tormented, forever haunted by what lay beyond the horizon. I remember how his eyes, fierce and resolute, could pierce through the bravado of his ministers, demanding loyalty even as whispers of dissent brewed like a tempest in the corridors. But Akbar was not alone in his struggles. There was Jahanara, his beloved sister, a shimmer of brilliance in the oppressive darkness of court politics. Her heart beat fiercely for her brother, yet there was a shadow of dread that loomed over her, a fear that his relentless pursuit of expansion might swallow him whole. She often found herself in the gardens, where the fragrance of jasmine mingled with the despair of her thoughts. "What is the price of this ambition?" she would murmur to the stars, their light illuminating her worried brow. She loved him, fiercely, yet the cost of his dreams threatened to fracture their bond, a delicate glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. And there was Mirza, a general with blood-stained hands and a heart that yearned for glory. His days were spent riding into the fray, leading armies against the Rajputs, their defiance igniting a primal fire within him. He had fought for the Mughal Empire, had tasted victory, and yet, every conquest left a gnawing emptiness. I remember him standing at the edge of a battlefield, the cries of the dying echoing in his ears, the acrid scent of gunpowder choking him. For the empire, he would chant, but deep down, he questioned the worth of spilling blood for the whims of a king. In the cold hours of the night, Mirza would recall the faces of those he had slain, their eyes wide with fear, ghosts that haunted him, relentless whispers that begged for justice, for peace. He sought validation in the eyes of Akbar, craved the admiration of a ruler who saw him as a hero, yet could he ever truly escape the chains of his conscience? As the shadows lengthened, Akbar summoned his council, each face twisted in a mask of feigned loyalty. The tension in the room was palpable, like a coiled serpent ready to strike. "We will expand," he declared, his voice a thunderclap, eyes alight with fervor. "We will stretch our hands across the land, and let no man stand in our way." The fire in his words ignited something primal, yet beneath the fervor lay an inescapable truth. With every extension, the empire grew heavier, like a great beast consuming all. Jahanara felt it too, the stirring disquiet that rippled through the court like a poisonous fog. She placed her hand on her brother's arm, desperate to tether him to the ground. "But at what cost, Akbar?" Her voice trembled, echoing in the silence that followed. "What if the very foundation of our empire crumbles beneath us?" He turned to her, the tempest in his gaze flickering dangerously. "You do not understand, sister. Power is a beast that demands sacrifice." And Mirza, standing in the shadows, felt the weight of her words like a blade driven into his heart. He had fought for glory, yet every victory felt like a betrayal to the ghosts he could not silence. "Are we conquerors or monsters?" he dared to ask, his voice shaking, igniting a silence that hung heavy in the air. The room held its breath, a collective shudder coursing through the assembled ministers. The night deepened, and plans were made, strategies woven like a spider's web, beautiful yet deadly. Akbar plotted the next campaign, fueled by dreams of an empire that would endure like the stars. Yet with every map laid out, every territory eyed, the spectre of war loomed larger, an ominous cloud that enveloped them, promising destruction and heartbreak. Days turned into weeks. I felt the ground tremble beneath the weight of marching boots, the cries of men echoing through the valleys as the Mughal army advanced relentlessly. The scent of iron filled the air, mingling with the sweet decay of ambition gone awry. Jahanara, restless, sought out her brother, her heart pounding with dread. "Do you not see what this ambition has wrought? You risk everything, Akbar." The fear in her voice cracked like glass, shattering the tension, but he stood unmoved, a statue carved from granite. Mirza, too, felt the tide turning. In the heat of battle, every strike of his sword felt like a betrayal, a dance with death that left him hollow. "Where is the glory in this?" he roared into the chaos, yet his cries were drowned by the thunderous clash of steel, the haunting echo of lives extinguished in the name of an empire. The night before the fateful confrontation, a stillness descended, heavy with unspoken fears. Akbar, Jahanara, and Mirza stood at the precipice of their destinies, the air thick with the promise of confrontation. I could feel the pulse of history, the weight of choices made and lives lost. The clock ticked ominously, each beat reverberating through their hearts, each moment stretched infinitely like the vastness of the cosmos above. In that twilight hour, they were bound not just by blood, but by a shared understanding of ambition, love, and the cost of power. And as the dawn broke, casting its golden hue upon the horizon, the looming spectre of war awaited them, a tempest that would strip away the veneer of glory and expose the raw, bleeding heart of an empire consumed by its own desires. This was the moment where the threads of their lives entwined, where dreams shattered and destinies collided. And as the sun rose, illuminating the path ahead, I felt the weight of their choices, their fears, their unbreakable bonds, threading through the chaos, whispering the promise of a future that lay just beyond the horizon, teetering on the brink of tragedy and triumph. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding red into the vast expanse of Rajasthan's arid plains, casting long shadows where dreams once danced. There was a stillness, a silence so profound it vibrated with the tension of 1,000 unsaid words. I can still hear it, a heartbeat echoing louder than the drums of war, as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. In this moment, I stood on the precipice of history, where the air was thick with the sense of dust and impending doom. I remember the cries of the people, their voices woven into the fabric of anguish and defiance. "It's time," they whispered, with a fierce urgency that turned my gut into a twisting knot. In the heart of the political struggle, two figures emerged, Maharana Pratap, the lion-hearted warrior, and Man Singh, the cunning Rajput noble torn between loyalty and ambition. Both were men of flesh and blood, dreams and flaws, but their destinies were stitched into a tapestry of bloodshed and honor. Maharana Pratap stood tall, his silhouette framed against the dying light, a warrior whose resolve was as unyielding as the mountains surrounding him. He was a man molded by the fires of rebellion, each scar on his body a testament to a battle fought, a love lost, a family betrayed. "I will not bow," he declared, the words ringing with the weight of ancestral spirits, echoing through the dusty streets of Chittagong. Each syllable was a challenge thrown at the feet of the Mughal Emperor, Akbar, who sought to weave the land into his vast empire, thread by thread, village by village. But Man Singh, oh, Man Singh, the very embodiment of conflict. He wore the armor of a warrior, yet his heart was shackled by chains of duty. A loyal servant to Akbar, he was torn between the blood that ran through his veins and the master he had pledged allegiance to. I can see him now, standing in the shadows, his hands trembling under the weight of a decision that could tip the scales of fate. "What is loyalty worth?" he pondered, his voice a barely audible whisper against the backdrop of a world on the brink of chaos. The lines drawn in the sand were not just political, they carved into the very essence of who he was. As dusk fell, smoke curled into the air, mingling with the scent of something more sinister, betrayal. I can remember the flickers of torches illuminating the faces of villagers, each one a canvas painted with desperation and hope. "Our land, our pride," they shouted, their voices a chorus of defiance. The flames of resentment flickered in their eyes, igniting a fire within that would not easily be extinguished. The Mughals were coming, and the very earth trembled beneath their hooves. Yet, the political landscape of Rajasthan lay heavy with ghosts. The echoes of past battles whispered through the alleys, reminding all who dared tread upon its soil of the price of freedom. The clock ticked mercilessly, each second a reminder that time was running out. I remember the night my father spoke of honor. I recalled, my thoughts spiraling back to quieter times, when ideals were simpler and dreams felt tangible. He had warned me of the cost of glory, of the blood-soaked paths generals walked to carve their names into the annals of history. With every tick of the relentless clock, the confrontation loomed closer. I found myself caught in the web of their destinies, my heart racing with the anticipation of an inevitable clash. Would Maharana Pratap's unwavering resolve stand against the cunning strategies of Man Singh? Would honor prevail over ambition, or would the shadows of betrayal envelop them both? Through the whispers of the night, I caught glimpses of the soldiers, young men, barely old enough to wield a sword, their faces painted with resolve, yet marred by fear. They were not just soldiers, they were sons, brothers, each one carrying the burden of a legacy they hardly understood. "I fight for my father," one of them murmured, his voice breaking like the brittle branches of a forgotten tree. "But what if I am the last? What if my name fades into nothingness?" In those moments, the very air crackled with the weight of choice. I felt the tension ripple through my veins, a visceral reminder that the choices made in the heat of passion and fear would echo through the ages. The land, bathed in the hues of twilight, held its breath, teetering on the edge of transformation, waiting for the inevitable collision of steel and spirit. And then came the night before the battle, a night filled with restless dreams and haunting echoes of choices yet to be made. I watched as shadows danced across the walls of the fort, flickering like the doubts that plagued each warrior's heart. What if, they all asked themselves, each question a dagger piercing deeper, unraveling the tapestry of their resolve. It was a night of reckoning, a moment suspended in time, where the fates of men would be written in blood and valor. I remember breathing in the heavy air, thick with emotion, the weight of history pressing down like the oppressive heat of the day. Time hung suspended, as if even the stars in the sky were holding their breath, waiting to witness the dawn of a new era, or the tragic end of an old one. The silence was deafening, a silence that whispered secrets only the earth knew, secrets of honor, betrayal, love, and loss. In that moment, as the shadows lengthened and the stars blinked into existence, the heart of Rajasthan thudded like a war drum, preparing for the storm to break. The land was alive with anticipation, an electric charge running through it, a promise of chaos to come. I could feel it, a pulse, a thrum, the very essence of what it meant to fight not just for land, but for an identity, for a legacy that would either be etched in glory or swallowed by the sands of time. Tomorrow would bring forth battle cries and the clash of swords. And in that chaos, the fates of Maharana Pratap and Man Singh would entwine, spiraling into a destiny neither could escape. The past loomed like a ghost, and the future, well, the future awaited with bated breath, ready to be written in blood. I could only stand back, helpless, my heart racing, knowing that what would unfold was not just a battle of armies, but a war of the soul itself. I remember the night when the wind howled like a wounded beast, echoing through the crumbling forts, trembling with the weight of betrayal and blood. The shadows were thick, wrapping around the ancient stones like ghosts yearning for unresolved moments. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver that seemed to watch with unblinking eyes, absorbing the tension that thrummed in the air. It was a night that would plunge the Rajput clans into the depths of vengeance and desperation. Amar, a young warrior with fire in his heart and doubt in his soul, gripped the hilt of his sword as he stood on the precipice of the battleground. His breath was shallow, a gasping whisper against the roar of impending conflict. He remembered the stories his father told him, how honor bound them, how alliances forged in blood were unbreakable chains. Yet, here he was, torn between loyalty and the gnawing question of whether these ties were worth the sacrifices demanded. The weight of ancestral expectations pressed down on him, a shoulder-crushing burden that left him questioning if he was brave or just foolish. And then there was Meera, a fierce soul cloaked in the guise of a delicate flower. Her heart raced in tandem with the drums of war, but within her lay a tempest. She had seen too much, her brother, once a laughing shadow in the sunlight, now a ghost haunting her every thought. The alliances that had once shimmered with promise now felt like shackles, binding her to traditions that demanded the blood of the innocent. She had come to this battlefield not just to fight but to break free from the chains that had bound women like her for centuries. The fires of rebellion ignited in her chest, leaving no room for fear. There was only fury, fury for the lost, for her brother, for herself. Time slipped through their fingers like sand, and with each grain that fell, the air thickened with the promise of violence. In the distance, the banners of the clan snapped in the gusts, a chorus of colors that spoke of history and bloodlines. They fluttered like the wings of caged birds, desperate to soar yet caught in the bitter reality of their fates. Each clan was a fortress built on pride, each alliance a ticking clock, counting down to the inevitable clash. There was no turning back now. In the chaos of that moment, a figure emerged. Rajendra, the cunning strategist, with a smile that could slice through steel and a heart that beat for power above all. He had forged alliances with a silver tongue, weaving promises as easily as cloth, yet in his eyes lay a darkness that felt suffocating. He was a man who knew that loyalty could be bought, and trust was a currency too easily spent. In every calculated glance, there lingered the scent of treachery, a lingering promise of betrayal just waiting to be fulfilled. Amar felt a shiver run down his spine as he recognized the spark of ambition flickering in Rajendra's eyes. I remember the tension, a living thing, wrapping around them as they stood at the edge of destiny. It coiled tighter, suffocating, until it was impossible to breathe. Mira's voice pierced through the din, fierce and unwavering. "We fight for our people, for those who cannot," she cried, her words dancing in the air like arrows aimed straight at the heart of despair. "But we must not become what we hate." Her resolve rang like a bell, echoing against the stone walls, urging Amar to remember who they were in the face of the enemy they had become. The clash of swords would come, her words hung suspended in the air, a fragile promise against the inevitable storm of steel and blood. The clans waited, poised on the brink of chaos, alliances teetering like a precarious game of chess. Amar's heart thundered. He could almost feel the weight of every decision that had led them here, the ghosts of ancestors watching with bated breath. But was it really honor that bound them? Or was it the fear of the darkness that dwelled in their hearts? The alliances that once felt sacred now seemed like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. He thought of his father, a man who had sworn loyalty with a handshake and a smile, but who had fallen into the abyss of betrayal. Could he trust Rajendra or even his own clan? The very blood that united them felt poisoned, and the line between friend and foe blurred into a haunting grey. Mira's voice trembled, raw and unyielding. "We can break free. We don't have to repeat their mistakes." Each word was a dagger, striking against the chains of tradition that had bound generations in an unending cycle of violence. She stood tall, her spirit a beacon amidst the gathering storm, but inside she felt like a fragile candle flickering in a tempest. Could she ignite a revolution? Could she inspire Amar to see the madness they were part of? And then came the moment, a thunderous roar that shattered the silence, a declaration of war echoing through the night. Steel met steel, cries awoke the ghosts of their forefathers, and the blood spilled onto the parched earth, soaking into the history that had built these walls. It was chaos, an orchestra of despair, a cacophony that drowned out the possibility of redemption. Heart pounding, Amar plunged into the fray, right alongside Mira's cries of defiance. Each swing of his sword felt like a plea to the universe, a desperate cry for clarity in the madness. Is this what we are? Is this all we can be? But the answers were drowned in the fury of battle, the ghosts of alliances whispering promises of loyalty that felt as empty as the faces of fallen warriors. Their world collapsed into the raw immediacy of that moment. Clashes, cries, and the scent of iron filled the air. It was a dance of desperation, a swirling chaos that threatened to consume them all. As the moon bore witness, the night stretched out, a canvas painted in the sorrow of broken dreams and fading alliances, leaving behind an aching void where hope once resided. And in the heart of the storm, nothing was certain, not loyalty, not love, not the futures they had dreamed of. Only the fight remained, a desperate struggle that would echo through time, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of their lives. In that breathless moment, they were bound by more than blood, they were bound by the very essence of what it meant to be human, caught between the weight of their past and the shadow of their future. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the aftermath, each warrior was left to grapple with the haunting question that lingered like smoke in the air: was this truly the legacy they wished to leave behind? The war was only the beginning, the first chapter in a saga of turmoil that would either shatter them or forge an alliance that could transcend generations. The echoes of their choices would ripple through time, intertwining fate and free will in a dance as old as the stars above. The battle had begun, but the real conflict lay ahead, within themselves. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain of Haldighati, where history birthed legends and blood painted the earth crimson. The air vibrated with the tension of an impending storm, a silence that clutched at the throat, heavy with unshed tears and unspoken words. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of centuries, the ghosts of warriors past whispering secrets to the wind. I remember the crisp, salty tang of sweat mingling with the dust, my fingers trailing across the hilt of a sword, the cold steel a stark contrast to the warmth of my trembling palm. There's something eerily intimate about the anticipation of battle. It's a lover's embrace wrapped in fear, it's the taste of desperation on your tongue, the pulse of uncertainty throbbing in your veins. Every heartbeat screamed of survival, of honor, of sacrifice. Maharana Pratap, a lion in human form, faced the horizon with a gaze that pierced the fabric of time. He was a man burdened by duty, his heart a tumultuous sea of pride and fear. I could see it, the way his brow furrowed, the slight quiver of his lips as he absorbed the enormity of what lay ahead. His people depended on him, and in a moment, the weight of their hopes rested on his shoulders, heavier than any armor. Then there was Man Singh, the cunning general of the Mughal forces, a man molded by ambition and loyalty. He stood apart from the chaos, his mind a maelstrom of strategy and desire. I could almost hear the inner conflict screaming in his head. What is loyalty when weighed against honor? What is victory when it wears the mask of betrayal? His fingers danced nervously over the pommel of his sword, a small crack in the facade of steel resolve, hinting at an inner turmoil that could shatter the calm. I remember the moment they met, the clash of ideologies echoing louder than the clash of swords. The two men, so alike yet so different, standing on a precipice that was more than just a physical battleground, it was a chasm between freedom and oppression. Haldighati was not merely geography, it was a crucible, where destinies were forged and lives extinguished. It was a scar on the landscape, a testament to the raw brutality of power, the kind that could crush the spirit of a lion if it meant securing a throne. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, shadows danced across the battlefield, and the air thickened with the scent of despair and determination. I could feel the temperature drop, an ominous hint of the blood that would soon stain the earth. The faint whisper of wind carried with it the echoes of forgotten dreams, dreams of freedom that once soared high, now trapped beneath the weight of metal and might. I remember the clash of steel, the cries of men, some infused with valor, others tinged with terror. Each sound was a heartbeat, a reminder that life was fleeting, that each moment could be the last. Haldighati transformed into a symphony of chaos, the notes a haunting melody that reverberated in my chest. It throbbed with every swing of the blade, every cry of the wounded, every plea for mercy. But amid the carnage, a strange beauty unfolded, a dance of survival, raw and unrefined. I could see Maharana Pratap, his resolve unyielding, charging forth with a ferocity that stirred something deep within me. Each movement told a story of resistance, of a man who would not bow, who would not break, even when surrounded by the tempest of despair. And yet, there was Man Singh, ever the tactician, watching, plotting, his mind a chessboard where lives were mere pawns. The battlefield became a canvas for his ambitions, every blood-stained inch a testament to his cunning. How easy it was to forget the humanity in the chaos, to become blinded by the pursuit of glory. I remember the moment when the two forces collided, the air thick with the metallic scent of battle. It was as if the very ground beneath them trembled in fear, caught between the ferocity of loyalty and the hunger for power. I could feel the trembling earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat of its own, a reminder that history was being written with blood and sweat. In that chaos, I recalled the faces of those who fought, not just warriors but men, fathers, brothers, lovers. Each face was a story, a dream wrapped in flesh and bone, yet here they were, reduced to mere statistics in the annals of time. I could see them, I could feel their pain, their hope, their ultimate despair. The battle raged on, swirling like a tempest, and yet my thoughts drifted to the significance of the land itself. Haldighati was not just a battlefield, it was a strategic gem. Nestled among the mountains, it held the power to control the very pulse of the region. It was the key to kingdoms, the fulcrum upon which the balance of power teetered. I could almost hear the land breathing, each rise and fall a reminder of its long, turbulent history. It was a spectre, a watcher of souls coming and going, a witness to the relentless march of time. And I could feel its whispers, deep, dark, and haunting, calling out to those who dared to tread upon its sacred soil. And then, in that moment of chaos, a moment of clarity struck me like a bolt of lightning. I realized that Haldighati was more than just geography. It was a crucible of fate, a place where men would forge identities in the fire of conflict, where histories would collide and dreams would either shatter or take flight. Time was a cruel mistress, twisting and turning, but here, in this hallowed ground, it stood still. As the battle pressed on, a cacophony of valor and desperation enveloped me, creating a whirlwind of emotion that threatened to swallow me whole. I could see Maharana Pratap, eyes ablaze with fierce determination, charging into the fray, a symbol of resistance against the tide of oppression. And just a heartbeat away, Man Singh, poised to strike, driven by the ruthless calculus of loyalty and ambition, a reflection of every man who has ever waged war against his own conscience. In the depths of that conflict, the true significance of Haldighati emerged, not just as a location etched in the pages of history but as an eternal reminder that the echoes of the past resonate through the corridors of time, shaping destinies, igniting passions, and binding souls to the land they fight for. The battle raged on, but I felt the world around me shifting, the ground beneath my feet whispering promises of resilience and defiance, weaving threads of fate that would forever alter the course of history. The sun hung low in the sky, a burning orb that cast long shadows over the dusty streets of amber, where the scent of iron mingled with the dust of ancient stones. I remember the silence before the storm, a hush that enveloped the city, thick and suffocating like a woolen shroud. The air was electric, crackling with a tension that made my skin crawl. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, surrounded by the echoes of a history steeped in blood and betrayal. The Rajputs, noble warriors bound by honor, were restless. Their proud hearts ached with the weight of their ancestors' glories, yet the fear of the Mughal tiger prowled at their doorstep. I could see it in the eyes of my dear friend, Amar Singh, his brow furrowed with the burden of leadership. He was a man of integrity, yet his dreams were haunted by shadows of doubt. "What if we are betrayed?" he murmured, voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. I could feel the quiet desperation in his words, a plea that echoed through the ages. Then there was Meera, a warrior in her own right, the blood of Rajput kings coursing through her veins like fire. Her laughter rang out like a bell, pure and clear, but the sound was a mask. Behind that smile was a woman torn between duty and desire, a fierce longing for Amar's steadfast heart, yet shackled by her impending marriage to a powerful Mughal lord. She was a beacon of hope, yet her light flickered in the face of looming darkness. "I will not be a pawn," she declared one evening, standing defiantly on the battlements, the wind whipping her hair like a wild spirit yearning to break free. But the Mughals were not just adversaries, they were a force of nature, both magnificent and terrifying. The name Akbar had become a whisper in the wind, a haunting melody that both stirred admiration and dread. I remember the night our cities held their breath, the tension palpable as the stars shone down like watchful eyes, each twinkling light a reminder of the countless souls caught in this dance of power. I could see Amar pacing, his footsteps heavy against the stone, heart burdened by the weight of his ancestors' expectations. "What would they have us do?" he asked, casting a glance toward the distant silhouette of Fatehpur Sikri, where the Mughals plotted their next move. His voice was thick with emotion, the agony of choices that bore down on him like the weight of the sky. He wanted to protect his people, his honor, yet every heartbeat reminded him of the growing unrest. "If we strike first, we become monsters," he whispered, the words falling from his lips like stones into a deep well. Meera watched him, her heart an ocean of conflicting tides. She wanted to scream, to tell him that sometimes, to fight was to be alive, yet her own battle raged within. The walls of amber felt like they were closing in, the air thick with the scent of olive oil and sweat, and the echoes of laughter now tinged with the taste of iron. "The Mughal elephant is heavy, but it can be trapped," she urged, her voice fierce. "We must show them the strength of our hearts." And yet, doubt lingered like a stubborn shadow. I remember the night of the council meeting when the elders spoke in hushed tones, their voices quivering with fear. "They are coming," one declared, his voice grave, cracking like the ancient stones of the fort around us. We must prepare for war. A shiver ran down my spine, a ghostly reminder of what lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks, the tension thickened like the smoke from our kitchens, clinging to our souls. The whispers grew louder, every glance a premonition, every sunset a countdown to chaos. I remember the eerie stillness as we gathered on the rooftops, the horizon ablaze with colors that promised an end and a beginning. Amar stood tall, gripping his sword, his knuckles white against the hilt, his eyes searching the horizon, seeking answers that danced just out of reach. But there was beauty in the chaos, too, the fragile threads of love and loyalty weaving through the impending darkness. I saw it in the way Mira brushed her fingers against Amar's arm, the spark igniting a moment that felt stolen from fate itself. "Whatever happens, I will fight by your side," she vowed, a promise wrapped in fear and longing, each word a plummet into the unknown. Night fell, a velvet cloak that shrouded our fears but also our hopes. The moon hung low, a silent witness to the turmoil brewing beneath its glow. The city felt alive, throbbing with an energy that made my heart race. I watched their faces, illuminated by torchlight, shadows flickering like the frail flame of hope. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder that we stood at the precipice of something monumental. Days morphed into nights, and the air grew thick with the taste of inevitable confrontation. I felt it in my bones, the pulse of history drawing us into its embrace, a dark, seductive force that beckoned us to dance with destiny. "We will be remembered," Amar whispered, his voice a mix of fervor and resignation. But what if that memory was one of tragedy? The thought twisted like a knife in my gut, a reminder of the lives we would lose. And then, it was upon us, the thunderous march of the Mughals, a storm unleashed against the fragile peace we clung to. The cries of the soldiers rang out like the tolling of a bell, resonating deep within the chambers of my heart. I watched as Amar and Mira stepped forward, united by purpose, their destinies entwined in the fabric of fate. I wanted to shout for them to stop, to turn back the clock, but the wheels of time had already begun to turn. I remember their faces, fierce and beautiful, etched in my memory like a haunting melody. The battle loomed ahead, and as I took a breath laden with fear and hope, I realized this was the moment when everything would change. The sun might rise again, but it would never be the same. A war was brewing, and it would consume us all, our hearts, our dreams, our very souls. In the distance, the sound of hooves thundered like a heartbeat, a visceral reminder that history was about to be written in blood and fire. And there I stood, an unwilling witness to the storm, caught in the riptide of dreams and nightmares, where love and honor would clash in a dance as old as time itself. The sun hung low, a blood-orange orb on the horizon, casting long shadows over the parched land of Mewar. In the distance, the clash of swords rang like an ominous bell, echoing through the valleys, a sound that stirred the very marrow of the earth. Maharana Pratap stood amidst the chaos, his heart thundering in his chest, every beat a drum of defiance. The air was thick with the smoke of burning villages, the stench of sweat and blood mingling, a tapestry of horror and resilience woven into the fabric of war. He gripped his sword, its polished blade gleaming even in the fading light, a symbol of his unyielding spirit. "I remember the day the heavens turned dark," he thought. "I remember the weight of my father's crown resting on my brow, a burden heavier than the world itself." The memories flickered like shadows, a dance of ghosts whispering tales of honor and legacy. The ghosts of fallen warriors whispered his name, Pratap, the Lion of Mewar. But today, he felt more like a cornered beast, ready to lash out, desperate and wild. Across the battlefield, a figure emerged, riding like a hawk on the wind, Man Singh of Amber, the fierce Rajput and loyal commander of the Mughal forces. His eyes glinted with determination, a predator seeking prey. With each gallop, he drew closer, and Pratap felt the air crackle with tension. Man Singh, whose very name sounded like thunder, was not just an opponent but a reflection of everything Pratap fought against. Each swing of his sword, each shouted command, fueled the fire of conflict. I remember our meetings, the laughter that danced like fireflies in the dark, Pratap mused, his heart clenching. They had shared moments of camaraderie, two warriors bound by honor, yet now they stood as adversaries, two stars colliding in the cosmos, a tragic spectacle. Was it ambition that drove Man Singh? Or was it destiny? The question spiraled like smoke in his mind, swirling with doubt. The ground shook beneath them as they charged, a ballet of chaos and valor. Pratap's breath came in ragged gasps. He could taste the bitterness of war, the metallic tang of mortality. As he swung his sword, there was no fear in his heart, only the visceral need to protect his people, his land. For Mewar, he roared, the sound erupting from his throat like a lion's roar, both a rallying cry and a desperate plea. Man Singh's face was a mask of concentration, his own sword raised high, reflecting the last glimmers of daylight. They were both men bound by duty, yet every swing of their weapons told a different story of loyalty, betrayal, and the haunting specters of their past. "You could have chosen differently," Man Singh shouted, voice thick with the weight of regret. "We could have united." "United?" Pratap thundered back, the anger boiling through him. "Under whose banner? A tyrant's? I will never bow." His words were a vow, an oath suspended in the air like a charged storm, electric and alive with emotion. In that moment, they weren't just warriors, they were human beings caught in the crushing jaws of history, each step a dance with destiny. Cutting through the swirling chaos, the noise faded into a haunting silence for just a heartbeat. Time slowed, memories flooding back to Pratap as he fought, a kaleidoscope of faces and voices, his mother's laugh, his father's stern gaze, the flowers blooming in spring, the laughter of children. "I remember," he whispered, scarcely audible above the din, "when honor meant more than bloodshed. When our dreams didn't end in swords." With a feral grin, Man Singh parried, thrusting forward, their blades clashing, a violent echo of their shared past. "And I remember the fire in your eyes, Pratap. This isn't just about land, it's about legacy." Each word was a dagger, drawing them deeper into the chasm between them, the abyss of their choices. The world around them became a blur, the only reality lay in their grappling forms, swords locked in a furious embrace. Pratap's heart raced, blood pounding in his ears, a relentless drumbeat to the symphony of war. He felt the weight of the crown on his brow, a reminder of his duty. "A legacy," he spat, "is built on honor, not betrayal." As daylight began to fade, the battlefield transformed into a canvas of shadows and light, each movement painted in shades of desperation and longing. Every strike resonated with the echoes of their ancestors, ancient spirits watching from the edge of reality, whispering guidance or perhaps judgment. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, not just from the weight of their conflict, but from the heart of their people, yearning for peace, yearning for an end. As they fought, they felt the pulse of their lands, the cries of mothers, the laughter of children, the haunting reminder that this wasn't just a clash of men, it was a battle for the soul of their existence. "I see your pain," Man Singh gasped, their swords locked again, both men panting like wild beasts, primal and raw. "But what choice do we have? The world doesn't wait for dreams." "Then let the world burn," Pratap cried, drawing strength from the depths of his spirit, refusing to yield, refusing to submit. "I will not let our dreams die here." Amidst the chaos, the stars began to twinkle above, indifferent witnesses to their strife. The night deepened, wrapping around them like a shroud, the shadows stretching and curling. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder of life's fragility, of the moments that could slip away into the void. And as the two warriors fought on, neither knowing that the night would not end with victory or defeat, but with the haunting realization that they were but players in a grander tragedy, caught in a cycle of blood, honor, and relentless hope. There are no winners in wars like these, only survivors, and the ghosts of what could have been. Pratap, with every spark of hope, felt the weight of history pressing down, and in that moment, he understood, this battle would bleed into eternity, a relentless echo in the cosmos. The clash of swords, the cries of valor, the silent prayers of 1,000 souls, weaving together, a tapestry of pain and defiance. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land, carrying with it both the promise of tomorrow and the heavy shadows of yesterday's left unresolved. And as the night became still, the true battle began, not of swords, but of hearts, each man wrestling with the specters of their choices, haunted by the dreams they could never redeem. The air crackled with a tension that seemed to coil tightly around both sides of the battlefield, a living thing that pulsed with every heartbeat. It was the kind of silence that clings to your skin, a heaviness that whispered of inevitable violence. Shadows danced like specters across the jagged terrain, the kind of landscape that had swallowed lives whole and spat them back out in fragments. In the distance, I could see the flickering torches of our enemies, tiny flames like desperate souls reaching for salvation. I remember the chill that washed over me, every goosebump a reminder of what was to come. I remember Ilara, her eyes fierce and wild, a storm of emotions held together by sheer will. She was never one to cower in the face of danger, but you could see the uncertainty gnawing at her, like a rat chewing through a fragile thread. "They think they can break us," she whispered, voice steady but lined with cracks. "They think we're weak." But we weren't weak. Not anymore. We were forged in the fires of betrayal and loss, our strengths born from raw, aching wounds. I remember my hands trembling as I gripped the hilt of my sword, a heavy weight that felt like a promise of vengeance. Each time I flexed my fingers, I could feel the pulse of my heart thumping in my ears, a rhythm of defiance against the silence. Across the battlefield, the enemy loomed like a thunderhead, their banners billowing in the night like the wings of ravens. I could see their captain, a man whose eyes blazed with a fervor that bordered on madness. He believed in his cause, whatever twisted vision had led him to this moment. I could feel the heat of his ambition from here, an unyielding fire that threatened to scorch everything in its path. But he was flawed, just like us. Pride was a dangerous ally, a weakness hidden beneath layers of arrogance. I remembered the stories whispered around campfires, tales of his rise from nothing to something monstrous. Power had consumed him, and now it radiated from him, a dark aura that could stifle even the bravest of hearts. Then there was Aiden, my brother, my anchor in this storm of chaos. He stood a few paces away, his jaw clenched, eyes locked onto the enemy like a wolf sizing up its prey. "We can't let fear rule us," he said, though I could see the tremor in his hands, the way his breath hitched in his throat. Aiden had fought battles before, but the stakes felt higher this time. I could taste the desperation in the air, a bitter tang that mingled with the scent of damp earth and impending rain. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," I replied, my voice a shaky echo of his resolve. "It's fighting through it." And there it was, the raw truth that hung heavy between us. We were scared of losing each other, scared of losing everything we'd fought for. But in that fear lay something powerful, a bond that could not be severed, a fire that could not be extinguished. As the enemy began to march forward, the ground rumbled beneath our feet like the growl of an awakening beast. I could feel the tension snap like a taut string, the moment stretched so thin I thought it might shatter. The torches flickered, casting eerie shadows that twisted and turned, warping the faces of the men around me into grotesque masks of anticipation and dread. And then they were upon us, a tsunami of chaos and fury. Steel clashed against steel, screams intertwined with the cacophony of battle like a twisted symphony of despair. I lunged forward, the world narrowing to the point of my sword, the adrenaline surging through my veins like wildfire. In the thick of it all, I could see Ilara, her movements fluid and deadly, a dance of survival. She was remarkable, the way she fought with an intensity that lit her up from within. But even the fiercest flames can be smothered by darkness. I caught a glimpse of hesitation flicker across her face when she found herself surrounded, the enemies closing in like wolves on a wounded deer. "Fight!" I shouted, though it felt like a futile plea swallowed by the chaos. I had to believe she would hear me through the din, that she would remember the strength that had carried her this far. And then, in a heartbeat, everything changed. Aiden was at my side, fighting fiercely, but I could see the weight of his burdens pressing down on him. "I can't keep this up forever," he gasped, a moment of vulnerability that cut deeper than any blade. The realization clawed at my insides. We were all on borrowed time, our moments stretching thin like the last rays of sunlight before dusk. "Then don't," I said, desperation clawing at my throat. "Just hold on a little longer." In that moment, the world shrank to our shared breath, the intensity of our reality folding in on itself. Aiden's eyes held mine, a silent promise flickering between us like the dying embers of a once mighty fire. As the battle raged on, I could feel the cracks forming in the facade of our strength. Each slash of my sword felt heavier, the ghost of every fallen comrade whispering in my ear. Aiden and Ilara fought beside me, their flaws and vulnerabilities woven into the fabric of our unity. We were afraid, yet together we surged forward, a tide of desperation and hope. And so we stood, hearts pounding, shadows looming, surrounded by a storm that threatened to consume us. In that moment, amidst the chaos and cacophony, the gathering of forces, the raw truth of our existence unfurled before us. We were strong, but our weaknesses tethered us, binding us to each other in ways we could never fully comprehend. The climax was approaching, the blood-soaked inevitability of our choices hanging in the air. Time twisted, and in that eerie silence, I knew we were on the precipice of something monumental. The night was alive, charged with untold stories waiting to be written, each heartbeat a reminder that the end was only the beginning. The air crackled with anticipation, a low hum that coursed through the ranks like static before a storm. I stood among the soldiers, the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders like an ancient shroud. I could taste the iron tang of blood long spilled, mingling with the sweat and fear that dripped from my brow. Shadows stretched across the dusty ground, long fingers of twilight creeping in, wrapping the encampment in an unsettling embrace. The sun sank low, casting a golden hue that belied the darkness brewing in our hearts. I remembered the first time I laid eyes on the great Akbar, his presence illuminating the very air around him, a king draped in the mantle of destiny. But that evening, the night felt more like a funeral than a coronation. I glanced at his face, stoic yet haunted, the flickering torchlight revealing a conflict that ran deeper than mere strategy. It was the gnawing fear of failure, the weight of a realm resting upon his shoulders. His dreams of a unified empire danced on the edge of a dagger, balanced between glory and destruction. Beside him stood Mirza, a general whose fierce loyalty was eclipsed only by his simmering rage. His eyes were twin storms, dark and turbulent, filled with the ghosts of battles lost. He gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, as if the very metal could siphon his fury. "What if they outnumber us?" he spat, voice low but fierce, echoing the uncertainty that gnawed at all of us. "What if they have more than just men? What if they have gods on their side?" I could feel it, a collective breath, a tremor of fear rippling through our ranks. It was palpable, a living thing that slithered through the men, whispering doubts like venom. I wanted to scream, to shake the fear off like a dog shaking off water, but the truth was more terrifying than the darkening sky. The raw, unfiltered truth of war, its unpredictable nature and insatiable appetite for sacrifice, was upon us. "Have you forgotten?" Akbar's voice pierced the tension, resonating like the toll of a distant bell, carrying with it the weight of history. "This land has always belonged to the brave. We are not mere pawns in someone else's game. We are the architects of our destiny." But I could still see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way they searched the horizon as if expecting something, someone, to emerge from the shadows. I remembered the hushed conversations that had spiraled around the campfires, tales of the enemy's cunning, their merciless strategies. The very earth seemed to shudder beneath the foreboding tales, the whispers of ghosts who had once walked these lands, embroiled in conflict as relentless as a river carving its path through stone. Mirza, restless, began pacing, his footsteps a rhythm of urgency against the cracked earth. "What's the plan? We can't just wait for them to come to us. We have to strike first." His passion ignited a flicker of hope, but I could hear the tremor beneath his words. "We need strategies, real plans, not dreams spun from silk." I could feel the tension swell, a tidal wave ready to crash. We were not just warriors, we were sons, brothers, and lovers, each with our own hopes and fears. I thought of my sister waiting in the distant city, her laughter echoing in my memory, a haunting melody that stung like a fresh wound. How could I face her if I returned home defeated, my spirit crushed beneath the weight of our collective failures? The night deepened around us, cloaking the camp in an eerie stillness. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows that morphed into figures, phantoms of our past triumphs and tragedies. Each ghostly image whispered a reminder, every decision we made could tip the scales of fate. I watched as Akbar's jaw tightened, a king confronting the abyss, as if he held the power to bend destiny itself. "Gather the men," he commanded, voice firm, a beacon against the tides of uncertainty. "We will show them our strength. We will show them who we are." His words ignited a spark among us, an ember of resolve in the darkness, but it did little to quell the storm brewing within me. I stepped forward, my heart racing with the weight of my own voice. But what if we fail? I blurted out, the question slipping from my lips before I could grasp the enormity of it. What if our dreams turn to ashes, our histories rewritten in blood? For a heartbeat, silence engulfed us, wrapping around like a shroud. Akbar's gaze met mine, a flicker of something unspoken passing between us, fear, doubt, understanding. In that moment, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, the crushing knowledge that our fates were intertwined, a tapestry woven from hope and despair. Then we shall rise from those ashes, he finally replied, his voice steady, yet it trembled with the gravity of his own uncertainty. We will rise together. The wind howled, a mournful dirge that echoed through the night, freezing time for a breath. As we stood there, cloaked in shadows and uncertainty, I felt the world shift. The cosmos hung above us, indifferent to our struggles, a tapestry of stars bearing witness to our plight. I remembered what they said about the Mughals, the lion-hearted warriors with the souls of poets. But in this moment, we were neither. We were just men, flawed and fragile, teetering on the brink of calamity. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, a reminder that the ground we trod was soaked in the remnants of battles fought long ago. But with that thought came a flicker of rebellion, a defiance against the impending storm. We could not simply be swept away, we had to fight, not just for ourselves, but for our dreams, for every laugh that echoed in distant homes, for every life that believed in the promise of tomorrow. As the last sliver of daylight succumbed to the encroaching shadows, a strange calm settled over me. The weight of despair clung to my heart, yet in its depths, I felt the pulse of something greater, a fierce, unyielding spirit that refused to bow. We would prepare, we would strategize, we would face the darkness together. The battle loomed ahead, a specter on the horizon, but within that foreboding lay the seeds of hope. I could feel my pulse quicken, a shared heartbeat echoing through the encampment, each thump resonating with the promise of what could be. And as I looked around at my brothers in arms, each lost in their own tempest of thoughts, I knew we were not just preparing for battle, we were preparing to etch our names into the annals of history, to carve our destinies against the backdrop of the cosmos, as tumultuous and beautiful as the night itself. The stars began to blink into existence above, tiny pinpricks of light against the vast, inky canvas, and I thought, maybe, just maybe, we could illuminate the darkness. In that moment, the battle was not just against an enemy, it was against the very shadows that threatened to consume us all. And somewhere beneath that tapestry of stars, under the watchful gaze of the universe, I felt the stirring of something profound, electrifying, a promise that even in the face of despair, we would find our way, together. The night air crackled with electricity, thick with tension. Howling wind swept across the valley, almost a warning, a harbinger of destiny. On the edges of the darkened camp, under a canopy of stars that seemed to mock the heavy hearts of men, Maharana Pratap stood with his arms crossed, muscles taut as a bowstring. The moonlight flickered on his armor, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits, whispering tales of valor and heartbreak. Is this the courage of the Rajputs? A voice sliced through the silence, raw and accusatory. It was Pratap's cousin, Jagmal, eyes blazing with resentment. Jagmal's fiery spirit had always been a double-edged sword. He was fierce, yes, but too quick to anger, too eager for vengeance. Pratap turned slowly, feeling the weight of his lineage pressing down on him like a cloak woven from the very fabric of their ancestors' dreams. Courage is not merely the absence of fear, Jagmal, Pratap replied, his voice steady, a deep well of strength amid the chaos. It's the choice to stand firm when every bone in your body screams to retreat. He could see Jagmal's fists clench. The man was a storm ready to erupt. Pratap knew this wasn't just about the impending battle. It was about the pride of their people, the shadow of history looming over them. Jagmal stepped closer, the fire illuminating the contours of his face, twisted in anger. And what of the honor of our clans? You speak of unity, yet how can we unite when the blood of my father stains your hands? When you would rather forge alliances with those who have betrayed us. Each word was a dagger, each accusation a wound that cut deep. Honor. Pratap scoffed, his own heart racing. He felt the pulse of every man behind him, the way their gazes flickered to the ground, to the stars, anywhere but at him. What is honor without the strength to protect it? Without the courage to lead? I will not let the whispers of the past shackle the future of the Rajputs. Jagmal's eyes burned brighter, reflecting the flames of his rage. "Your father, enough!" The command echoed, sharp and fierce, cutting through the air like the first light of dawn, banishing the shadows. The camp fell silent, breaths caught in throats, hearts hammering like war drums. Pratap's resolve was a raging river, unyielding and fierce. He sensed the collective gasp, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. He was not just a prince, he was the hope of a fractured legacy, a beacon in a turbulent sea of betrayal and despair. "Listen to me," he said, lowering his voice, letting the firmness soften into something more vulnerable, more real. "We are all bound by blood, yes, but it is the bonds of unity we forge today that will echo through time. I remember the stories my father told. The night before he embarked on his final journey, he spoke of the strength in our unity, the power of our shared dreams." Jagmal's expression shifted, confusion and anger battling within him. "And what dreams do you speak of?" "Dreams will not shield us from swords or arrows." "No, but they will give us the courage to wield our own," Pratap replied, his gaze steady, unwavering. "When the sun rises tomorrow, it will not just be a battle against the Mughals, it will be a battle for every Rajput who has ever suffered under the weight of tyranny. It will be a testament to our resilience." As the words hung in the air, he saw them shift, some eyes glistening with hope, others still shadowed with doubt. But all were united in that fleeting moment, a collective heartbeat resonating through the camp, a pulse that began to drown out the fear. An old sentinel, a warrior with scars like maps of the past, stepped forward, his voice a low rumble like thunder. "Maharana, it is not only your strength we seek, but your vision. We have followed leaders who lead with might, but what we need now is a leader who sees beyond the horizon." Pratap felt the weight of that ancient wisdom, the burden of expectation. He nodded, absorbing their doubts, their fears. He was not just fighting for his kingdom or his family, he was fighting for their very essence. For the embers of hope that flickered in the cold, dark night. "Then let us dream together," he declared, his voice rising in fervor. "Let us unite, not just as clans, but as one people. Let us show them the fire of our spirit, let them see that the Rajputs cannot be extinguished or tamed. We will carve our names into history, not with blood and vengeance, but with honor and unity." His words rushed through the camp like a wild wind, sweeping away the drudgery of despair, sparking flames in the hearts of men who had stood on the brink of defeat. Jagmal's glare softened, the tension in his jaw easing as he looked around at the faces of the warriors, each one a reflection of his own heart, each one a piece of a greater puzzle. I remember my own heart racing, my breath catching as the realization dawned on me, this was not just a battle for land, it was a battle for the soul of their people. I remember the night air simmering with anticipation, the promise of dawn lurking just beyond the horizon. The ghosts of their ancestors loomed large, but they found their strength in the present, in the unity of their hopes and dreams. Yet, the shadows danced still, the Mughals poised to strike, their ambitions like a vulture circling overhead. The moment trembled with uncertainty. Could they truly unite? Could they hold the fragile threads of courage long enough to weave a tapestry strong enough to withstand the storm? Tomorrow would dawn, bright and unforgiving, and with it, the weight of their collective fates would hang in the balance, suspended in the air like a sword ready to drop. The only question that remained was, would they stand together, or would they let the darkness consume them one by one? In that haunting silence, hearts began to beat as one, resonating with the spirit of the Rajputs. And as the shadows thickened around them, they all knew, this was just the beginning. The moon hung low, a silver disk casting its cold light over the battleground, illuminating the stillness that hung thick in the air, a silence pregnant with the promise of bloodshed. I remember the moment clearly, as if it were carved into my bones. The scent of sweat and iron mingled with the acrid smoke of burning wood, a reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost. In the center of it all stood Arjun, a Rajput warrior, his chest heaving, heart pounding like a war drum. The flickering flames danced in the shadows, reflecting the turmoil boiling within him, a storm yet to break. Honor. It was the word that echoed through the minds of the Rajput warriors, a word heavy with the weight of tradition, sacrifice, and consequence. To die with honor is to live forever, they would whisper, their voices laced with a chilling reverence. But tonight, as Arjun gripped his sword, the blade glinting like a serpent's fang, he was torn between the burden of his lineage and the haunting specter of his own failures. His mother's face flashed before him, eyes glistening with tears, urging him to remember the family name, the honor that hung precariously by a thread. Across the battlefield, his childhood friend, Karen, stood poised, spear in hand, a fierce determination etched across his face. Karen had always been the brave one, the one who dared to leap into the fray, the heart of their brotherhood. But tonight, shadows loomed larger than life, and Karen's resolve wavered. "What if honor is just a chain?" he had asked earlier, his voice barely a whisper against the roaring wind. "What if it shackles us to a fate we do not choose?" Those words haunted Arjun now, echoing like a ghost in the recesses of his mind. The weight of those unspoken thoughts crashed into him like a tidal wave, leaving him gasping for breath. "Arjun!" Karen's voice sliced through the darkness, urgency lacing every syllable. "They're coming!" The thunderous sound of hooves grew louder, the enemy cavalry advancing like a swarm of locusts, intent on devouring everything in their path. In that moment, time stretched, each heartbeat drumming a rhythm of impending doom. Arjun's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, the metal cool against his clammy palm. He looked into the abyss of the night and felt the pull of destiny, an invisible thread weaving his fate into the tapestry of honor. I remember the stories they told, of valor and glory, of battles fought and won, of blood spilled upon parched earth. Yet, as Arjun faced the advancing tide, the truth felt different, a bitter taste in his mouth. Was honor worth the price of lives? The rhythm of battle was an intoxicating melody, a siren's call pulling him into chaos, but beneath it all lay a dark undercurrent of questions that begged for answers. "Fight for your name, Arjun!" The words reverberated within him, a mantra of reassurance, yet they felt hollow. He caught Karen's gaze, a flicker of fear beneath the bravado. "I remember," Karen whispered, "the stories they told us as children, the tales of kings and bravery. But the truth is, Arjun, the blood that stains our hands doesn't sing of glory." In that instant, the world narrowed, the roar of the crowd faded, and all that existed was the bond between them, fragile yet unbreakable. Arjun's heart thudded in his chest, a pulse echoing the chasm of doubt that had opened wide within him. The battle wasn't just against the enemy, it was against the very ideals they had been raised to uphold. What if honor is a ghost? Arjun thought, the irony coursing through him like venom. A specter that haunts us till the very end. The enemy charged, a wall of armor and fury, and Arjun's hand trembled at the thought of blood, his blood, the blood of comrades and foes alike. The ground beneath him felt alive, breathing, pulsing with the memories of those who had stood where he stood now, their souls lingering like whispers in the night. And then, the skies darkened, a storm brewing, reflecting the turbulence within him. He charged forward, Karen at his side, hearts pounding in synchrony, the dance of warriors unfolding like a macabre ballet in the night. Each clash of steel against steel sent shudders racing through Arjun's spine, each life extinguished was a silent scream that echoed long after the battle ceased. In the chaos, he saw Karen falter, a blade slicing through the air, and time froze again, just for an instant. "No!" The cry tore from his throat, raw and primal, as the world melted away, leaving only the two of them suspended in an unyielding moment of horror. Karen staggered, clutching his side, blood seeping through his fingers, pooling on the ground like spilled ink, staining the very earth that had borne witness to their dreams and promises. "Arjun," he gasped, the light in his eyes dimming, "honor, it's not just a word." And as Arjun knelt beside him, the weight of the world crashing down, he felt the chains of legacy tighten around him, suffocating in their grip. "What have we done?" he whispered, tears mingling with the dirt on his face, each drop a tribute to the ghosts of their choices. Honor had become a shackle, binding them to a past that clawed at their souls, demanding retribution. The moon bore witness to their anguish, a silent guardian of their truth, as the battlefield morphed into a graveyard of unfulfilled dreams. Each heartbeat echoed with the loss, the realization that honor, glorious as it seemed, was a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the very fabric of their beings. And as the storm raged on, I remember feeling an overwhelming sense of despair, mingled with rage against the tide of fate. With each swing of the sword, Arjun fought not only the enemy but the very essence of what it meant to be a Rajput warrior, a lineage steeped in blood and honor. The night stretched on, a canvas of shadows and light, a testament to the struggles that lay ahead, struggles not just against foes but against the very ideals that had once defined them. In that moment, Arjun understood that honor was more than a mere concept. It was a cycle, an endless loop of choices, pain, and redemption, a ghost that would not rest until it was satisfied. And as the battle raged on, he felt the pulse of the universe, the rhythm of life and death entwined, and he knew he could not turn back. Honor would always demand its due, and with every strike, he would etch his name into the annals of history, for better or worse. The night wore on, the cries of the fallen mingling with the wind, and with every passing moment, I felt the weight of their struggle settle deep within my chest. The concept of honor, so beautifully romanticized, lay bare before them, stripped of all its adornments, revealing the raw, bleeding heart of what it truly meant to be a warrior. The story was far from over. It echoed into the void, a haunting reminder that honor is not an end but a relentless pursuit, a journey with no destination, fraught with the weight of legacy and the sting of loss. The wind howled like a banshee, screaming through the ruins of what was once a proud town, its breath echoing off the stone walls, carrying with it the scent of blood and despair. I stood there, heart pounding, staring into the distance where shadows danced under the pallid moonlight. Every flicker of darkness made my skin prickle. Something terrible lingered just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting, watching. I could feel it, a storm brewing, a tempest of emotion swirling like the dust at my feet. Across the way, I caught sight of Ilara, her fierce gaze locked onto the horizon, where the enemy gathered. She had always been the fire to my smoke. I remember her laughter, that glorious sound that could cut through the thickest fog of sorrow. But tonight, that laughter was replaced by a steely resolve, a facade of strength that was cracking beneath the weight of what was to come. Her cloak billowed like dark wings, reminding me of the countless times we had dreamed of glory and honor, of tales sung in dimly lit taverns. Yet here we were, on the cusp of destruction, wrapped in an embrace of fear and uncertainty. "Do you hear it?" she whispered, her voice a mere breath against the howling wind. It was a question heavy with dread, for we both knew that the silence before the storm was pregnant with nightmares. I nodded, though inside, my heart raced, thumping loudly against my ribcage as if it were trying to escape. The rhythm was a morbid symphony, a prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. And then there was Thomas, my brother in arms, who stood not far from us, his face pale as the moonlight itself. I could see the way his hands trembled, gripping the hilt of his sword as if it were a lifeline. He was a mess of contradictions, brave yet terrified, a warrior haunted by the memories of battles lost. I knew his soul was a battlefield of its own, one where honor clashed violently with the horror of violence. "Promise me, Ilara," he said, voice cracking like dry branches underfoot, "promise me that we'll make it through this." The desperation in his words hung in the air, thick as the fog rolling in from the fields. I wanted to tell him that we would, that the tales of our bravery would echo through the ages, that the world would remember our names. But I couldn't. Not when I felt the treachery of doubt gnawing at my insides, cruel and relentless. The ground trembled beneath us, a silent reminder of the impending clash. A shiver slithered down my spine as I caught the flicker of torches drawing nearer. Shadows loomed larger, and it felt as if the very cosmos had conspired against us, a cruel twist of fate orchestrating our doom. The air crackled with tension, a static charge that promised violence, whispered threats in a language we all understood too well. Ilara turned to me, eyes fierce, yet swimming with unshed tears. "If they come for us," she said, voice lowering to a fierce whisper, "we fight. We fight until our bones crumble and our blood runs dry." I felt the weight of her words, a sacred promise forged in the fires of desperation and hope. But deep inside, I wondered if courage would be enough. The enemy moved like a dark tide, a relentless wave of faces I had never seen, yet all too familiar. They were the ghosts of every battle, each one carrying the weight of vengeance on their shoulders, driven by desperation, fueled by rage. My mind whirled like a storm, and I could see their eyes, cold and unforgiving, glinting like steel on the battlefield. I wanted to scream, to shout that we were not monsters, that we were simply people trying to survive. But words caught in my throat, heavy stones of unspoken fears. And so we stood, caught between the precipice of fight and flight, terrified warriors in the face of an impending storm. Time stretched around us, a taut string ready to snap. I remember the silence, heavy and thick, pressing down on us like the weight of eternity. I remember the ticking of a clock in my mind, counting down to calamity. Then, as if orchestrated by some macabre conductor, the air shattered. The first clash of steel rang out, sharp and clear, slicing through the silence that had cocooned us. A scream erupted, piercing the night, a raw, primal sound that clawed at our sanity. It echoed in my ears, a reminder that we were human, frail, and caught in the web of existence where dreams and nightmares intertwined. In that moment, I felt the tears burning the corners of my eyes, a betrayal of my resolve. I glanced at Ilara, her face locked in a mask of determination, and at Thomas, who was already rushing into the fray, his spirit a flickering candle against the darkness. A part of me wanted to follow, to join the dance of death and destruction, to embrace the chaos unfolding like a dark flower blooming in the night. But another part, a quieter, more fragile part, wanted to run, to escape this fate that was not ours, to flee to a land untouched by bloodshed, where laughter still rang like bells in the distance, untainted by the shadows of war. Yet here we stood, the three of us, bound by our choices, by our hearts, by the bittersweet taste of loyalty and fear. And as the battle erupted, as the night turned crimson and the cries of the fallen filled the air, I felt something shift deep within me, our fragile resolve igniting, whispering that we were more than mere pawns in this game of power. The ghosts of our dreams swirled around us, shadows of a future we were yet to forge. And as I took a breath, my heart thundering in rhythm with the chaos, I understood, this was just the prelude. The true battle lay not only beyond the clash of swords, but within our very souls, where hope battled despair, where redemption fought against the weight of our pasts. The tension hung thick, a taut line that would snap at any moment, leading us into the abyss of conflict. And as I stepped forward into the fray, into the madness that awaited, I felt the pulse of the universe, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, stars still shone above. The clock was ticking, and with it, our fate began to unfurl, a tapestry woven with threads of courage, sorrow, and an unyielding will to survive. A single heartbeat echoes in the stillness, the kind that makes the air thick with anticipation. It's June 18, 1576, and the horizon trembles as though the earth itself knows what's about to unfold. The sun hangs low, a molten orb, casting a golden hue over the field where fate will soon be decided. Shadows stretch and yawn, whispering secrets of blood and sacrifice to the wind. I remember the weight of the morning mist, heavy upon my shoulders, smothering hope beneath its damp embrace. I stood at the edge of a world teetering on the brink of chaos, my heart a drum echoing a primal fear that mingled with the scent of wet earth. The clamor of men preparing for battle hummed a macabre tune, a song of glory and doom. Each clang of metal against metal resonated deep within my bones, a haunting symphony of what was to come. And there was Matthias, my brother, his eyes ablaze with fervor, flickering like the flames of war that danced on the horizon. He was a man of passion, driven by ideals that soared as high as his dreams, yet, beneath that fiery exterior lay the scars of doubt. "What is honor, brother?" he would ask, his voice a low rumble, like distant thunder. "Is it worth the blood we spill?" I saw the conflict carve lines into his young face, the burden of choice weighing heavily upon him, yet I held my tongue. What could I say to a man who had already walked too far down the path of violence? Across the field, a mere breath away, stood Isabel, a fierce spirit caught in the crosshairs of loyalty and love. Her chestnut hair whipped wildly in the wind, a banner of defiance against the chaos that surrounded us. She had chosen her side, yet her heart bled for Matthias, a truth she masked beneath her warrior's resolve. I caught her gaze, and in that moment, time stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the tension of unspoken words and stolen glances. She was both a shield and a sword, a tempest in the eye of the storm, and I felt the weight of her unshed tears settle in the pit of my stomach. The silence before the storm was a siren's call, lulling us into a false sense of tranquility. I remember every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, as we lined up, forming a wall of flesh and steel. The cavalry bore down on us like a wave, a tide of doom crashing against the fragile shore of our hopes. "Hold your ground," the captain's voice cut through the air, sharp as a knife, and I could feel the shudder of dread ripple through my comrades. I thought of how easily we could dissolve into dust, how history might only remember the echoes of our screams. Then it began, like a match struck against dry kindling, igniting a conflagration of chaos. The clash of swords rang out, a cacophony of pain and valor that reverberated through the very air we breathed. I saw Matthias, charging ahead with reckless abandon, his face a tempest of fury and fear, and I wanted to call him back, to pull him from the maw of death that gaped wide before us. But the words died on my lips, swallowed by the roar of battle. I remember the moment the first lifeblood stained the earth, the shock of it seeping into my skin, mingling with the sweat and tears of 1,000 souls. Isabel fought with a fury that ignited the hearts of those around her, a whirlwind of steel and determination, yet with every swing, I sensed her heart breaking piece by piece, each blow a reminder of what she stood to lose. I saw the shadow of death loom over both Matthias and her, a dark spectre that danced just beyond their reach, taunting them with the possibility of loss. In the chaos, time warped, seconds felt like hours, and emotions oscillated wildly. I saw men I had known for years fall, their dreams extinguished in an instant. I felt the cold grip of despair tighten around my throat as I watched a friend, a laughing face from days of innocence, crumple like parchment struck by fire. What is this madness? I screamed, though I knew the answer. It was the very essence of humanity laid bare: fear, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of power. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the battlefield in shades of blood and ruin, I felt a chilling clarity settle upon me. The clash of steel began to fade, replaced by the cries of the wounded and the whispers of the dying. I stumbled through the wreckage of dreams, a ghost haunting the remnants of what was once our fight. Matthias! Isabel! I shouted their names, but the words hung like smoke in the air, dissipating into nothingness. And then, as if the universe paused to witness the anguish, I found them. Matthias, crumpled on the ground, his spirit flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. Isabel knelt beside him, her hand stained crimson, holding the remnants of a love forged in battle. The world slowed, the sounds faded, and I was swallowed by the enormity of their pain, a chasm that threatened to engulf us all. "Brother!" I cried, reaching out to him, my hand trembling. The weight of grief crushed me. I felt the universe tilt, a cosmic mockery of our struggles. Would history remember this day as one of valor or despair? What was the point of honor if it led us to this abyss? Matthias's eyes, once fierce with determination, now held a profound sadness, a quiet acceptance of the cruel twist of fate. "I fought for you," he whispered, breathless and fading. "For us." And in that moment, as the last rays of sun slipped beneath the horizon, I understood. The battle was never just about land or power, it was about love, loyalty, and the heartbreaking choices we make in the name of glory. As I knelt there, the air thick with sorrow, I felt the tenacity of our spirits intertwine, a bond forged in the fires of conflict that would echo through eternity. The darkness fell around us, wrapping the world in its mournful embrace. I remember that moment, vivid and raw, as the echoes of the past melded into the fabric of the night. I felt the weight of the unspoken linger in the air, a ghostly promise of what was lost and what still lingered, a haunting melody that would follow us into tomorrow. In the silence that ensued, the true battle began, the fight against oblivion, against being forgotten, against the shadows that threatened to consume us whole. And with that vulnerability, I wondered if we would ever emerge from the darkness. The sun hung low in the sky, a blazing eye that burned with relentless fervor, casting long shadows over the rugged landscape of Haldighati. Cliffs loomed like ancient giants, their faces etched in stone, witnesses to the blood-soaked history that would soon unfold. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, feeling the weight of centuries settle on my shoulders like the oppressive heat. The air crackled with tension, a silent scream that echoed through the valley. I remember the scent of sweat mingling with the earthy aroma of the soil, rich and loamy, a bitter reminder of what was to come. My fingers trembled as they brushed against the hilt of my sword, its cold steel whispering promises of glory and dread. The terrain, a mix of steep inclines and narrow passes, spoke of treachery and strategy. Each craggy rock, each treacherous dip, an opportunity, a trap. Then there was Rana Pratap, fearless, fierce, a lion with a heart that roared louder than any battle cry. His eyes, dark pools of determination, reflected the chaos swirling around him. He was not a king to sit idly, he rode like the wind, each beat of the hooves reverberating through the very soil of Haldighati. I watched him, a man destined to be a legend, yet burdened by the weight of his people's hopes. "This is our land," he shouted, voice fierce like a thunderclap. "No one will take it from us." The words, a spellbinding incantation, ignited the hearts of warriors, sending shivers down my spine. But as I looked into his eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, a sliver of vulnerability buried beneath layers of courage. I could taste the fear, sharp and metallic, clinging to the back of my throat. Would the rugged terrain betray him? Would the mountains echo with the cries of the fallen? Across the field, the enemy approached, clad in shimmering armor, their banners snapping in the wind, a chilling sight, like a storm brewing on the horizon. Man Singh, with his calculated gaze, rode at the helm, a master strategist who understood the land as intimately as the rhythm of his own heart. And there stood a solitary tree, twisted and gnarled, a sentinel watching over the forthcoming clash. I could almost hear its whispered warnings, urging caution, but who could heed the voice of the past when the drumbeats of war thrummed so intensely in our ears? I remember the stillness before the storm, an eerie calm that enveloped the valley. The horses shifted uneasily, sensing the shift in the air, the unspeakable tension threading through the ranks. "We fight for our freedom," I murmured, though the words felt hollow against the backdrop of impending violence. Would I stand bold beside Rana Pratap or falter like so many before me? The scars of countless battles marked this ground, etched into the very fibers of the earth, a tapestry of sacrifice and loss. Suddenly, a horn blared, sharp and commanding. As if summoned by some dark sorcery, the earth trembled beneath the weight of soldiers surging forward. The battle had ignited like a firestorm, fierce and consuming. I felt the adrenaline spike, a wild rush that coursed through my veins, urging me to move, to fight, to unleash every pent-up fear and fury. But the terrain, my God, the terrain! It was a deceptive labyrinth. The narrow passes funneled chaos into a tightly wound coil, twisting and turning, ensnaring warriors in its embrace. I watched as men stumbled over rocks, their feet betraying them, and the once mighty cries of valor transformed into desperate pleas for mercy. "Fight! Fight!" I screamed, my voice lost in the cacophony of swords clashing, shields shattering, an orchestra of anguish. I caught sight of Rana Pratap, his sword glistening in the fading light, dancing through enemies like a whirlwind. The passion in his movements was a raw, electric force, but the terrain conspired against him. A misplaced step, a jagged rock, and suddenly he was on the ground, a lion momentarily subdued. My heart plummeted, a stone crashing into the abyss of despair. In the depths of the chaos, a familiar face emerged, my brother, a stalwart spirit wrapped in dreams of glory. I saw him falter as a weighty boulder tumbled from above, a cruel twist of fate. "No!" I screamed, but my voice was a mere wisp in the storm. There he lay, amidst the rubble, a tragic reminder of the cost of valor. My heart twisted, splitting like the earth beneath our feet. The battlefield morphed into a nightmarish vision, swirling with dust and blood, the air thick with the metallic tang of despair. Shadows danced, and the cries of the wounded became a haunting melody, echoing through the ages. I felt time slip away, a cosmic clock ticking down to the inevitable end, the universe indifferent to our struggles and strife. Every moment stretched, an eternity laced with anguish. I staggered through the fray, each step a reminder of what was slipping through our fingers. The mountains loomed overhead, silent witnesses to our tragedy, their shadows swallowing the last glimmers of hope. "Do not give in!" Rana Pratap roared, rising again, a phoenix clawing its way from the ashes. I saw the fire in his eyes, the unyielding spirit that refused to be broken. It struck a chord within me, resonating deep in my soul. The ground may be treacherous, the battle fierce, but the heart, it thrummed with a relentless rhythm, a song of resistance that refused to fade. I remember the terrain, not just as a battleground, but as a reflection of our own flaws and strengths. It was unforgiving yet beautiful, a mirror to the chaos within us all. And as the war raged on, I understood, this wasn't merely a struggle for land, it was a clash of existence, a fight to define who we were amidst the shadows of history. The battle continued, a tempest of passion and pain, and I could feel the tide shifting, like an unseen force guiding our fate. Through the chaos and carnage, I clung to hope, knowing that the outcome mattered less than the courage we summoned to face it. In that moment, against the backdrop of Haldighati's cruel terrain, I found my voice amidst the clamor, a defiant whisper that echoed through the ages. But the heart of the conflict lay not just in the struggle for survival, but in the realization that we were all bound by the same unbreakable thread of longing, fear, and an insatiable desire for something greater. The battle would rage on, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, I knew this was only the beginning. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning that echoed through the heart of the battlefield. The air was thick with tension, the kind that clings to the skin, prickling like tiny needles. Around me, the Mughal cavalry was a living tapestry of chaos and precision, men and horses, a fluid ferocity ready to explode into action. I could feel the weight of my own heartbeat, synchronizing with the distant drums of war, a morbid rhythm that reverberated in my bones. "Look alive, Amir," shouted my commander, his voice slicing through the din like a sword through flesh. I turned, meeting his fiery gaze. "Amir, my name," a mere whisper in this cacophony, yet it felt like a battle cry. The sun, low on the horizon, cast long shadows, ghostly reminders of those who fought before us, their stories etched into the earth like the scars on my own heart. I remembered that first time I strapped on my armor, the leather clinging uncomfortably, a second skin that felt more like a prison. A child in my village had laughed, "You'll be our brave knight." But bravery is a fickle friend, it has a way of abandoning you when you need it most. The weight of the sword at my side was a reminder of the burdens I carried, not just metal, but the dreams of my family, their hopes stitched into the tightly wound cord of my fate. Ahead, Zahir charged forward, his stallion an embodiment of unrestrained power. He was a beast of a man, broad-shouldered and fierce, but there was a fragility beneath his bravado, like a cracked mirror reflecting a life of choices he could never take back. For glory, he roared, and I saw the ghosts of his past dancing in his eyes, lost loves, broken promises, and battles fought not just against the enemy, but within himself. The cavalry moved as one, a living wave of flesh and fury, their horses galloping with thunderous hooves, kicking up dust that hung in the air thick, heavy, like the weight of our sins. We were the embodiment of a storm, ready to unleash hell upon our foes. Our tactics were simple yet brutal, a surge forward, like a serpent striking its prey, the element of surprise an ally we couldn't afford to underestimate. I could feel the tension coiling within me, ready to snap. The scent of sweat and leather mingled with the metallic tang of blood. It was intoxicating, a cocktail of dread and exhilaration. As we surged forward, I caught a glimpse of Faiza, her face set in a mask of determination. She was a warrior in her own right, a fierce spirit who defied the expectations of her gender. "Aim true, Amir," she shouted, her voice laced with urgency. I nodded, though my heart was a tumult of emotions, a conflicting brew of admiration and fear. I remember the first time we fought side by side, those beautiful, chaotic moments where camaraderie reigned supreme, where we were more than just soldiers, we were a family, bound by blood and shared dreams. But today felt different. The weight of her fate was heavy on my shoulders, the potential of loss looming above us like a storm cloud ready to burst. And then, the shouts of the enemy pierced through the air, a cacophony of chaos that sent a shiver down my spine. The clash of swords rang out like thunder, and I was swept up in a maelstrom of violence. My heart raced as I swung my sword, the blade singing through the air, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire. I was alive, but was it truly living? Was this what I had signed up for? Zahir barreled ahead, his fierce laughter booming over the clamor. He was a whirlwind, a force of nature, but I saw the flicker of doubt behind his bravado. He fought not just for the Empire, but to drown out the ghosts that haunted him. I couldn't shake the feeling that this battlefield was as much about us as it was about territory. Faiza was at my side, her eyes blazing with resolve. "We fight for each other," she cried, plunging her dagger into an enemy's side. I admired her ferocity, but amidst the whirlwind, I saw the shadows of fear in her gaze. She had lost too much, too soon. "Amir, stay close," she commanded, and the weight of her words settled over me like a shroud. I had to protect her, but how could I guard against what we couldn't see? The tactics of the cavalry were not just about strategy but survival, a delicate dance of life and death. We maneuvered in formations, striking swiftly and retreating like phantoms. Every thrust of the sword, every kick of a horse, was a testament to our training, to the blood and sweat that had forged us into this formidable force. Yet, beneath the adrenaline lay a haunting question: were we warriors or mere puppets in a grand design? The sun dipped lower, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, illuminating the chaos in a surreal light. I could feel the world closing in, the boundaries of time warping as if the universe itself held its breath. The cries of the wounded echoed around us, a symphony of sorrow that tugged at my heartstrings. I remembered the faces of the fallen, their dreams extinguished, their stories cut short. How could we honor them while we fought? As I plunged my sword into the fray once more, I felt the weight of my own existence. I remembered my mother's words: honor is not just in victory, but in how we choose to fight. Was I fighting for honor, or was I just a pawn? The question gnawed at my soul, relentless and hungry. The clash of steel echoed in my ears, a savage melody underscored by the cries of the dying. Zahir fell, his laughter replaced by silence as he crumpled beneath a wave of enemies. I felt my heart shatter, a visceral ache that threatened to consume me whole. No! I screamed, a primal roar that clawed its way from my throat. I lunged forward, a fury ignited, but the world blurred around me, a whirlwind of chaos, shadows dancing as death claimed its due. And then, amidst the storm, I saw Faiza, her eyes wide, filled with the acceptance of fate. In that moment, I understood the true weight of our battle, the struggle not just for land or empire, but for the very essence of our humanity. The stakes had never been higher. I could feel the clock ticking, the universe spinning on its axis, and I was just a fleeting moment in its vast expanse. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield transformed into a haunting tableau, a canvas painted with blood and memories, each drop a story, each fallen soldier a whisper of what could have been. And as the shadows lengthened, I realized that the fight was far from over. We were warriors bound by fate, by dreams, and the ghosts of our past. The cavalry would ride again, but for now, the silence was deafening. The echoes of our choices lingered, a reminder that the dance of life and death was never truly finished. Thunder cracked across the sky, a celestial judgment that echoed through the valley, where the earth trembled beneath the weight of iron and heartbeats. I stood amongst the Rajput forces, adrenaline pulsing like wildfire through my veins, the air thick with the metallic scent of impending conflict. It was a moment suspended in time, where destiny wove itself tightly into the fabric of our lives, binding us together in a tapestry of honor, rage, and a thirst for glory. I remember the first time I held a sword. The cold steel bit into my palm, a potent reminder of both my legacy and the blood that would mark its use. I was a boy then, filled with dreams of valiance, but standing here now, my chest tightened with the weight of expectation. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like specters around us, and with it came the memory of my brother, Arjun, who had fallen in battle. His laughter still echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that twisted into a bitter refrain. Every heartbeat was a reminder of his absence, an empty space that would never be filled. Beside me stood Rani Mira, a fierce warrior disguised in the silk of her femininity. Her eyes were aflame with a determination that flickered like a candle in the relentless wind. She was a force of nature, untamed, wild, and achingly human. I could see the scars on her arms, the marks of battles fought not just against enemies, but against a world that dared to confine her spirit. Her hair, a cascade of midnight, whipped around her face, giving her an ethereal aura, yet beneath that beauty was a tempest, a longing for justice that burned hotter than the sun. We fight not just for honor, she had said, her voice a mix of honey and steel, but for the souls that have been lost. For Arjun. The echoes of my brother's name lingered in the air, a ghostly whisper that entwined itself with the clanging of swords and the growl of war horses. Each soldier wore a heart heavy with memory, a heart that beat in unison with the rhythm of the charge. I remember the sound of leather creaking against flesh, the clinking of armor, the nervous laughter that masked the fear clawing at our insides. We were warriors, yes, but we were also sons, daughters, lovers, all caught in the throes of an overwhelming storm. As the enemy approached, a great beast of shadows and malice, I could feel the ground pulse beneath my feet, as if the earth herself was holding her breath. The composition of our forces was a chaotic masterpiece, archers poised like startled birds ready to take flight, cavalrymen with their lances glimmering like stars in the night, and infantry forming a bulwark of humanity against the tide of chaos. Each man and woman was a note in a symphony of battle, a fragile yet powerful reminder of what it meant to fight for one another. I remember the weight of my armor, heavy and unforgiving, a reminder of the sacrifice we all bore. The intricate etchings on the breastplate told stories of our ancestors, warriors who had walked this land long before me, who had bled for every inch of soil I now stood on. But there was more than just history in the metal. There was hope, there was fear, and there was a raw, primal urge to survive. The air crackled with tension, like the moment before a storm unleashes its fury. As the enemy lines grew visible, dark silhouettes against the setting sun, the realization hit me harder than any blade could. We were not just fighting for our lives, but for a legacy that transcended time itself. I caught Rani Mira's eye, and in that moment, we shared an unspoken promise. This was not merely a battle, it was a reckoning, a chance to carve our names into the annals of history. Our hands tightened around the hilts of our swords, and the clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos that echoed across the valley. Each swing was a dance with death, every footfall echoing like thunder in my chest. I could see the fear in the eyes of my comrades, the vulnerability of every soul who stood beside me, yet there was also an unwavering courage that surged through us like a river breaking through its dam. I remember the vivid colors of the battlefield, crimson flowers blossoming from the earth where blood spilled, the golden glint of armor under the fading sunlight, the shouts and cries that rang out like a cacophony of grief and glory. It was beautiful and terrible, a poignant reminder of the cost of war. I watched as Rani Mira fought with the ferocity of a lioness, her blade slicing through the air with grace and purpose, the light in her eyes igniting a fire within me. But as the tide of battle surged, my heart ached for the fragility of our existence. I could feel the pull of death lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to strike. I lost myself in the chaos, every swing of my sword a desperate plea for survival, but with each victory came the weight of loss. Friends fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground, their laughter silenced forever. I remember their faces, etched in my mind like a haunting melody that would never fade. And oh, how the night seemed to stretch on forever, like a dark, consuming void that swallowed all light. The stars blinked above, indifferent to our plight, while the ghosts of our pasts whispered warnings in the wind. I could feel Arjun's presence, a bittersweet balm to my sorrow, urging me forward. Fight, he seemed to say. Fight for those who cannot. In the heart of the storm, I found clarity. I saw Rani Mira, fierce and unyielding, a beacon in the chaos. I felt the pulse of my comrades, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of honor and sacrifice. We were more than warriors, we were legends in the making, our destiny intertwined in the dance of life and death. And just when it seemed that despair would claim us whole, I could feel a surge, a collective roar rising from the depths of our souls. It was the unmistakable sound of resolve, of unyielding spirit, of a people unwilling to be consumed by darkness. The Rajput forces, bound by blood and honor, charged forward, an unstoppable wave crashing against the rocks of fate. But even as we surged, I knew this was just the beginning. The shadows would always linger, whispering tales of loss and longing. And as I wielded my sword, I could not shake the feeling that the true battle lay not just against the enemy before us, but within ourselves. Each moment etched into our hearts, echoing in the silence that followed, a reminder that we would forever be caught in a cycle of fight and flight, love and loss. I remember, this was not merely a battle for survival. It was a testament to our souls, to the heart of the Rajput spirit, composed of memory, heartbreak, and an unyielding desire to carve our existence into the very fabric of time itself. The night was young, and the echoes of our struggle had only just begun to resonate through the ages, leaving an indelible mark that would forever haunt the pages of history. The ground trembled beneath me, a low growl echoing through the damp air, as if the very earth itself was aware of the terror that lay ahead. I gripped the hilt of my sword, fingers slick with sweat, every heartbeat a countdown to the chaos that loomed like a tempest on the horizon. The sun hung low, casting an eerie golden light over the battlefield, a cruel trick of nature, illuminating a scene destined for darkness. I remember the elephants. Towering behemoths, their massive forms draped in elaborate armor that shone like the sun's cruel smile. They were the silent harbingers of destruction, their eyes dark pools of ancient wisdom, unblinking in the face of mortal folly. Each step they took resonated through the air, a primal rhythm that echoed in my chest, drowning out the cries of men, both friend and foe, caught in the throes of war. But it wasn't just the beasts that held my attention, it was Malik, my closest friend and a soldier, whose spirit I could see flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. Malik had always been the brave one, the one who charged into battle as if he were greeting an old friend. But now, with sweat dripping down his brow and fear etched into the lines of his face, he stood beside me, gripping his spear with a white-knuckled intensity. "They say the elephants can feel our fear," he whispered, his voice quaking as he glanced at the monstrous creatures, their trunks swaying like pendulums, measuring the inevitable doom. "What if they turn on us?" I could only nod, the words lodged in my throat. It was a thought that had haunted me since the first time I saw them on the battlefield, those majestic giants who were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. To watch them charge was to witness the very spirit of war embodied, a force of nature, devastating yet beautiful, a duality I could hardly comprehend. But Malik's fear was infectious, an electric current that sparked through the atmosphere, igniting my own dread. I knew the history, the blood, the glory, the victories and losses, but standing there, in the shadow of those great beasts, it all felt like a cruel joke spun from the fabric of fate. And then, the signal. A horn blared, slicing through the tension like a knife, and the elephants surged forward, their massive bodies moving with a grace that belied their size. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of trumpeting and the clash of metal, a symphony of chaos. I felt my heart race, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire. It was a moment of pure, raw terror, transforming into exhilaration as we plunged into the fray. But it wasn't just a battle, it was a dance with death. The air thickened with the scent of sweat and blood, mingling with the acrid smoke of gunpowder. I fought not just for survival but for Malik, whose spirit seemed to flicker under the weight of fear. I remember pulling him close, our eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding as the world around us erupted. I felt the heat of the flames, the chill of impending doom, and the weight of unspoken promises. Together, I shouted, and for a heartbeat, we were invincible. We charged in tandem, a whirlwind against the chaos, and in that moment, I felt the pulse of life and death intertwine like lovers caught in a tempest. Time stretched and warped, each second an eternity, every breath a desperate plea for survival. Then, chaos unleashed its fury. An elephant, wild and furious, charged through the ranks, its massive footfall crushing everything in its path. I watched in horror as it shattered the very spirits of men, their cries mingling with the trumpeting of the beast. Malik's eyes were wide with terror as he stumbled back, caught between his instinct to fight and his desire to flee. "Malik! Stay with me!" I shouted, pushing against the tide of panic that threatened to consume him. But fear is a monster that breeds its own shadows, and he was lost within them, his courage overshadowed by the looming threat of death. In that moment, the world narrowed to just us, two souls in a storm, yet the chaos around us continued unabated. I turned to face the charging elephant, its eyes crazed, a mirror reflecting my own desperation. A heartbeat, a breath, a silent prayer. And then, the world exploded into motion. I lunged, aiming for the beast, driven by a primal instinct to protect. My sword glinted in the fading light, a brief flash before darkness consumed all. What followed was a blur, a whirl of limbs and roars, men and beasts entangled in a struggle that stretched beyond the physical. I remember the weight of Malik's hand, slipping from my grip, the anguished look he cast back as the world around him spiraled into chaos. It was a moment that seared into my memory, a ghost I would carry forever. I could hear the echoes of his voice, I remember, fading into the cacophony, lost in the frenzy of war. And then, silence. A moment of stillness amidst the storm, where time froze and the world held its breath. I found myself kneeling in the mud, breathless, the reality of what had transpired crashing over me like a wave. All around, the echoes of battle faded into an eerie quiet, broken only by the distant rumble of the remaining elephants, their presence a haunting reminder of the price we paid. In that silence, I felt Malik's absence like a gaping wound. The battlefield was littered with remnants of dreams and aspirations. The world swirled around me, colors bleeding into one another, shadows stretching long like memories that refused to fade. I stared into the eyes of an elephant, tasked with witnessing the horrors we humans inflicted upon each other, and I saw a flicker of recognition. In their gaze, a silent understanding, a bond forged through suffering, a shared burden of existence. The sun dipped below the horizon, the day bleeding into night, a relentless cycle that mirrored our own struggles. Life and death intertwined like the dance of the warriors, a macabre waltz against the backdrop of history. Time continued its relentless march, the clock ticking down to the next battle, the next heartache. As the shadows lengthened, I felt the weight of the past pressing against my chest, a reminder that this was only a chapter, a continuous flow of pain and glory, a thread woven into the very fabric of existence. The stories would not end here, they would echo through time, the cries of the fallen a haunting refrain that would reverberate in my soul. I blinked away the tears that blurred my vision, knowing that the ghosts of Malik and countless others would forever linger in the air, whispering tales of love and loss, courage and despair. And as I rose, the night settling over the battlefield like a shroud, I took a deep breath, preparing to face whatever came next. The elephant still roamed, guardians of forgotten stories, and I was but a fleeting shadow in their midst, ready to march forward into the unknown. The clash of steel echoed through the valley like thunder, a fierce reminder of mortality amidst the chaos. I remember the dust, thick and choking, swirling around us like spirits trapped in the air, desperate to escape the carnage. Screams mingled with the cries of men, and the piercing whinny of a horse sliced through the din, a sound both beautiful and haunting. Chetak! The name sent a shiver down my spine, a whispered prayer to a beast that transcended mere flesh. In that moment, Maharana Pratap stood at the precipice of fate, his dark eyes ablaze with determination. The very earth trembled as he mounted Chetak, the horse that was both a companion and a warrior, a heart beating in tandem with his own. I could feel the pulse of history beneath my skin, a raw energy that ignited the air around us. This was no ordinary steed. Chetak was a symbol of loyalty, a fierce spirit entwined with the legacy of a king who defied an empire. The ferocity of battle loomed close, shadows dancing like ghosts on the battlefield. Chetak reared, nostrils flaring, sensing the impending storm of bloodshed. Maharana Pratap gripped the reins tightly, each muscle in his body coiling with tension. He was flawed, yes, a warrior burdened by the weight of his people's hopes, a man whose heart bore the scars of loss and sacrifice. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a fleeting shadow of vulnerability that did not belong to a king yet was so achingly human. And then there was Chetak, forged in the fires of loyalty. His coat gleamed like polished armor, reflecting the fading sun that hung low, casting long shadows that elongated the tension in the air. Each hoof beat on the ground was a drum heralding their clash against the oncoming tide of foes. I remember the way they moved together, a dance so seamless, it felt like an extension of one another, a bond deeper than words. Each stride echoed with purpose, every gallop a promise to stand against the darkness. The enemy surged forward, a sea of faces twisted with rage and ambition. I could taste the sweat as it mingled with the sharp tang of fear, the air thick with impending loss. Maharana Pratap's breath came in ragged gasps, yet there was fire in his gaze, a fierce, unyielding light that dared the universe to extinguish it. In that moment, time itself seemed to bend, a cosmic joke as old as the stars. Here stood a king, fighting not just for land, but for a dream, for honor. Chetak darted forward, leaping over fallen bodies and abandoned hopes. I could see the way the horse's muscles rippled beneath him, each movement a battle cry, a testament to their indomitable spirit. How absurd it seemed, that in the face of such overwhelming odds, a horse could embody the very essence of rebellion. I chuckled darkly, who knew that an equine companion could outshine the most gallant of warriors? But in the midst of this chaos, despair seeped in, like a thief in the night. I could feel the churning in my stomach, the cold grip of fear tightening around my heart. I remember the clash of swords, the sickening thud of steel meeting flesh, the cries of men falling, echoing like a morbid symphony. Chetak carried Maharana Pratap with unmatched grace, yet the weight of destiny hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension that threatened to shatter them both. Then came the moment, the heart-stopping instant where fate leaned in close, as if whispering secrets known only to the cosmos. I remember the way the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue over the battlefield, a theater of chaos painted in shades of horror and valor. A soldier lunged, and in a heartbeat, Chetak was faced with the unthinkable, a choice that would carve the annals of history. With a powerful leap, Chetak turned, a flash of instinct igniting the air. I could see the resolve in his eyes, a fierce loyalty, an unwavering bond to the man he bore. In that fleeting second, I felt the weight of their connection, a tether that defied death itself. As the blade swung, time slowed, a heartbeat stretched into eternity, and I held my breath, caught in an indecision that resonated deep within me. Chetak's sword, an ethereal creature defying gravity, the embodiment of a warrior's spirit. I remember the sound, the sickening crunch as the horse's body met the ground, the moment when time itself held its breath. Maharana Pratap was thrown, his desperate cry piercing the night like an arrow, a sound that could pierce the very fabric of the universe. The world around me dimmed, overshadowed by the heartbreak of loyalty faced with the terror of sacrifice. And yet, even as the dust settled and silence enveloped the battlefield, the heartache did not falter. I could feel the pulse of grief resonate through the soil, a lament for the fallen, for the bond severed so violently. Maharana Pratap knelt beside his beloved companion, hands trembling, tears mingling with the dust that clung to his calloused fingers. It was a moment of raw, unfiltered anguish, a king stripped down to his core, a warrior laid bare before fate. In the dim twilight, shadows danced around them, whispering tales of battles fought and lost, of a legacy that would linger like an echo in the heart of a nation. Chetak lay still, yet somehow, in that silence, he became immortal, an emblem of valor, a harbinger of hope. I remember the way Maharana Pratap's voice cracked, the weight of his sorrow threatening to swallow the night whole. He was a man made fragile by love, a warrior cloaked in grief, standing against the ghost of what might have been. Time marched forward, relentless as ever, yet the pulse of that moment lingered in the air, an unbreakable bond tethering us to an ancient past. I could feel the whispers of history entwine with my own breath, a reminder that even in darkness, light could flicker, refusing to be extinguished. In the wake of loss, an ember of hope remained, a promise that the spirit of Chetak would ride alongside Maharana Pratap forever, a ghostly echo of bravery, resonating across time, a timeless testament to the inextricable bond between man and beast. And as the stars winked in the night sky, I felt the weight of destiny shift, the air thick with unspoken words. I remember how the universe held its breath, a moment suspended in time, where loyalty and sacrifice entwined like lovers in the dark. The echo of hooves faded into the horizon, yet their story continued, a haunting melody that would never truly end. The air crackled with an intensity so thick it felt like a shroud, wrapping around us, squeezing the very breath from our lungs. I stood there, heart pounding like a battle drum, gazing into the churning, stormy grey sky, where the clouds hung low and heavy. This moment was a prelude to chaos, a heartbeat away from the clash that would rewrite destinies. The village, once vibrant and alive, now felt like a hollow shell, each stone whispering tales of forgotten laughter and lost dreams. I remember the way she looked, eyes wide, reflecting the turmoil swirling around us. Ilara, my sister, a beacon of fire in a world gone dim, yet here she stood, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the howling wind, a tremor betraying her usual resolve. Her fingers clutched at the frayed edges of her shawl, threads unraveling like our very existence. I remember her laughter, bright and unyielding, echoing through the hallways of our childhood home. But now, laughter felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the impending darkness, by the shadows creeping ever closer. Behind her, the outline of the village loomed, a collection of weary faces peering out from behind shuttered windows, hope slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. Then there was him, Caleb. A reckless spark in the midst of this engulfing gloom. His presence was electric, even fear had a way of transforming him. Yet, that spark was dimmed, flickering under the weight of unspoken regrets and the haunting specter of decisions made. He was the kind of boy who wore his heart on his sleeve, but I could sense the struggle brewing within him. "What do we do now?" he asked, his voice a low growl, eyes darting as if expecting the enemy to emerge from the very shadows that shrouded us. "We hold our ground," I replied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue, but it was all I could muster against the tide of panic threatening to drown us. The village had fought before, with pitchforks and torches, with hope and desperation. But hope was a fragile thing, and desperation often led to folly. I glanced at Ilara, her expression a tempest of determination and fear, and I knew then that our choices would carve paths, twisting through the chaos like the very rivers that once nourished our land. I remember the last time I saw the sun shine, a sharp contrast to the cold, foreboding chill that now enveloped us. The golden rays had danced upon our faces, igniting laughter in our hearts. But as the clock struck the hour, time felt warped, stretched into a taut string ready to snap. Every tick echoed like a war cry, a reminder that moments were slipping away, our last breaths of freedom hanging in the balance. The first rumble of drums broke through the silence, heavy and ominous. A sound that sent shivers down my spine, like the first crack of thunder before a storm. They were coming, the marauders, men wrapped in darkness, shadows cast long by the flickering torches they carried. I could see them in the distance, a wave of chaos rolling over the hills, their faces obscured, but their intent clear. I felt the weight of dread settling deep in my gut, a vice that tightened with every beat of my heart. Ilara turned to Caleb, her voice firm yet laced with a quiver. "We can't let them take us. We can't let them take our home." The fire in her eyes ignited something within him, a flicker of hope in the midst of despair. He nodded, though uncertainty danced behind his brow. Could we fight a force that was centuries old, born from greed and bloodlust? His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the encroaching night. And that's when I remembered the stories, the tales we shared by the flickering flames, where heroes rose and fell, where the brave stood against insurmountable odds. But those were just stories, figments of imagination. This was real. Blood would spill. Lives would be lost. "Stay close," I urged, pulling Ilara into my side as if my presence could shield her from the horrors approaching. The weight of responsibility clawed at me. I was not just her brother, but her protector, her anchor in a storm that threatened to tear us apart. I would bear the burden of fear, the weight of uncertainty, so she would not have to. The drums grew louder, reverberating through the ground beneath our feet, a heartbeat of the inevitable. The air turned electric, charged with the impending clash of wills, the raw, visceral energy before a storm. As the marauders drew nearer, I caught glimpses of their faces, hard, unyielding masks of anger and hunger. They were men made of shadows and rage, driven by a thirst for dominion. Their eyes glinted with a feral hunger, and I wondered if they remembered laughter, or if it had turned to ash in their mouths long ago. Ilara's breath hitched beside me, a fragile sound that mirrored my own rising terror. The world around us began to blur, colors fading into a haze of gray as adrenaline surged through my veins. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a tether to the reality that we might not emerge from this. I thought of all the dreams we held, of laughter yet to be shared, of the future waiting with open arms. Could we truly face this together, or were we merely grasping at threads of hope unraveled by the storm? And then, the first clash of metal rang out, a sound that shattered the fragile silence, echoing through the valley like a death knell. My heart lurched, and in that instant, the world twisted into a whirlwind of chaos. Shadows leaped from the darkness, and the air burst into flames of violence. My breath caught in my throat, a silent scream lost in the maelstrom. "Run!" Caleb shouted, breaking the spell, his voice cutting through the din. But I couldn't move. I felt the weight of our choices, our lives, suspended in that moment. Ilara's hand slipped from mine, and I caught a glimpse of her face, a mixture of fear and resolve. I remember the taste of iron in the air, the smell of smoke and desperation. And I remember the moment we stepped into the unknown, where every heartbeat became a battle cry, echoing into the abyss ahead, a battle fought not just for survival, but for the remnants of who we were. The storm had begun, and we were caught in its eye, with hope dwindling and shadows closing in. The air was thick, a silent scream before the storm. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, sharp as a dagger on my tongue. It clung to me like a shroud as I stood on that blood-soaked field, the remnants of yesterday's lives scattered like fallen leaves in autumn. In the distance, the drums of war thudded, a heartbeat echoing through the valley, each beat pulling us closer to the inevitable chaos. I remember the sun hanging low, a mocking golden orb that had once promised warmth but now cast a jaundiced light over the horror that loomed ahead. I was not alone. To my left, Marcus, his face a mask of determination, gripped his sword. His knuckles were white, trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of his own crushing resolve. He had lost too much. I could see it in the way he clenched his jaw, the way his eyes darted through the haze of smoke and dust, searching for something, someone. A brother? A reason? I didn't ask. I knew better than to shatter the fragile silence that hung between us like a fragile spider's web, trembling in the wind. And then there was Elara, her presence a flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. She was a warrior in her own right, fierce yet vulnerable, her heart a battle lost long before the first arrow was loosed. I could see the shadows under her eyes, the ghosts of what she had seen and done. She was not just fighting for survival, she was fighting for her peace, a fragile truce with her own memories. I remember how she combed her fingers through her hair, a nervous habit, as if the tangles could somehow weave away her fears, her regrets. The ground trembled beneath us, a restless beast awakening. I could feel it in my bones, a vibration of impending doom, a clarity that washed over the fog of my thoughts. We were the pawns in a game played by unseen hands, and every heartbeat counted down to oblivion. I remember the faces of the men around me, some resolute, others terrified, all caught in the same web of fate. They were brothers in arms, soldiers bound not just by duty but by a shared understanding of loss. "Hold the line!" The commander's voice sliced through the tension, a sharp command that snapped us from our reverie. We surged forward, a tide of flesh and steel, our adrenaline spilling over into raw, primal energy. I felt the weight of the sword in my hand, its familiar chill anchoring me to reality. This was not just a battle, it was a confrontation with everything we had become, warriors, yes, but also the remnants of our past lives, the echoes of laughter and love we had left behind. The clash of metal rang like a mournful bell, an orchestral cacophony that swallowed the air. I remember swinging my sword, feeling the power thrumming through me as I struck, the thud of flesh meeting steel. Each time, I fought not just against an enemy, but against the ghosts that lingered in the shadows of my mind. I could hear Elara's voice, a fierce battle cry, cutting through the chaos, rallying the men around her. She moved like a wraith, slipping through the fray, her own demons momentarily forgotten in the throes of battle. But there, in the heart of the maelstrom, I glimpsed a familiar face, an enemy soldier, a haunting echo from my past. Peter. We had been friends once, sharing dreams and laughter before the world turned upside down. His eyes met mine, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the same pain mirrored back at me. Would we become monsters today? Would I be forced to extinguish a flicker of humanity for the sake of survival? I swung my sword, but it trembled in my hand, the weight too heavy, the choice unbearable. Fight! Marcus shouted, breaking the moment before it could shatter me. His voice was a lifeline, yanking me back to the present, and I plunged forward, fueled by a mix of fury and regret. Each clash of swords felt like a heartbeat skipping into the abyss, each breath a reminder of what was at stake. The ground was slick beneath my feet, and every step felt like a dance on the edge of a knife. Time became fluid, dissolving into a haze of adrenaline and despair. One moment bled into the next, the cries of the wounded merging with the frantic pounding of my heart. I remember the faces of the fallen, their stories cut short, their dreams extinguished in an instant. I could feel the weight of their silent screams, the cries for justice and vengeance hanging heavy in the air. Elara fought nearby, a fierce tempest, her eyes ablaze with a fire that seemed to consume her. I could see the shadows creeping in, clawing at the edges of her soul, threatening to pull her under. Each time she struck down an opponent, I felt a pang of sorrow for the lives she extinguished, the pieces of herself lost in the battle. But I also admired her strength, the way she wielded her pain like a weapon, turning it into something formidable, something that could not be broken. And then it happened, a moment, sharp and crystalline, slicing through the chaos. Peter was before me, our swords locked, our breaths mingling in the charged air. I saw the resolve in his eyes, the same determination I felt, and for an instant, we were not enemies, but two souls forged in the fires of conflict. I remember the weight of my sword, the tremor in my hands, the choice threatening to drown me. Do it! The shout came from nowhere, from someone who didn't understand, who couldn't see the humanity behind the steel. But could I? With every heartbeat, I felt the walls closing in, the weight of decisions crashing down like a storm, deafening in its intensity. The world around us faded, and it was just the two of us, two reflections of what could have been, and what must now be. I knew then that the battle was more than just flesh and blood, it was a clash of souls, an echo of every choice we had made, every path we had taken. And as the chaos swirled around us, I was left with one haunting question: in this dance of death, would I choose to be the monster or the man? But before I could answer, the world exploded in a cacophony of sound and fury, and the moment slipped away, leaving only the echoes of our choices, the shadows of what might be. The clash of armies raged on, relentless, an unending cycle of hope and despair that bound us all in its fierce embrace, drawing us deeper into the abyss. And somewhere amidst the chaos, fate awaited, a spectre lurking just beyond the horizon, ready to unveil the next chapter of our struggle. A scream cut through the stillness, raw and primal, echoing against the jagged cliffs that stood like silent sentinels. In that moment, time froze, the air thick with tension, the ground trembling underfoot, as if it too could sense the gravity of what was unfolding. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, sharp and overwhelming, as I crouched behind the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, its twisted limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers desperate for salvation. "Hold your position," a voice barked, but it was lost in the chaos. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat a deafening reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the shadows. I could see him, Samuel, his face a mask of determination, sweat glistening on his brow as he braced himself against the rough bark, the landscape around him a treacherous playground. He was my brother, my blood, my anchor in this storm of noise and fear. But I knew that the very ground beneath him was a double-edged sword. It was a battlefield sculpted by chaos, a treacherous maze of crags and hidden ravines that both sides sought to master. Every rise and dip in the terrain whispered secrets, hints of ambush and escape, of victory and defeat. And here we were, poised on the edge, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. "Samuel!" I wanted to call out, but the words died on my lips, swallowed by the suffocating air. What if he turned, that brief moment of hesitation lingering in his eyes, exposing the truth of every unspoken thought? The weight of his choices pressed down on me, I could feel it like the cold steel of a blade against my throat. He was fighting for more than just survival, he was fighting for the idea of us, of a family forged in the fires of despair and hope. But then there was Ilara, crouched low in the thicket to my right, her gaze locked on the horizon. The sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue over the landscape, highlighting every crevice, every shadow. There was a fire in her eyes, fierce and unyielding, ignited by memories of laughter and love now twisted by fear. She was the heart of our little band, holding us together with the threads of her conviction. "I remember," she whispered, the words barely audible, but they hung heavy in the air. "I remember the laughter, the warmth of home." Her voice wavered, tinged with a haunting sadness that wrapped around us like a shroud. But now, all I see is darkness. The trees, they are not just wooden leaves, they're witnesses. Witnesses to the horrors we tried to escape, to the nightmares that clung to our heels like ghosts. They had seen everything, the betrayal, the loss, the moments of fleeting joy that felt like cruel jokes in the face of despair. Those trees, with their gnarled roots and twisting branches, had become our reluctant allies, hiding our secrets, shielding us from the prying eyes of the enemy. And beneath that vast, encroaching twilight, the landscape shifted, morphed like a living entity, breathing and shifting with the tides of battle. I could hear the whispers rising from the earth, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind as it carried tales of warriors past and present, their blood staining the soil beneath our feet. "Are you ready?" Samuel's voice broke through my reverie, firm yet suffused with an undercurrent of doubt. I saw the tension in his shoulders, the way he gripped his weapon, knuckles white against the leather. He was scared, just like me, but fear had become our ally, each shuddering breath drawing us closer to the line of no return. "I'm ready," I replied, though my voice trembled, betraying my resolve. The truth lay heavy on my tongue, a stark reminder that I was not just stepping into the unknown, I was plunging into a chasm of choices that could tear us apart or bind us together. And then, the silence shattered. A cacophony of shouts erupted, the clash of metal on metal slicing through the air like a knife. It was chaos incarnate, the ground shook, the trees whispered warnings, and the shadows danced in the flickering light of flames. In that moment, everything felt surreal. The world around us twisted and contorted, blurring the lines between friend and foe, life and death. I caught a glimpse of Ilara, her face alight with determination, charging forward, a wild spirit unleashed. I wanted to call out, to anchor her back to this moment, to this reality where we were mere mortals grappling with forces greater than ourselves. But she was already committing herself to the fray, the landscape becoming a tapestry of conflict where every step she took carved her power into the very earth. But Samuel moved differently, a soldier of fate caught in the web of battle. His body moved with fluid grace, dodging and weaving, each calculated step a dance with destiny. I watched in awe as he navigated the rugged terrain, exploiting every rise and dip, every shadow and light to his advantage. The land itself became an extension of his will, a fierce companion in this deadly ballet. I was lost in the maelstrom of emotion, torn between pride and terror, watching them fight not just for survival, but for the love we once knew, the laughter that echoed through our shared memories. The earth beneath us was a living thing, demanding sacrifice, begging for more blood, and in that moment, I realized we were all bound by the soil, by the very essence of existence that shaped us. Every breath felt like a prayer, every heartbeat a plea. I wanted to scream, to warn them, to somehow tether them back to the world of dreams and laughter. But as the shadows closed in, I understood that this was our reality, a brutal reckoning with the landscape that held our fates entwined. Together, I whispered, almost a prayer, but the word got lost in the chaos. Together, we would either rise or fall, the terrain a silent judge, waiting to pen the final verdict. And as the night swallowed us whole, a fierce resolve ignited within me. The landscape was both our embrace and our prison, a reminder of what we had fought to protect, and what we might lose forever. In that moment, I knew we would push forward, not just through the chaos of the battlefield but through the shadows of our own fears. The ground trembled beneath us, alive with memories and futures yet unwritten, as we plunged into the heart of the storm. The gunshot shattered the night, a deafening crack that reverberated through the still air. I remember the way the sound hung there, suspended, a moment caught between the past and whatever horror was to come. It echoed off the brick walls of our town, a ghost haunting the edges of my consciousness. My heart thundered in my chest, each pulse a reminder of how fragile life was in this city painted in shadows. Emily stood frozen beside me, her breath hitching, eyes wide with terror. She was a flame flickering in the dark, a wild spirit bound by fear. I could see the thoughts racing behind her gaze, the fear for her brother, the dread of what this meant for us all. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. I nodded, though my throat felt thick with dread. The police had warned us, but no one ever believed it would come to this. The shadows of our small town were no longer just the whispers of old ghosts. They had teeth now, sharp and ready to bite. I clenched my fists, feeling the warmth of the blood rushing through my veins, hot and alive. I was terrified, but somewhere deep inside, a spark of stubbornness flared to life. "Let's go," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. We slipped away from the streetlight's glow, the darkness swallowing us whole as we moved deeper into the maze of alleyways. The air was thick, stifling, carrying the metallic tang of something sinister. I could feel the weight of every unwanted memory, every regret that had built up like sediment at the bottom of a river. What was I doing here? This wasn't the life I wanted. But Emily was here, and I couldn't just leave her to face the chaos alone. In the distance, sirens wailed, a mournful song that clawed at the edges of my sanity. It was a cruel reminder of the lives that would never be the same again. I thought of her brother, Jake, caught in a web of his own making, a pawn in a game much larger than any of us understood. I had seen him slip deeper into the darkness, the glimmers of the boy he once was fading, replaced by something hard, something dangerous. Jake, Emily's voice was a whisper, more a prayer than a name. The last time I had seen him, the laughter we used to share felt like a distant echo, a memory tainted by bad choices and worse company. I had wanted to help him, but somehow, we had always been pulled apart, like stars in a universe that conspired against us. "Emily, we can't," I started, but the sharpness in her gaze silenced me. I saw the determination boiling just beneath her fear, a fierce loyalty that made her even more beautiful. "I can't lose him," she said, breath hitching again. "He's all I have left." Before I could respond, a crash echoed through the alley. It was the sound of desperation, a rusted dumpster toppling over, metal screeching against concrete like nails on a chalkboard. Our hearts raced in unison, pounding like war drums. A figure stumbled from the shadows, eyes wild, clutching his side. "Run!" he screamed, panic dripping from every syllable. "They're coming!" Adrenaline surged through me as I grabbed Emily's hand, and we bolted down the alley, feet pounding against the pavement like a frantic heartbeat, the pulse of survival thrumming in our veins. I could feel her hand slipping from mine, a lifeline in the storm, and I tightened my grip as we rounded a corner, breathless and gasping. We reached the edge of the neighborhood, the once familiar street now transformed into a war zone, chaos illuminating the night with flashes of blue and red. A crowd had gathered, faces lined with fear, whispers swirling like smoke. I could feel the weight of their stares, judgmental, accusatory. Each gaze bore down on me as if they knew of my failures, my cowardice. And then I saw him. Jake, crumpled against a wall, blood seeping through his fingers. The world around me faded, the sirens a distant hum as I stumbled toward him, dread clawing at my throat. Emily's hand slipped from mine, and I felt the void where her warmth had been. I dropped to my knees, the rough pavement biting into my skin, but I didn't care. All that mattered was him. "Jake!" I choked, voice thick with panic. "What have you done?" He looked up at me, eyes glassy but somehow still alive, a flicker of the boy I once knew buried beneath the pain. "I messed up, man. I thought I could. I thought I could handle it." His voice was a whisper, each word dragging through the gravel of his broken heart. "Why didn't you come to me?" I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this nightmare, but all I could do was grip his shoulder, desperate to keep him anchored to this world. "You could have told us. I didn't want to drag you down with me." His laugh was hollow, a bitter thing that hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire. "But look where we are now." A chill ran through me, burying itself deep in my bones. I could feel the darkness creeping in closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. I glanced back at Emily, her face pale, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Time warped, stretched to the breaking point, and everything felt impossibly heavy. The sirens grew louder, and I knew, in a way that gnawed at my gut, that this was the moment everything shifted. I could sense the tides of fate turning, the winds of change swirling around us. I had to make a choice, to fight for Jake, to fight for Emily, or to let go and save myself. But how could I save myself when I was already drowning? "Help is coming, Jake," I said, desperation lacing my voice. "Just hold on. Please." The darkness loomed closer, and I could feel it, a suffocating weight pressing down on us. I could practically hear the clock ticking down the seconds, our chances slipping away like water through fingers. But in that moment, I felt something shift within me, a flicker of hope igniting in the abyss, something that whispered that we could still emerge from this, that we could still find a way back to the light. And then it happened. A scream, sharp, cutting through the night, echoed from somewhere beyond the chaos, a chilling warning of what was to come. When the light began to flicker in the distance, illuminating the shadows of our fears, I knew we were teetering on the edge of something monumental. And I felt it, deep in my bones, this was our turning point. The air was thick with tension, a shroud of anticipation hanging over the Aravalli hills. I could hear the distant echo of hooves, the rhythmic beat of war drums mixing with the morning cries of crows circling above. Maharana Pratap stood there, a towering figure against the backdrop of fading daylight, his silhouette sharp and unyielding, like a jagged mountain peak piercing the sky. Every fiber of his being radiated defiance, a heart set ablaze with the fierce passion of a lion guarding its territory. The weight of history pressed upon him, his ancestors, his land, his people, all clamoring for his unwavering resolve. And then there was Man Singh, the calculating strategist of the Mughal Empire, the lion-hearted warrior wearing his ambition like a cloak. I could see the fire in his eyes, a tempest of loyalty fighting against the suffocating demands of his emperor. His pulse quickened as he faced the Maharana, each breath a silent prayer, a plea for victory that echoed through the battlefield. Memories of camaraderie with Pratap haunted him, ghosts of laughter and shared dreams intertwining with the present, a bittersweet reminder of their friendship now twisted into rivalry. I remember the stories my father told me by the flickering flames, tales of valor that made my heart race. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, he'd chuckle. It was a reminder of the absurdity of life. Yet here, in this moment of impending conflict, life felt anything but absurd. The stakes were high, and the gravity of the present crushed down like an iron weight. Is it truly worth it? I could almost hear the soft voice of Pratap's conscience whispering in the wind. He gripped his sword, the metal glinting like a sliver of moonlight caught in a storm. Would it be the blade that cuts through the chaos of the world, or a sacrifice born of pride? The resounding silence around him was deafening, echoing the turmoil within. Man Singh approached, footfalls steady on the dusty ground, each step a calculated movement in a deadly game of chess. I could see the sweat tracing lines down his brow, the tension knotting his stomach. Every muscle in his body coiled tight, ready to spring, ready to clash against the one man whom he admired yet loathed. "We were friends once," he seemed to say with his eyes, a flicker of remorse igniting the embers of their shared past. "But now, I must take what my emperor demands. I must be the shadow that looms over your legacy." The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced mockingly between them, as if the universe itself reveled in the tragic spectacle unfolding. This isn't just a duel, I thought, feeling the pulse of fate thrumming in the air. This is a collision of destinies. They faced each other at last, the space between them charged with unspoken words, memories colliding, hearts racing. Pratap's heart burned with the weight of his ancestors. He was the guardian of his land, the embodiment of a legacy soaked in blood and valor. "You will not take what is mine," he roared, the sound rolling like thunder over the hills. Man Singh, with his dark curls falling across his brow, squared his shoulders, his eyes narrowing. "It is not only your land I seek, Pratap. It is the spirit of resistance that binds us. We are but two sides of the same coin." Each syllable dripped with the intensity of reality. He felt it too, the madness that had driven them to this brink. Fate has twisted our paths, I thought, watching as the tumultuous emotions surged, fear, anger, regret, thundering through them. The universe seemed to hold its breath, the moment suspended in time, an eternal heartbeat waiting to be unleashed. And then, chaos. The world erupted as they lunged forward, swords clashing, the ring of steel echoing through the air like a battle cry. I felt every impact reverberate in my bones, each strike a gasp of desperation, a cry for survival. The ground beneath them trembled, a witness to the fury unleashed, a furious dance of life and death, the weight of their conflicting dreams crashing against one another. Pratap fought with the ferocity of 1,000 storms. Each swing of his sword was a declaration of defiance against an empire that sought to extinguish his flame. He was a tempest, a wild force of nature, driven by a love for his people and a loyalty to his lineage. "You will remember my name," he shouted, words spilling like blood on the ground, raw and powerful. But Man Singh countered, his movement smooth, like a river winding through jagged rocks. He was calculated, the mind of a strategist woven with the heart of a warrior. "I do not want to destroy you, Pratap," he shouted back, desperation coloring his voice. "But I cannot let you stand in the way of destiny." The fight raged on, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Each blow carried the weight of their fractured friendship, each clash resonating with the echoes of laughter now drowned in the shadows of conflict. I felt the pain of it weave through my veins, a dark thread pulling at my very core. A sudden lunge, a quick sidestep, the world narrowed to this moment. I could taste the bitterness of sweat and blood, the metallic tang of chaos swirling in the air. The universe cackled at the absurdity of it all, these two titans bound by fate yet torn apart by duty. But the duel was not merely physical, it was a symphony of emotions colliding, the clash of dreams, the resonance of aspirations dashed against the rocks of reality. I could feel the despair, the hope, the love and anger pulsating between them, an electric current that threatened to consume everything. Time stretched, each second an eternity, and I felt it in my bones, the culmination of their stories, the unresolved scars of friendship turned to rivalry. Is this truly how it ends? The question floated above the battlefield, thick with the weight of destiny. I could only watch, a silent witness to the raw, visceral, tangled fate unfolding before me, one heartbeat at a time. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, shrouding the land in darkness, I knew this was only the beginning. The personal duel would linger, an echo of unresolved emotion in the night air, beckoning the dawn of a new chapter, a new conflict yet to unfold. The air was thick with gunpowder and fear, an unholy cocktail that clung to the soldier's skin like a second layer of grime. The distant echo of thunder rolled over the valley, but it was the silence that screamed the loudest. No one dared to breathe. I remember that moment as if it were a living thing, pulsating with the collective anxiety of men who were just a heartbeat away from chaos. I stood there, my heart pounding a war drum in my chest, and watched as Lieutenant Myra Henson paced back and forth, her brow furrowed, her voice a tremor of steel and uncertainty. "Keep your heads up, boys. We're not losing today," she shouted, yet the words tasted like ash when they left her mouth, a desperate echo of what she wished were true. The men turned to her, their eyes clouded with doubt, their hands trembling not with fear of the enemy, but with the weight of their own despair. I recognized that look, it was the abyss staring back, a mirror reflecting our collective dread. They no longer believed in the battle, but in her, the fire in her spirit was all that kept them anchored in this storm. And there was Corporal Finn, a young man barely out of his teens, clutching his rifle like a lifeline. I saw him flick his gaze toward the horizon, where shadows danced ominously, and the rumble of artillery felt closer, more personal. He had dreams, wild and vivid, dreams of sunshine and laughter, of a life that didn't involve mud and blood. But in this moment, those dreams felt like ghosts, slipping through his fingers. He swallowed hard, and I could see the fight draining from him, replaced by a chilling realization. This was not just another skirmish, it was a reckoning. "Remember what we trained for," Mara's voice cut through the haze, but her words were flimsy, crumbling under the weight of doubt. "Remember why we're here." Each syllable was a brick she laid, attempting to build a wall against the encroaching darkness. But there, in the hollow pit of her stomach, she felt it, the creeping fear that her leadership was faltering. The tight-knit bond that once held these men together was fraying, the stitches of trust unraveling like old seams. "Lieutenant," I whispered, stepping closer. The intensity in her eyes turned toward me, fierce yet fragile, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath the surface. "You can't carry this alone." A tremor in her jaw betrayed the reality she fought so hard to conceal. The truth was a loaded gun, ready to fire. The weight of leadership was heavy, suffocating, a burden of expectations and hopes. "They need to see your fear, too," I urged. "They need to know you're human." For a moment, everything stilled, as if the very air had taken a breath. The men were watching, waiting for her to crack, to show the vulnerability they all felt, to make them believe again. In that split second, I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the small spark of connection that threatened to ignite. Then came the sound, a distant rumble that sent a shiver down my spine, a reminder that the world outside this fragile bubble was brimming with violence and chaos. The enemy was relentless, and so was time. The clock ticked, each second a countdown to inevitability. I watched Finn's face transform, the shift from longing to steely resolve. "We fight," he murmured, almost to himself, yet the words hung in the air, powerful and defiant. "We fight for each other." Mara's eyes flicked to him, something within her ignited. "Yes," she breathed, the fire returning to her voice, "we fight, but not just with weapons. We fight with our hearts. That's where the real battle is." In that moment, it was as if the universe paused, glancing down at the three of us, two leaders and one soldier, caught in a web of unspoken fear and undeniable hope. The tension crackled, palpable, as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows across the ground, twisting them into grotesque shapes. Memories of laughter from home flooded back, Finn's smile, Mara's fierce determination, the camaraderie that once felt unbreakable. But here in this moment, every heartbeat felt like a drumroll leading to an uncertain climax. And then it happened. A blinding flash, a sound that sliced through the air like a knife, an explosion. The ground trembled, shaking the last vestiges of resolve from the men standing shoulder to shoulder. In that heartbeat, I saw Finn's eyes widen, the dreamer, the boy who had always believed in the good of the world, now faced with the raw, brutal reality of death. Mara steadied herself, the weight of leadership crashing down upon her like a tidal wave of despair. "Stay! Stay together," she bellowed, but the men were already breaking, scattering like leaves caught in a gust of wind. I felt my own heart race, the fear clawing at my throat. In that chaos, I grasped for something to hold on to, a memory, a dream, the flicker of a smile. But all I found was the overwhelming weight of silence, a monstrous void that threatened to swallow us whole. This wasn't just a battle, it was a crucible, a trial by fire that would either forge us into something stronger or break us completely. And as I stood there, caught in the eye of the storm, I understood something visceral and profound. The true impact of leadership was not in the victories shouted from the rooftops, but in the quiet moments of connection, the shared weight of fear and hope, the unyielding reminder that we were not alone. In that moment of crisis, it became clear, Mara's leadership hung by a thread, straining under the weight of every life she was responsible for. But as the echoes of the explosion faded, I could sense a shift, a subtle but profound change. The men needed her now more than ever, and she was fighting not just for victory, but for their souls. And so, as shadows deepened and the night threatened to swallow us whole, I held my breath, transfixed by the raw intensity of that pivotal moment, waiting for the spark that would reignite the flame. Would it be fear or hope that would lead us through the dark? The answer lingered, tantalizingly close yet maddeningly out of reach, leaving us suspended in that fragile moment between despair and determination, waiting for the inevitable clash that would change everything. The air crackled with an electric silence, a heavy weight that pressed against the skin, thick and suffocating. Anna stood on the threshold of her home, a crumbling relic of what was once a vibrant sanctuary filled with laughter, the echoes of a childhood long lost tangled in the dusty corners. She could hear the distant roar of battle, an ominous growl that sent shivers down her spine. Each roar felt like a drumbeat, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation, one that would tear the veil from their mundane lives and expose the raw, bleeding heart of chaos. Her hands trembled as she gripped the wooden frame, the splinters biting into her palms, grounding her in this moment of uncertainty. Just beyond the threshold, a world was unraveling, men charged, swords drawn, the clang of metal ringing like a funeral bell in her ears. But it was the civilians who lingered, the women and children, weaving through the shadows, clutching their hopes and fears like fragile wisps of smoke. They were ghosts in a land of the living, bound to the earth while the heavens unleashed havoc above. "Anna! Help me!" A voice sliced through the haze. It was Eliza, her younger sister, eyes wide with terror, her innocence clashing violently with the brutality of their reality. Eliza's whimsy had always been a balm, a flickering flame against the encroaching dark, but today, that flame was flickering dangerously low. "Stay close!" Anna shouted, her voice a desperate tether, pulling them both back from the brink as panic threatened to swallow them whole. They had seen the cracks in the facade of their world, the way the sky darkened with smoke, the way the ground trembled as if echoing the cries of the wounded. "We need to find the others. We can't be alone in this." Together, they rushed into the chaos, where every corner was filled with the sound of despair. Scattered families clawed at the ground, searching for lost loved ones as if the earth could give them back what had been taken. I remember when Father used to tell us stories, Anna whispered, her heart breaking with each step. He said bravery was not the absence of fear, but the decision to fight for something worth fighting for. But what was worth fighting for when the enemy was not a distant foe but the very air they breathed, heavy with the scent of smoke and sorrow? Time twisted around them, stretching and contracting in a cruel dance. The clock in Anna's mind ticked erratically, seconds turned to hours, and yet she felt trapped in an eternity. Each heartbeat echoed louder, louder, drowning out the battle cries that surrounded them. She caught a glimpse of a soldier, his face smeared with dirt and desperation, collapsing to the ground, the weight of his armor too much to bear. He was just a boy, not unlike the one she used to tease, the very embodiment of her nightmares. "What have we done?" she thought, as guilt gnawed at her insides. "What have we become?" "Anna!" Eliza's voice broke through her reverie. "Over there!" She pointed to a gathering of women, their faces a tapestry of determination and despair, clutching makeshift weapons, brooms, pitchforks, anything they could grasp. They were fierce warriors in their own right, defenders of a home that was crumbling beneath their feet. Their eyes were mirrors reflecting the horror around them, yet within them burned a flicker of hope, flickering in defiance of the chaos engulfing them. Anna approached, a mix of fear and admiration swelling within her. Each woman was a fortress, a bastion against the tide of destruction. "We fight for our children," one of them cried, her voice piercing through the fog of war. "We fight for our future." And in that moment, Anna felt it, the solidarity, the fierce pulse of sisterhood, binding them together in a fight that was not just for survival, but for the very soul of their community. Eliza's small hand slipped into Anna's, a gentle reminder of what was at stake. "We can't just stand here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to do something." Anna nodded, her heart pounding in her chest like a war drum. "We will," she promised, though the weight of doubt hung heavy in her throat. If they fought, what would they lose? If they ran, what would they sacrifice? The choices spiraled around her, dizzying in their complexity, yet the time for hesitation was slipping away. Suddenly, the ground shook as cannon fire erupted nearby, the explosion sending a shockwave through the air. Cries pierced the silence, screams mingling with the thunder of collapsing dreams. Dust hung thick in the air, swirling like a malevolent spirit. Anna's breath caught, and in a flash, she saw her life laid bare, their home, the laughter, the dreams that felt so fragile now against the backdrop of violence. But Anna was not alone. She looked around, a fierce resolve igniting within her. Each woman stood tall, shoulders back, embers of defiance igniting their spirits. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, every heartbeat a testament to the lives they nurtured. "We cannot surrender," Anna thought fiercely. "We must fight back." And as the shadows of battle loomed closer, they charged, a tide of humanity, a chorus of defiance that rippled through the chaos. Anna felt the rhythm of the fight surge beneath her skin, the pulse of an ancient battle song rising from the depths of her being. Fear was still there, a heavy cloak draped over her heart, but it was intertwined with an unyielding determination. Together, she screamed, her voice a rallying cry, echoing through the noise, drawing the scattered remnants of hope into one fierce, unbreakable force. The world around them blurred, the lines of fantasy and reality merging into a single moment of breathtaking possibility. This battle was not just theirs, it belonged to every woman and child, every soul that dared to hope. The shadows of war and despair loomed large, but within that darkness, they were luminous, a constellation of resilience fighting against the cosmos. And with every step, every breath, every heartbeat, they carved their fate into the very fabric of the universe, refusing to be forgotten, refusing to be silenced. So they charged forward, into the storm, hand in hand, Anna, Eliza, and the women who had become sisters in arms. The fight was far from over, but in that moment, amid the chaos, they knew they were alive. And their story was just beginning. The stench of smoke and burned earth clung to the air, a visceral reminder of the battle that had just raged through this forsaken stretch of land. I stood at the edge of the remnants, a graveyard for hopes and dreams. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts, a macabre ballet performed for the fallen. It was a silence that screamed, an eerie hush following the chaos, where even the crows hesitated, their wings heavy with the weight of what had transpired. I remember the first cries that had shattered the dawn, the clash of steel, the desperate shouts of men who once laughed over tankards of ale in the tavern. In that moment, they had become warriors, and now they lay scattered like broken dolls. My heart raced, yet it felt anchored, weighed down by grief. Elias, my brother, always the daring one, had charged ahead, his laughter ringing out like a war cry, foolishly brave. I remember his face, fierce and unyielding, determination etched into every line. But bravery is a fickle friend. As the chaos unfolded, I lost sight of him. My gut twisted, a storm brewing inside me, a tempest of fear and regret. Had I pushed him into this madness? Had I rooted for his spirit, only to watch it extinguish like a candle in the wind? I stumbled through the wreckage, the crunch of earth beneath my boots a reminder of the day's brutality. The air was thick with the metallic taste of blood, it invaded my senses, relentless and unyielding. Every step was a confession, a whisper of guilt. I wanted to shout, to curse the gods who had turned our lives into a twisted game of chance. Instead, I found only silence. I remember the cries, the chaos, but mostly, I remember the silence that followed, that unbearable stillness. Across the field, I caught sight of Mara, her face a ghostly mask of ash and tears. She was searching through the bodies, hope and despair warring within her. Mara, who had given me laughter in darker times, whose smile had once brightened the bleakest of days. I could almost see the threads of resilience unraveling in her eyes, the way she moved, each step a battle against collapsing grief. She knelt beside a body, fingers trembling, and I felt my heart shatter. I didn't need to see the face, I knew. It was John, her beloved, who had promised her a life free of shadows. Now he lay still, eyes closed against a future that would never come. The sight was a dagger in my chest, twisting deeper with every heartbeat. I wanted to go to her, to offer solace, but the words clung to my throat like stones, heavy and inert. Why, she whispered, a fragile plea that hung in the air, swallowed by the ghosts of the fallen. Why him? Why here? Her voice was raw, a haunting melody that echoed through the hollow space between us. I felt it too, the crushing weight of questions that had no answers, the unbearable silence of eternity wrapping around us like a shroud. I remember the moments before, when laughter had filled the air, when dreams had danced on the horizon. But now? Now, the world was grey, muted, stripped of color and life. Mara turned to me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It was as if she were seeing me for the first time, a mirror of my own despair reflected back. We should have fought harder, she breathed, a broken promise. We should have done more. A wave of guilt crashed over me. I remember the feeling of helplessness, the gnawing awareness of being unable to save those we love. I wanted to scream, to shout at the heavens for their cruelty. Instead, I felt my heart fracture further, splintering with each shared pain. Around us, the shadows lengthened, whispering secrets of loss. I caught glimpses of faces, friends turned to memories, bodies draped in echoes of laughter now rendered silent. I felt the weight of their stories, each one a thread in a tapestry torn apart. Each loss a gaping wound that would never heal. The sun dipped lower, and the air grew colder. I could see Elias's silhouette in my mind, a spirit flickering at the edge of my memory, urging me to remember him not just as fallen, but as a living dream. I clutched at the thought, an anchor in a surging sea of grief. Elias, the name slipped from my lips, a prayer, a lament, a tribute to all those we had lost. Mara stood, eyes burning with unshed tears. We can't let them fade, she said, her voice fierce, igniting a spark of defiance in the darkness. We owe them that much. The words hung between us, heavy yet fragile. We were two souls entwined in sorrow, vowing to carry the stories of the lost. I nodded, the rawness of it all seeping into my bones. Together, we would remember. Together, we would fight against the shadows, against the silence that threatened to claim our hearts. But as the night descended, I felt it, a creeping dread, the chilling realization that the battle was not just with swords and shields, but with the ghosts that lingered, the memories that haunted. I remember that feeling, that unbearable weight of loss, pressing down with every breath, every heartbeat echoing through the empty expanse. And then, with the twilight settling around us, I sensed a stirring, a whisper in the wind. The stories of the fallen would not be silenced, they would rise like the dawn, flickering lights in the darkness. I clung to that thought as I looked at Mara, my heart pounding with the promise of endurance, of remembrance. The night enveloped us, a tapestry of shadows and echoes, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Waiting for the dawn, waiting for the moment when hope would rise again, even from the ashes of despair. We were still here, two restless souls against the vastness, and tomorrow, we would carry the weight of the fallen, together. And as the stars began to twinkle in the dark expanse above, I knew our story was far from over. In the silence, in the aftermath, we would breathe life into what had been lost, refusing to let it fade into the abyss. The air crackled with tension, heavy and suffocating, as the last echoes of battle faded. The sun hung low, bleeding red across the horizon, casting long shadows on the scorched earth where once stood proud warriors and fierce valiants. I remember the screams, how they pierced the silence. They were not merely cries of pain, they were the anguished wails of lost dreams, shattered futures, and the heavy toll of defeat. It was a haunting melody of despair that wrapped around Maharana Pratap's heart, squeezing it mercilessly. He stood there, breathless, not from the exertion of battle but from the weight of what had just transpired. His vision was blurred, not just with sweat and dust, but with tears unshed, a storm brewing behind his stoic facade. Every beat of his heart resonated with guilt, a relentless drum echoing the names of his fallen brothers, warriors who had once rallied behind him, their spirits now adrift in the afterlife, lost in the winds of fate. I remember the sun's embrace, too warm, too mocking, a cruel reminder that life went on even when it felt like the world had ended. Across the battlefield, a figure emerged from the haze, eyes fierce as a tempest. It was Man Singh, the Mughal general, a man whose very name sent shivers down spines. He was a ghost of a conqueror, a reflection of the empire's relentless ambition. I remember his laughter, low and sinister, echoing through the chaos, a sound that promised retribution. In his eyes flickered a flame of triumph, igniting an inferno of rage within Pratap's chest. These were not mere soldiers clashing in a dance of death, this was the clash of ideals, a struggle for existence against the tide of oppression. And then there was Jaya, Maharana Pratap's sister. She stood apart, a silent observer amidst the cacophony of grief and glory. Her heart was a kaleidoscope of emotions, shattering with every glimpse of her brother's despair. She was a storm contained, her fierce spirit clashing against the walls of propriety. I remember her whisper, soft but cutting, a gentle reminder that behind every warrior was a family, a home, a life once dreamed. "What will you do now, brother?" she asked, her voice trembling like the fragile wings of a butterfly caught in a tempest. Pratap turned to her, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. "Fight," he replied, though his voice faltered, exposing the cracks in his armor. "Fight until my last breath. For our people, for our land." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him, a relentless beast. He could feel the ghosts of his fallen soldiers, their silent accusations hanging in the air like a thick fog. Time felt distorted in that moment, stretching like the shadows creeping across the battlefield. I remember the clock ticking somewhere in the distance, each tick a cruel reminder of the precious moments slipping away. The universe seemed to conspire against them, the stars flickering with mockery in the evening sky. And beneath it all, the realization settled like lead in Pratap's gut, victory for the Mughals was not just a triumph of arms, it was a dismantling of dreams, a looming spectre that threatened to swallow his world whole. Jaya stepped closer, brushing her fingers against his arm, grounding him with her presence, a flicker of hope amid the encroaching darkness. "We will rise again, won't we?" she whispered, a prayer wrapped in desperation. But her eyes, those deep pools of sorrow, belied the uncertainty that gripped them both. The battle was over, but the war had merely begun. The Mughal victory echoed in the silence, a monstrous roar that reverberated through the valleys and hills of Mewar. It was the kind of triumph that felt hollow, like the shell of a once vibrant fruit left to decay. Pratap could almost taste the bitterness on his tongue, a flavor that would linger long after the dust had settled. He could see the Mughals, their banners unfurling like nightmares come to life, a symbol of a force that would not relent. I remember the moment when he made his decision, the weight of the world crashing down around him. The moon hung low, a sentinel watching over the desolation, and in the shadows, a flicker of something ignited within him, a spark of defiance, a refusal to bow, to surrender to the darkness encroaching upon his beloved homeland. But it was a fragile flame, stoked by heartbreak, trembling against the winds of despair. "Jaya," he said, his voice steadier now, a resolute echo against the chaos. "We will plan. We will gather those who still believe, who still dream. This fight is far from over." Behind them, the battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of war, discarded weapons, broken shields, the heavy scent of blood mingling with the earth's sorrow. Each fallen soldier was a testament to dreams unfulfilled, to lives extinguished prematurely. Yet, in the depths of that despair, the flicker of hope remained, a flicker that begged to be fanned into a blaze. As the last light of day succumbed to the night, Pratap felt the cosmos shift, the stars above him a brilliant tapestry of possibilities. And in that moment, the air crackled with the promise of rebellion, of resilience, a promise that echoed through time, tethering him to the legacy of those who had fought before him. I remember the silence that followed the chaos, heavy and thick, pregnant with the unspoken words of defiance. It was a silence that promised more battles to come, each one etched into the fabric of history. And as I stood there, beyond the veil of their struggles, I felt the weight of their emotions wrap around me, a tapestry of hope, despair, love, and unyielding courage. The shadows lengthened, stretching like the hands of fate, and I knew, as they did, that the fight for Mewar had only just begun. Each heartbeat was a reminder of what lay ahead, an odyssey of anguish and valor, a tale written in blood and dreams. The Mughals may have claimed victory, but the spirit of Maharana Pratap would rise like a phoenix, refusing to be extinguished. The world was listening, and the echoes of their struggle would resonate through the ages, a haunting melody forever intertwined with the fabric of existence. The wind howled like a banshee, a keening wail that cut through the twilight. It heralded the beginning of a nightmare, an echo of a battle that had long since ended but never truly died. Each gust swept through the desolate battlefield of Haldighati, stirring the dust of fallen warriors and whispering secrets of valor and loss. I stood there, heart racing, the weight of history heavy on my chest. In the distance, shadows danced like phantoms, remnants of that fateful day where blood and glory intertwined like a sinister tapestry. Maharana Pratap, the name reverberated in my mind, a haunting refrain. I could see him, a towering figure cloaked in fierce defiance, his eyes alight with the fire of rebellion. He was not merely a warrior, he was the embodiment of resistance, a symbol of an unyielding spirit that dared to challenge empires. Yet beneath that bravado lay a heart burdened by sacrifices and impossible choices. His trusted horse, Chetak, oh, what a magnificent beast! To witness that noble creature gallop across the field, whose pounding like war drums, was to feel hope and despair entwined in a single moment. I remember the bond between man and steed, a loyalty so profound that it transcended the boundaries of life and death. And yet, standing against him was the fearsome Mughal general, Man Singh, a man forged from the fires of ambition and duty. He believed in the empire, a silent soldier of fate trapped in the grand machinations of power. As he urged his men onward, I could almost hear the clinking of their armor, the desperate breaths of soldiers caught in a tide of conflict. I often found myself torn between admiration and disgust for him, a man who wielded his sword with cold precision, driven by the desire for glory, yet haunted by the specter of a conscience that clawed at him in the dead of night. A legacy written not in ink, but in blood and bone. I remember the clashing of steel, the cries of the wounded, the omnipresent scent of earth mingling with sweat and fear. The air was thick with tension, each heartbeat echoing the clash of ideals, a cacophony of hope and despair. Somewhere in the chaos, I felt the tears of mothers, the wails of children, an unbearable symphony of loss that resounded long after the swords were sheathed. No one ever really won that day, they merely exchanged burdens, passed them like trophies from one hand to the next. As twilight deepened, I became acutely aware of the shadows creeping closer, a reminder of the ghosts who still lingered over Haldighati. They whispered tales of valor and cowardice, of honor lost in the clutches of ambition. Every grain of sand beneath my feet seemed to pulse with the memories of those who had once stood where I stood, their spirits entwined with the very soil. I could feel them, their breath a chilling caress against my neck, urging me to remember, to never forget. Why must we keep reliving this? I murmured to the night sky, searching for answers among the stars. But the cosmos offered no solace, only an indifferent gaze that watched as we danced in circles, circling history like vultures waiting for the next carcass. This was more than just a battle, it was a haunting legacy, a cycle of pain that echoed through time. I remember the debates in hushed tones, the historians poring over tomes, searching for truth like a drowning man grasping for air. Each interpretation was a lens, a prism refracting light and shadow, revealing the complexities of loyalty and betrayal. Was Maharana Pratap a hero, a stubborn fool, or a tragic figure caught in the web of fate? Was Man Singh merely a pawn, or the very architect of his own demise? The answers slipped through the fingers of scholars, elusive as the morning mist. This legacy of Haldighati, what a burden it bore! A churning tempest of narratives clashed like swords, each vying for dominance in the annals of time. Historians, with their quills and ink, became players in a game of memory, crafting tales that would shape our understanding for generations. And yet, beneath their grand narratives lay a raw, pulsating heartbeat, the very essence of humanity itself. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of kinship with those long gone. Their fears, their hopes, their struggles resonated deep within me. I was not merely an observer, I was a part of this continuum, a ghost woven into the fabric of their existence. I felt the weight of their choices on my shoulders, a heavy mantle draped across the ages. Memory surged like waves, crashing against the shores of my consciousness, pulling me deeper into the abyss of history. I remember the silence that fell over the battlefield as the sun dipped below the horizon, a curtain drawn on a tragic play. In that eerie stillness, echoes of laughter mingled with the cries of the wounded, a haunting melody that lingered just beyond reach. The night sky, dotted with stars, felt like an infinite canvas smeared with the blood of dreams unfulfilled. A reminder that each moment is fleeting, a flicker in the vast tapestry of existence. As I stood frozen in that twilight haze, lost in the swirling emotions of history, I felt the gnawing ache of uncertainty. The legacy of Haldighati was not merely a tale of battles fought and lost, it was a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our own desires for freedom, justice, and recognition. The human heart, caught in the throes of passion and sorrow, echoed the cries of those who had come before us. And just as I thought I had grasped the essence of their story, a shiver ran down my spine, the haunting reminder that the tale was not yet over. The shadows began to shift, coalescing into forms both familiar and strange, a flickering dance of lives interwoven through time. The horizon blurred, the past and present colliding. As the night deepened, I was left with the poignant realization that history is not merely a record, it is a living, breathing entity that demands to be felt, to be cherished, to be feared. And in that moment, I understood, the legacy of Haldighati would never fade, it would pulse eternally, a heartbeat in the darkness, a whisper from the beyond. We are all bound by its echoes, forever entwined in a narrative that knows no end, only cycles of remembrance and regret. The clash echoed through the dense forest, a cacophony of steel and shouted curses that pierced the early morning mist. The air hung thick, pregnant with the scent of damp earth and smoke, a testament to the relentless battle that churned within the heart of Mewar. I could almost feel the pulse of the land beneath my feet, thumping with each clash of swords. Maharana Pratap stood there, defiant, a towering figure against adversity, a man whose very breath seemed to ignite the air around him. His eyes, fierce and wild, bore the weight of 1,000 ancestors whispering their tales of valor and sacrifice. He wasn't just a king, he was a living embodiment of resistance. I remember the first time I saw him, his silhouette framed by the fiery glow of a dying sun. Victory felt like a distant mirage then, shimmering in the scorching heat of our despair. We were losing, I could taste it in the bitter ash that clung to my tongue. But Maharana Pratap, with his raven-black hair tousled by the wind, his sword gleaming like a comet in the twilight, reminded us that to yield was to forsake not just our lives, but our legacy. Fight, my brothers! Fight for the soil that nurtured us, for the skies that sheltered our dreams. His voice, a thunderclap, rumbled through the gathering storm of our fears. I held my breath, the tension in the air thick enough to slice through with a blade. Each word carved into the hearts of his warriors, igniting a flame that had almost been snuffed out by the oppressive shadows of the Mughal army looming over us like a nightmare come alive. Among us was Ram Singh, a man forged from laughter and pain. His spirit was indomitable, yet I could see the fractures beneath the surface. He had lost his family to the cruelty of the invaders, and in his eyes burned a sorrow so profound it could drown worlds. He was my anchor, the one who kept me tethered to hope, even as despair gnawed at my insides. "What if today is our last?" he whispered, the words trembling like a fragile leaf. I could see the shadows creeping in, curling around his heart like a vice. "Then let it be a day of glory," I replied, though my heart quaked at the thought. We were mere mortals against a tide of steel and ambition, but Maharana Pratap was not just a king, he was a storm, a force of nature that swept through our ranks, demanding we rise, even when the weight of our fears threatened to crush us. In the depths of the forest, the world blurred, a tapestry of chaos and valor. I remember the chaos, the screams, the clang of blades mingling with the cries of the wounded. It was a symphony of survival, an anguished melody that echoed through the trees. The Mughal cavalry charged like a wave, their horses a thunderous roar against the tranquility of the woods. But we were the shadows, the phantoms of Mewar, striking swiftly and disappearing into the embrace of the night. It was guerrilla warfare at its rawest, a dance of death and defiance. I remember a moment, a flash of light, when I saw Ram Singh lose his footing, the ground beneath him giving way to the turmoil above. Time slowed as I reached for him, my hand outstretched, fingers grasping at nothingness. "Stay with me!" I shouted, the desperation clawing at my throat. But the world moved in cruel mockery of my plea. He vanished into the chaos, swallowed by the very shadows we had sought to wield against our oppressors. "Run!" Maharana shouted, his eyes fierce as he caught my gaze. "Live to fight another day." And in that instant, I saw the depth of his sacrifice. Each command, each motion, was a thread weaving us into the fabric of history. I stumbled back, raw emotion welling up as I faced the swirling storm of battle. But even as I fought, I felt the ghosts of our dreams crowding in, whispering their fears. The trees around us were witnesses, their branches heavy with the weight of our hopes and losses. I could almost hear them mourning our shared fate. Each heartbeat echoed with the rhythm of despair, yet somehow we pushed through, fueled by a mixture of rage and resolve. Then came the moment, the climax that would carve itself into the annals of time. A sea of soldiers surged forward, a tide of fear and fury, and at the crest stood Maharana, an immovable force against the storm. He charged into the fray like a comet descending from the heavens, his sword slicing through the air, a beacon of defiance amidst chaos. I remember the fire in his eyes, the way he embodied the very essence of rebellion, a lion among sheep, a spirit unyielding to the threat of obliteration. The battle stretched on, an endless spiral of violence and valor. I fought with everything I had left, each swing of my sword a prayer for Ram Singh, a wish for peace in a world that had forgotten its meaning. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped us, an all-consuming cloak that swallowed both fear and hope alike. I felt lost, adrift in a sea of shadows, yet the flicker of Maharana's resolve pulled me back. "Do not falter," he roared, and in that moment, I remembered the weight of my own fears, a burden shared, an echo of the past stirring within. We stood not alone, but as a chorus of souls, each voice rising against the tyranny that threatened to extinguish our light. As the night swallowed us whole, I could feel the pulse of Mewar beneath my feet, a heartbeat that resonated with each clash and cry. We were not just fighting for land, we were fighting for our very essence. The ghosts of our ancestors walked beside us, their whispers intertwining with our own resolve, weaving a tapestry of resilience that would not be torn asunder. And though the battle raged on, a whirlwind of chaos and determination, I knew in my heart that this was not an ending but a continuation, an eternal dance of resistance against the forces of despair. Through the darkness, we would continue to fight, to resist, to scream our truth against the night, together, united under the banner of hope. Time blurred, the world became a series of flashes, blades, blood, breathless cries. I felt the pull of fate, the weight of history pressing upon us. There was no end, only the promise of more battles, more stories woven into the fabric of our lives, a relentless pursuit of freedom, an undying spirit that would rise again and again, like the sun breaking through the darkest of nights. The wind is howling, a banshee's wail echoing across the arid plains of Rajasthan. The sun, a molten ball of fury, hangs low, staining the sky blood-red, an omen for those who dare to tread upon this sacred land. I stand there, heart pounding, as the distant sound of clashing steel pierces through the air, a discordant symphony of valor and despair. The Rajputs, clad in their armor, are more than mere men, they are titans of legend, guardians of honor, and the last vestiges of a dying era. I remember the faces, their eyes like flint, hardened by the weight of history. There's Arjun, his laugh once a melody now turned into a battle cry, echoing off the craggy hills. A man torn between duty and love, each thrust of his sword is a whisper of the life he might forfeit, the warmth of his beloved fading into the cacophony of war. And then there's Myra, a fierce spirit wrapped in silk, her heart ablaze with love and fury. She's no damsel waiting to be saved, she wields a dagger like poetry, swift, deadly, beautiful. The tension simmers, crackling in the air, as if the very earth beneath our feet is alive with anticipation, waiting to see who will rise and who will fall. "Remember me," Arjun had said, just days before, his fingers brushing against Myra's cheek, a fleeting moment before the storm. And now, here we stand, fate entwined, as the battleground stretches before us, a sprawling canvas of blood and bravery. The Rajputs fight fiercely, each blow against their enemies echoing with centuries of pride and sacrifice, but the enemy is relentless, an ominous tide threatening to wash away everything they hold dear. I can feel it, the weight of history pressing down on me. This is not just a clash of swords, it is a clash of ideologies, a war for the very soul of the land. The Rajputs, fierce as lions, are fighting not just for survival, but for a legacy that runs deeper than bloodlines. Each strike of Arjun's sword is a defiance against the encroaching shadows, a vow etched into the very fabric of time. But amid the chaos, a whisper curls through the air. I remember it like a ghost, haunting and insistent, "You are not just fighting for your land, you are fighting for the dreams that live within it." Myra hears it too, her eyes like embers, ignited by that very thought. The world spins on the axis of dreams, and in this realm of swords and shadows, those dreams threaten to flicker out. Arjun charges forward, a blur of motion, yet the weight of fear is palpable. What if he falls? What if this is the last time he feels Myra's warmth against him? The battlefield is a frenzied dance, and there's a rhythm to it, a pulse that ignites and extinguishes with every clash of metal. It is heartbreakingly beautiful. Each death a prayer, each life lost a testament to the valor that courses through their veins. Time stretches, an elastic band pulled taut. I remember the moment when a blade grazed Arjun's arm. A gasp escapes Myra's lips, a sound that cuts through the air sharper than any sword. He falters, and for an agonizing heartbeat, the world comes to a standstill. Pain radiates, a tangible thing, yet between them lies an invincible thread, love, fierce and unyielding, binding them even as the ground beneath them quakes with despair. "Fight, Arjun!" Myra screams, her voice raw, a primal roar that carries through the din. "Fight for us!" Her heart is a drum, thrumming in time with the chaos, echoing in the very marrow of her being. Her words are a lifeline, a tether to the world, and Arjun's eyes flicker with determination, ignited by that fire, that relentless spirit that refuses to be quelled. And yet, amidst the valor, the tragedy lingers like the scent of rain on dry earth. I can see the shadows creeping in, the disillusionment, the despair. I remember those whispered tales of glory, the idealism that once galvanized them now tainted by the harsh realities of war. Valor is a double-edged sword, and the Rajputs are beginning to bleed. Myra fights too, each movement a fierce ballet of defiance, her dagger striking true, yet there's a darkness in her eyes, a flicker of doubt. What if they lose? What if this is the end? And in that moment of vulnerability, she is every woman who has ever watched a loved one march into the fray, the fear gnawing at her insides, threatening to consume her whole. But the battle rages on. The sky darkens, ominous clouds swirling like the very fate of the warriors below. I feel it, the pulse of history, the heartbeat of the land. Legends aren't born, they are forged in the crucible of anguish and hope. I can see the embers of a future flickering, fragile yet steadfast, as Arjun pushes through the pain, every swing of his sword a declaration against the tide. "Stand firm," he bellows, his voice rising above the chaos, reverberating through time. "We are the Rajputs. We do not yield." And as the words leave his lips, the very essence of valor wraps around him like a mantle, a cloak woven from the dreams of 1,000 ancestors. In the distance, as dawn breaks, the tumult settles for just a heartbeat. Silence reigns, a shroud of uncertainty draping the battlefield. It's here that the ghosts of the past linger, whispers of valor echoing beneath the scars of the earth. Each warrior stands, a testament to all that has come before, and as the sun breaks free, casting light upon the blood-soaked ground, a new chapter begins to unfold. Time is but an illusion, yet in this moment, it feels like eternity. I remember the faces, Arjun, Myra, etched into the annals of time, their valor an enduring flame against the encroaching darkness. And as the dawn of a new era creeps over the horizon, the tension remains, a promise of what lies ahead. The battle may have ended, but the war, oh, the war is far from over. Valorous hearts will continue to beat, shadows will rise, and legends will be made. The cycle of valor and sacrifice continues, writing its story upon the fabric of Indian history, an echo that will never fade. The sun hung low, casting an eerie orange glow over the battlefield, the air thick with the scent of dust and sweat. Horses whinnied nervously, their eyes wide with fear, sensing the storm brewing beyond the hill. It was Haldighati, where history breathed its last gasp before the inevitable clash of souls. Here, the whispers of long-forgotten warriors lingered, merging with the cries of the living, a symphony of rage and resolve. I remember the clang of swords, a sound that echoed through the valleys like a ghostly lullaby, haunting yet oddly comforting. My heart raced as I stood rooted in that moment, feeling the pulse of time itself, thrumming against my ribcage. The warriors, clad in their vibrant armor, were not just soldiers, they were the essence of a nation's spirit, the embodiment of dreams drenched in blood and honor. And in that crucible of chaos stood Maharana Pratap, his silhouette sharp against the twilight, a mountain of defiance, a titan forged in the fires of rebellion. But alongside him was Man Singh, a formidable warrior, a loyal servant to the Mughal Empire, caught in a dance of duty and desire. The shadows of loyalty loomed large over him, but the truth was a bitter pill, and he swallowed hard, tasting the iron tang of betrayal. I could feel his conflict, pulsing through the air like the rhythmic beat of a war drum. He was a man tethered to two worlds, one foot in the splendor of the Mughal court, the other in the fervent cries of his own kin, the weight of history pressing down like a monsoon cloud, ready to burst. The army surged forward, a tide of flesh and metal, fierce as the storm that raged in the hearts of those men. I remember the moment, an arrow split the air, slicing through the heavy tension, finding its mark. A warrior fell, his body crumpling like a withered leaf. And in that instant, the battlefield was not just a stretch of land, it was a crucible of identity, a testament to the struggle for existence, echoing with the cries of not just the fallen, but of future generations who would carry this legacy in their veins. The clashing of swords was a cacophony, but woven through it was something deeper, a cry for freedom, a prayer for dignity. Each swing of a sword was laden with unspeakable rage, each battle cry a defiance against oppression. I remember the faces, I whispered to the wind, as if it could carry my thoughts to those ancient warriors. The determination etched in their features, the fire in their eyes. They were more than just men, they were the heartbeat of a nation, a living testament to resilience. Maharana Pratap, his eyes aflame with an unyielding spirit, was not just fighting against Man Singh, he was fighting against the very tide of history that threatened to wash away his people's stories. His heart, a drumbeat of fury and hope, pulsed with the promise of a tomorrow where no man would bow before another. It was raw and visceral, the essence of nationalism surged in the air, electrifying and intoxicating, drawing everyone into its fold. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness crept in, wrapping the battlefield in a shroud of uncertainty. The cries of the hurt and dying mingled with the wind, creating a haunting lullaby. Man Singh looked across the battlefield, his heart torn between loyalty and the dawning realization that the empire he served demanded more than he was willing to give. The faces of the fallen morphed into specters, shadows of the very people he had sworn to protect. "What have I become?" he whispered, the question tearing at his soul like a ravenous beast. Yet the confrontation was inevitable. The air thickened with tension, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. I could feel it, a moment suspended in time, a breath held tight against destiny. Maharana Pratap faced Man Singh, and in that gaze was a tempest, a clash not just of swords, but of ideals, of history, of what it meant to be free. The world fell away, leaving only their two souls, battling in that silent space where past and future collided. Do you stand with the oppressor, or do you fight for your own? Pratap's voice rang out, a clarion call, cutting through the chaos like a blade of truth. I could see the wavering in Man Singh's eyes, the flicker of hesitation as he grappled with the weight of his choices. The battlefield faded, and there was only the struggle for identity, for self in a world demanding conformity. The silence that followed the clash of their ideals was deafening. It wrapped around me like a cloak, pulling me into the depths of their despair, their hopes. I felt the heartbreak of choices made and unmade, the anguish of a nation on the brink of awakening. It was as if time itself had stopped, holding its breath, waiting for the next strike, the next cry, the next whisper of defiance. In that moment, history was not just a distant echo, it was alive, breathing, pulsating in the air. I could almost taste it, the bittersweet flavor of sacrifice and glory, of pain and resistance. The battlefield was a canvas, painted with the blood of passion, the colors of struggle swirling in the twilight. The symbolism of Haldighati transcended mere geography, it was a metaphor, a reflection of the fight for a voice in a world that often silenced the meek. The conflict raged on, not just in that moment, but through the ages, an ongoing battle between oppression and freedom, where every heartbeat carried the weight of ancestors who had fought, bled, and died for the very soil beneath our feet. It was a legacy, a haunting reminder that the fight for identity is eternal, the echoes of Haldighati reverberating through time like a prayer, a promise. I remember the pulse of that moment, forever etched in the annals of time, a reminder that the struggle for self is a fire that never dies, a flame that flickers on, even as the shadows of the past loom large. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the battlefield echoed with the cries of the fallen, a haunting symphony of resilience, of rebellion, of a nation awakening to its own heartbeat. The ground trembles beneath the weight of the horses' hooves, a symphony of chaos encircling the battlefield of Haldighati. Dust clouds swirl, blurring the faces, the hopes, the fears of the warriors. I remember the sound, metal clashing against metal, a heartbeat of despair echoing in the air. Each swing of the sword slices through the tension, a desperate thrust at destiny. I remember the silence that followed, as if the universe inhaled, holding its breath for what was to come. Rani, the shout pierces the din, sharp as a dagger. It's her name on the lips of the soldiers, a prayer, a warning, an invocation of strength. Maharana Pratap's heart aches, a heavy stone lodged in his chest as he scans the field. There she is, the fierce Rani Padmini, her eyes aflame with courage, her spirit a whirlwind of defiance. But even the mightiest of hearts know fear. I feel it, a shadow lurking in the corners, doubt, the gnawing question, will this be the day they fall? Rani Padmini, once a girl who chased butterflies through the gardens of Chitta, now stands at the precipice of war, her soul entwined with the fate of her people. Her hands tremble, not from fear, but from the weight of love, of loyalty, of the sacrifice that hangs like a noose around her neck. She remembers the laughter, the songs sung under the moonlight, the warmth of a home that could be turned to ashes. This moment, right now, it crystallizes in her mind, an eternity trapped in the heartbeat of a second. And then there's Jagmal, the younger brother, a wild spirit caught in the shadow of greatness. He watches the Rani, his heart swelling and breaking all at once. He admires her, craves her strength, but a seed of envy roots in his soul, twisting like the thorns of a rose. Why is she always the one, he whispers to himself, bitterness coating his tongue like poison. He grips his sword tightly, knuckles white beneath the strain. The cries of the wounded seep into him, the haunting echoes of lives unfulfilled. There's a war raging, but it's not just outside, it's within him, a tempest of emotions battling against the calm facade he tries to maintain. Each clash of steel reverberates in his mind, a reminder of his own inadequacy. In this moment of crisis, he wants to be the hero, to stand beside his sister, to prove himself worthy. But as he steps forward, the ground shifts beneath him, fear consuming him whole. What if he falters? What if he fails? I remember the feel of that fear, thick and suffocating, a tangible thing wrapping around my throat. I see the ghostly silhouettes of the past, warriors long forgotten, their stories etched in the dust of Haldighati. I remember the ink-stained pages of history, their tales of valor and sacrifice. But today, it's more than a story. It's a visceral reality. The clash of arms transforms into a grotesque dance as lives are snuffed out, dreams extinguished under the weight of ambition. Jagmal looks to Rani Padmini, and in her gaze, he sees a reflection of what he could be, a beacon of hope amidst the storm, a flame that refuses to be quenched. But there's a cost, he realizes, as he glimpses the raw emotion in her eyes, her heart wrenched by the knowledge of inevitable loss. Rani, he calls, desperation creeping into his voice. We're stronger together. But she cannot hear him. The battlefield has turned into a cacophony of grief, each fallen soldier is a chapter unwritten, a story erased. Rani Padmini presses forward, a warrior queen, her heart aflame with the memories of her people, the laughter, the love, the light, those who depended on her. She remembers her father's teachings, the weight of her lineage, and the sacrifices made for honor. Each step she takes is a tribute to those who have fought and bled for this land. In her mind's eye, she sees a vision, chitta, untouched, vibrant under the sun, echoing with the songs of her ancestors. It propels her forward even as chaos erupts around her. I can't help but feel the weight of that vision. It's intoxicating, a siren song luring us all into a dream of what could be, a realm where love conquers even the most ferocious tides of war. And then comes the moment, the collision of fate and fury. Maharana Pratap, the lion-hearted king, rides through the tumult, his presence a tempest, a promise of protection. He meets Rani Padmini's gaze, and in that instant, the world narrows to just the two of them, hearts beating as one. They are warriors, yes, but more so, they are lovers bound by duty, their destinies intertwined like the roots of ancient trees that refuse to be uprooted. I remember the sharp intake of breath, the clenching of fists as the inevitability of war descends. Each warrior on the battlefield feels it too, an electric current, a pulse of life lost and gained in a heartbeat. The clanging of swords becomes a symphony, a rhythm of survival, and then, a scream pierces the air. Jagmal watches as the chaos unfolds, witnessing the fierce dance of life and death. One moment, a soldier stands proud, a twinkle of hope in his eyes. The next, he lies still, dreams of tomorrow shattered like glass. Jagmal's heart races, blood pounding in his ears. He grips his sword tighter, pushing through the fear, the doubt clawing at him. "I will not fall," he whispers, a mantra against the darkness threatening to engulf him. He feels Rani's eyes on him, a silent prayer urging him to rise, to overcome. The brush of her presence, fierce and unwavering, ignites something within him, a flicker of resolve, a spark of courage. He charges forward, lighter yet heavier, propelled by the ghosts of those who fought valiantly before him. There is no going back now, only the relentless push into the chaos, a dance between shadows and light. And as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, Haldighati becomes more than a place, it becomes a symbol, a canvas splashed with the hues of history, heartache, and hope. I remember the stories told through the ages, the poets capturing the essence of this defining moment, the artists weaving the blood and sweat of battle into strokes of color that come alive on canvas. Literature sings of honor, of betrayal, of love that transcends the grave. Yet in this instant, it's raw, visceral. The representation of Haldighati is not merely words or images, it is the living, breathing testament of souls entwined in a dance that echoes through time. The clash of swords fades, but the emotions linger, thick as the dust settling over the land. The echoes of their cries, their laughter, their sacrifices become the lifeblood of Haldighati, a reminder that in this very moment, in this very place, the essence of humanity pulses stronger than ever. The stories will live on, unwritten, unclaimed, but forever felt. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt as if the very sky was about to split open, an omen, perhaps, of the chaos that lay ahead. I stood there, feet planted firmly in the mud, watching as two armies faced off, their banners snapping in the wind like hungry beasts. Old men had told tales of this battle, how valor clashed with treachery, how heroes rose and fell. But standing in the heart of it, I felt the weight of stories growing heavy on my shoulders, a burden of expectations. I could taste the iron tang of fear mixed with the earthy scent of churned soil, the very ground a witness to the blood-soaked history that was about to unfold. And yet, in this swirling maelstrom of destiny, there were three souls tangled in the web of this conflict, each wrestling with their truths, each yearning for a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. There was Judith, fierce as a gale, her heart a tempest of loyalty and despair. She didn't just fight for glory, she fought for her brother, who had been taken, his name now a ghost haunting her every step. Then there was Elias, a soldier torn between duty and doubt, his hands stained not just with the blood of enemies, but with the weight of choices he could never unmake. He had seen things, horrors, that turned his dreams into nightmares, the laughter of comrades now twisted into echoes of the damned. Lastly, there was Arthur, the commanding general, a man carved from the very stone of legend, yet haunted by his own past sins. He wore the mantle of leadership like a noose, the eyes of his men begging for victory, while in his heart a storm brewed, was he leading them to glory or to their graves? I remember the way the sunlight flickered over the battle lines, illuminating the faces of men ready to become mere footnotes in history. Shouts, cries, and the clashing of swords merged into a cacophony, the soundtrack of despair and hope intertwined. Judith stood at the forefront, the weight of her brother's absence folded into her very being. Each swing of her sword was a prayer, each step a plea for vengeance. She fought not just to vanquish her enemies but to lift the burden of grief off her heart. I remember his laughter, she whispered to herself, the memory both a balm and a blade. How it rang through the halls like music, bright and pure. The thought hit her like a blow to the gut. With every swing, she sought to reclaim that laughter, to drown it in the blood of those who had wronged her. But the battlefield was a treacherous lover, it gave and took, promised glory and delivered grief. Each clash, each parry reverberated in her bones, and deep down, she wondered, was she fighting for honor or just to fill the hollow ache of loss? Elias, not far behind, gripped his sword with a white-knuckled grip. He had seen his share of battles, yet nothing prepared him for this. The memories of fallen friends haunted him, faces blurred by time, yet etched into his soul. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, he thought, trying to inject a laugh into the suffocating dread. But the humor was a mask, a fragile facade that cracked under the weight of memory. Each face in the crowd became a ghost, each cry a reminder of what he had lost. He had once laughed easily, but now? Now, the laughter was a distant echo, a song sung by another man. Why am I here, he thought, slashing at shadows, fighting phantoms lurking in the corners of his mind. The answer evaded him, slipping through his fingers like smoke, taunting him with its elusiveness. Was he here to prove his worth? To silence the insidious whispers of inadequacy that haunted him? Or was it merely to escape the quiet desperation that awaited him at home? He could feel time stretching, warping around him, the dust of history swirling like a tempest, blurring the line between myth and reality. Arthur stood apart, watching the clash unfold like a painter observing his canvas. He was the strategist, the figurehead, but beneath the surface roiled a tempest of doubt. The weight of command was a cloak of lead, and he felt every eye upon him, every expectation pressing down. What if I lead them astray, he thought, the question gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. The legends that surrounded him, were they merely illusions spun from the fabric of memory? Even his name felt like a ghost, echoing in the halls of history, a fleeting mirage against the stark reality of death that lay before him. He remembered the faces of those who had fallen under his command, their eyes wide with the shock of betrayal, their lips curled in silent screams. "Forgive me," he whispered under his breath, the words lost in the din of battle. The ground beneath him trembled, and in that moment, he was a child again, terrified of the dark, the shadows whispering secrets he dared not face. The clash of swords intensified, a heartbeat quickening into a frantic rhythm, and suddenly, Judith found herself face to face with her brother's murderer. A figure cloaked in darkness, his laughter an affront to her pain, a mockery of her sorrow. The world narrowed, time slowed, and everything else faded into insignificance. "I remember," she began, but the words caught in her throat, tangled in the raw emotion that surged within her. The battle faded, the cacophony dimmed, it was just her and him. The haunting laughter of her brother echoed in her ears, urging her on. "You stole his laughter," she hissed, fury igniting a fire in her veins. Elias, caught in the frenetic maelstrom, felt a jolt of electricity as he saw Judith's determination. No, he thought, a desperate wish threading through his mind. Not again. He charged forward, the spectre of his own failures looming ever larger, the ground trembling beneath his feet. "I cannot lose another," he breathed, the words a plea to the cosmos, a challenge to fate. Arthur's heart raced as he surveyed the chaos, the tides of battle crashing against his resolve. Am I a hero or a fool? The question echoed, his mind racing at the implications. He could change the course of the battle, but at what cost? He felt the weight of history pressing on his shoulders, the expectations of those who had fought and died before him. The past was a living thing, breathing down his neck, and he could almost hear the whispers, the haunting echoes of their choices, their lives. In that moment, Everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread weaving through the fabric of myth and reality, destiny and choice. As Judith faced her past, Elias fought against his ghosts, and Arthur grappled with the spectre of leadership. The battle raged on, a tapestry of emotion and chaos. This was no longer just a fight for survival, it was a clash of hearts, a collision of truths wrapped in the haunting shadows of history, each heartbeat a testament, each breath an echo of what was to come. And as the clash of steel sang through the air, the line between myth and reality blurred, leaving only the raw essence of humanity exposed, fragile and beautiful in its defiance against the darkness. The sun hung low in the crimson sky, a blood-stained witness to the memories of a battlefield long past. The city of Haldighati thrummed with anticipation, a restless energy humming in the air, vibrating like the taut string of a bow about to release an arrow. Shadows danced in the alleys, whispering secrets of valor and sacrifice, echoing through the hearts of those gathered. I stood among them, an observer, a participant, my pulse quickening with every heartbeat, every breath heavy with the weight of history. "Today," whispered Anaya, her voice trembling like the leaves rustling outside, "we remember." Her eyes shone, bright pools of determination framed by the softest of fears. Anaya was fierce yet fragile, a contradiction wrapped in a warrior's spirit. She wore her heart on her sleeve, and today, it was stitched with threads of grief and pride. She had lost her father on this very ground, a hero etched into the fabric of the past, yet a ghost in the present. I could see the pain etched across her face, a wound that never healed, festering beneath the surface. Beside her stood Raj, his brow furrowed in thought, a tempest brewing behind his calm exterior. He had returned to Haldighati after years of wandering, seeking solace and purpose among the ruins of valor. But the weight of his own family's legacy, once celebrated, now merely a shadow, sat heavy on his shoulders. The townsfolk whispered stories of his grandfather, once a general whose name was synonymous with bravery, but the echoes of glory had turned to murmurs of shame in Raj's mind. He felt the sting of inadequacy like a thorn lodged in his heart. The festival began with a solemn procession, a river of people flowing through the narrow streets, each face a reflection of the dreams and fears carried through generations. Torches flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to morph into the very spirits of the fallen warriors. I remembered the stories of the battlefield, the clash of swords, the cries of the wounded, the smell of blood mingling with the scent of damp earth. The echoes of the past were alive, and today they would meet the heartbeat of the present. "Do you think they watch us?" Anaya asked, her voice barely a breath. "Do you think they feel our pain?" I wanted to tell her that yes, the ghosts were here, their specters woven into the fabric of the celebration, but words caught in my throat. Instead, I reached for her hand, intertwining our fingers, a fragile bond against the weight of our shared sorrow. And then, from the edge of the gathering, a figure emerged, an old man, stooped with age, yet his eyes blazed with the fire of 1,000 battles. His voice, raw and raspy, rang out like a battle cry, "We gather not just to remember, but to reignite the spirit of resistance." The crowd responded with a roar, a wave of sound crashing against the walls of despair that had begun to close in. But Raj's eyes flickered with doubt. "Resistance for what?" he murmured, almost to himself. "What do we fight now? The past is a ghost we cannot defeat." I saw the conflict within him, raging like the storms that often swept through these hills, familiar yet foreign, destructive yet necessary. I wanted to shake him, to awaken the fire dormant beneath his skin. "Maybe," I said, my voice steadying, "it's not about fighting the past but honoring it. Transforming that pain into something beautiful." A flicker of something, hope, passed between us, but Raj's gaze remained distant, haunted by his own shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the first sparks of fireworks lit the night sky, a riot of colors exploding like the dreams of the ambitious and the brave. Anaya's laughter bubbled up, a sweet sound that cut through the tension. She spun in circles, arms outstretched, and I could almost see her father's spirit dancing with her, for just a moment. But the joy was fleeting, the shadows began to close in again, as if the earth itself remembered the blood that had soaked its soil. The festival unfolded, a magnificent display of culture and chaos, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of dread, an unspoken question that hung in the air like a thick fog: had we truly learned anything from the sacrifices of the past? The fire dancers twirled and leaped, flames kissing the night, but the heat was not enough to thaw the ice forming around Raj's heart. I could see him retreating, a shell of the man he could be. "What's the point of this?" he shouted over the music, a pained expression twisting his features. "What do we commemorate when the truth is we're all just shadows in their story?" The crowd hushed, the laughter faltering, leaving only the crackling of the fire and the whisper of the wind. For a heartbeat, silence enveloped us, heavy and suffocating. Anaya stepped forward, her eyes fierce. "We commemorate because we refuse to let them fade. Their sacrifices are reminders that we are not alone in our struggles," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction that pierced the very air between us. In that moment, I felt the collective breath of the crowd, caught between despair and hope, pain and healing. We were all flawed souls, battling our own demons, yet bound together by this moment, by our shared history. The distant mountains seemed to listen, their stony silence a testament to the weight of our memories. "Are we not the flames that rise from the ashes?" I whispered, stepping closer to Raj, my heart racing, hoping he could absorb the truth in those words. "Are we not the keepers of their stories, their laughter, and their tears? We carry them with us, always." A flicker of realization crossed his face, a crack in the armor he wore like a shield. The fireworks burst overhead, each explosion a reminder of the sacrifices made, reverberating through the night sky. And just like that, the festival continued, a relentless tide of emotions washing over us as we danced between the past and the present. Haldighati pulsed with life, a living testament to resilience and remembrance. The echoes of our ancestors intertwined with our voices, a symphony of loss and hope that would never truly end. The night deepened, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp, and I knew that the stories would linger long after the last spark faded. We were the keepers, the dreamers, the flawed and beautiful souls vowed to remember and to celebrate, forever entwined with the ghosts of Haldighati. The sun was a blood-orange ball, bleeding into the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows over the battlefield of Haldighati where heroism and tragedy collided like thunder. I stood there, heart pounding, as if caught in the very grip of history. The air trembled with echoes of hooves pounding the earth, the metallic scent of blood mingling with the dust of centuries. I remember the stories. I remember the whispers of valor, the cries of betrayal. It was more than a battle, it was a canvas of despair, painted in shades of loyalty and sacrifice. Mewar's pride, Maharana Pratap, stood defiantly against the might of Mughal forces, his spirit unyielding like the rocky terrain beneath his feet. His eyes, fierce and unwavering, held the weight of his people's hopes. But beneath that fierce exterior lay an ache, a loneliness, a burden of impossible expectations. He was a king, yes, but also a man, wrestling with fear that seeped into his bones, the fear of failure, of losing everything he loved. I could almost hear the silent prayers he whispered to the winds, those prayers mingling with the rustle of leaves, pleading for strength. And then, there was the ghost of Chetak, his loyal steed, an embodiment of courage and sacrifice. How I wished I could have felt the pulse of Chetak's heart, pounding in rhythm with the chaos around. Chetak was not just a horse, he was a symbol, a companion in the shadows, bearing witness to the depths of human connection. I remember the tales of how he leaped, defying gravity, to save his master, a moment frozen in time, a heartbeat, a gasp, the ephemeral magic of loyalty. But loyalty was a double-edged sword, and in that chaos, I saw another figure emerge from the dust, a soldier named Raghav, once filled with dreams of glory, now haunted by the spectre of war. His hands trembled, each twitch a reminder of lives lost, each breath a struggle against the weight of regret. He had imagined himself a hero, but the reality was a savage beast, gnawing at his soul. I could feel his raw anguish as he cradled the memory of a friend, a comrade lost to the fray. "I should have been there," he murmured to himself, a mantra tinged with bitterness, "I should have saved him." The question echoed in the stillness, gnawing at him, a relentless tormentor. The clash of swords rang sharp, piercing through my thoughts, a symphony of death and valor. The battlefield was not just a place, it was alive, breathing with the stories of those who fought and fell. The ground soaked in blood whispered secrets, the wind carried tales of bravery, and I realized that Haldighati was more than a location, it was a crucible of human emotion, where love and loss intertwined like threads in a tapestry. Each drop of blood spilled was a testament to the sacrifices made, a reminder that history is painted not just in victories, but in the sorrow of those left behind. And then the silence came, an eerie pause that swept over the land. In that stillness, I could feel the pulse of history, the dread of what was to come. Fear tightened its grip around my throat. I could sense the heartbeat of the universe, a clock ticking down toward inevitable confrontation. The shadows lengthened, morphing into specters of the past, and I felt their eyes upon me, judging, reminding me that I stood on sacred ground, where every step was fraught with meaning. I remember the stories told in the flickering light of a dying fire, the tales of brave men and their beloved ones, who faced both the battlefield and their own hearts. I remember the laughter that danced beneath the weight of their fears, a laughter that echoed through the ages, refusing to fade away. It was in those moments that the absurdity of life surfaced, like a cruel joke, reminding me that while they fought for honor, they also fought internal battles, waging wars against their own doubts. They bathed once a year. I chuckled, though the laughter felt hollow, so yeah, romance was earthy. But how could I fault them? They were trapped in a world where love and death waltzed together, each step a delicate balance of hope and despair. Yet, amid the chaos, there was beauty, the resilience of the human spirit shone brightly. I saw it in Raghav's eyes as he clutched a tattered flag, the symbol of his fallen comrades, pledging to honor their memory. I felt the weight of Maharana Pratap's courage, a beacon in the night, urging the lost to find their way home. Even in the face of despair, there was something unbreakable, a fierce determination that sparked like fireflies in the darkness. As the sun dipped further, the shadows grew longer, looming like ancient ghosts whispering tales of the past into the wind. With each heartbeat, I was drawn deeper into the struggle, the emotion spilling over like ink on paper. The stories of Haldighati were alive, breathing, waiting to ensnare anyone willing to listen. They clung to the very fabric of existence, a reminder that we are all linked by threads of pain and joy, longing and loss. In that moment, as I stood amidst the ghosts of Haldighati, I realized that history was not a mere chronicle of events, but a living entity, writhing, pulsating, aching for connection. It wove through the strands of films, books, and folklore, each interpretation a new layer, each retelling a heartbeat in a vast, cosmic dance. And as my heart raced with anticipation, I knew this was just the beginning, a beginning that stretched into infinity, a story that would never truly end. The spirits of Haldighati lingered, their stories whispering through the ages, waiting for someone to remember, to feel, to understand. And as I stood there, heart in my throat, I couldn't help but wonder, would I ever be brave enough to carry their stories into the light? The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding into a horizon smudged with smoke and despair. Beneath its waning glow, the city groaned, a living organism pulsing with anguish. A siren shrieked, cutting through the stillness, a banshee wailing for lost souls. I stood there, heart clenched, watching the world fracture around me, pieces scattering like autumn leaves caught in the wind. This was the moment, the stillness before the storm that would ripple across continents. I remember the faces, Marco, with his fierce blue eyes like shards of ice, and Zara, always caught between hope and despair, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered photo of her family. They were mere shadows of their former selves, warriors forged by suffering. Their hearts, once buoyant with dreams, now lay heavy with the weight of loss. How could one battle pulse with the rhythm of so many lives, so many stories? Do you hear that? Marco whispered, urgency lacing his voice. The echoes of distant gunfire were like a heartbeat, throbbing in unison with our fears. He was a soldier, a protector, but that facade cracked under the pressure of his own doubt. Each shot fired felt like an accusation. What if he failed to keep his promise to return to his little sister? What if he shattered her world further? Zara pulled him close, her breath a whisper-thin veil between them. She was a nurse, a healer, yet her heart harbored a darkness that belied her role. The weight of the wounded pressed against her chest, an invisible burden. "We can't let them win," she said, gripping his arm, desperation coloring her words. But could they win? Who defined victory in a war where the ghosts of the past haunted every decision? I remember the discussions, the images flashing across screens, war-torn landscapes, civilians caught in chaos, and the world watching through a glass window, flinching but mostly indifferent. The battle was not just theirs, it belonged to the millions who stood by, paralyzed by the enormity of it all. In cafes and living rooms across continents, people debated, they cheered, they lamented, but did they feel? Did they grasp the raw edges of pain swirling in the air, the acrid scent of despair mingling with hope? Zara spoke of a dream, one where children laughed without the echoes of gunfire. What if we could hold that dream, she said, but in her eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt. It was a dream weighed down by reality, a dream that felt like a ghost, elusive and taunting. And what of Marco? His own dreams were buried under the rubble of duty and honor. Every heartbeat felt like a betrayal, his life for the lives of others. The clock ticked mercilessly, and I sensed the weight of time, heavy with expectation and dread. What would they say in distant lands? Would they understand the struggle, the raw humanity that seeped through the cracks? The world was a kaleidoscope of perspectives, each one a jagged piece of glass reflecting a different truth. I remember the words of a foreign journalist, distant yet intimate, speaking of the conflict as an unwelcome visitor, uninvited yet relentless. The battle is a story, he claimed, and like all stories, it demands to be heard. But at what cost? Stories were not just narratives, they were lives, and lives were crumpled under the weight of headlines and camera clicks. In the heart of the chaos, Marco's resolve fractured. What if I'm not enough, he murmured, the fear spilling over like cracked earth after a drought. I felt the chilling grip of uncertainty echo in the marrow of my bones. It was suffocating, this sense of impending loss, as if the world itself held its breath. But Zara, fierce as a tempest, would not let despair have him. You are enough, she insisted, her voice a tempest against the winds of doubt. In these moments, we find strength. We become the stories they tell. She held his gaze, and for a fleeting second, the shadows receded. Perhaps that was the essence of their fight, not just to win, but to weave a narrative of resilience that would echo beyond borders, beyond languages. Yet, as night descended, the city transformed into a different beast. Shadows merged, and the stars blinked down, unaware of the turmoil below. I saw them both then, two flawed souls clinging to shards of hope, caught between the war raging around them and the dream of a tomorrow filled with laughter. I sensed the change in the air, a storm brewing, a reckoning that loomed just beyond the horizon. I remember the moment when the sirens wailed again, a haunting melody signaling the onset of chaos. Marco's face hardened, resolve crystallizing like the frost that coated the edges of a winter dawn. There was a fire igniting in his chest, a primal scream rising against the suffocating darkness. It was a moment of clarity, he would fight, not just for survival, but for every child who dared to dream of laughter amid the ruins. Zara's heart raced in rhythm with his. We fight together, she declared, her voice surging with a wild current, igniting the very air between them. Together, they would forge a path through the shadows, casting fragments of light in their wake. But the world beyond them was still engulfed in silence, a vast cosmic indifference, while they stood at the precipice of a battle that would echo through time. The stories were not just theirs, they belonged to the universe, to the pulse of humanity that thrummed with every heartbeat, an endless cycle of hope and despair. I felt the tension coiling tight, ready to snap, to release a flood of emotions that would cascade across borders. The world was watching, but it wasn't about the eyes that observed, it was about the souls that felt. The distant lands held their breath, waiting to learn how courage could rise from the ashes of despair. And amid the chaos, as night enveloped the city, I realized this battle was not just a mere clash of arms, it was a testament to the human spirit, a symphony of pain and resilience reverberating across the globe, unbreakable, unstoppable. As the first gunshots rang out, slicing through the silence like a knife, I understood that this story was only just beginning. The night hung thick with an oppressive silence, an unbearable weight pressing down on the air like a shroud. I stood amidst the ruins of Haldighati, heart racing, pulse thudding loudly in my ears, each beat echoing like the battle cries of long-fallen warriors. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb illuminating the jagged stones, remnants of a time when valor clashed with treachery. Shadows danced, flickering at the edges of my vision, whispering secrets I had long sought to uncover. I remember the moment, an electric jolt of realization, the way the earth quaked beneath my feet as if waking from centuries of slumber. Archaeological findings had brought us here, but it was the weight of history that truly gripped me. My hands trembled, brushing over the cold, ancient stone. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decay, and something else, something ominous. "Are you sure we should be here?" Arjun whispered, his voice barely breaking the stillness. He was a skeptic, always questioning, always wrestling with ghosts of the past. His brow glistened with sweat, the shadow of fear etched on his face. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a reflection of my own turmoil. But there was no turning back now. We were here because of a promise, buried deep within our hearts, a promise to honor the fallen. To bring to light the tales forgotten, the stories buried in the dust of time. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, her voice weaving through the air like a soft, warm breeze, wrapping me in a cocoon of comfort even as she spoke of betrayal and bloodshed. "Nations fall, but their stories live on," she had said. Her eyes sparkled with an unquenchable thirst for the truth, and now, standing here, I felt her spirit with me. Beside me, Maya shifted. She had always been the firecracker of our trio, enthusiasm spilling over like a bubbling cauldron of potions. Yet tonight, her flame flickered uncertainly. I caught her biting her lip, the way her fingers nervously tangled in her hair, a telltale sign of her own unrest. She was here to fight her own demons, to stitch together the torn fabric of her history. "This place, it feels alive," she murmured, her voice a soft caress of curiosity. Alive. The word hung heavy in the air. I shivered, recalling the stories of valor and sacrifice, the battlefield that had once roared with the clash of swords and the cries of warriors. But now, it was a ghost, a hollow memory echoing through the stones. And yet, it pulled us in, a siren song woven through the fabric of time. I stepped forward, guided by an unseen force, my mind racing with questions. What had happened here? What pain had these stones witnessed? They held the weight of 1,000 hearts, the anguish of loss, the thrill of honor. The very air crackled with energy, like the moments before a storm, and I could almost hear the whispers of the past, a low hum threading through the emptiness. "Can you hear that?" Maya asked, her eyes wide, almost entranced. "It's like they're speaking, but I felt it too, a cacophony of voices. The echoes of anguish and valor, laughter and cries, swirling around us, spiraling into a whirlwind of emotion that gripped my heart. I remember the first time I had set foot on this hallowed ground, the stories of Maharana Pratap etched into my mind. How he had faced overwhelming odds with unwavering courage. How he had cherished his land, his people. And yet, what had become of that legacy? What ghosts lingered here, yearning for recognition? Arjun knelt, brushing away debris, revealing a fragment of iron, rusted but still fierce. "Look," he said, his voice trembling slightly with excitement mixed with fear. This could be from a weapon, perhaps a sword. The intensity in his gaze matched the pulse of history around us. I could see it in his eyes, the hunt for truth, the need to connect with something greater than ourselves. I stepped back, letting the moment wash over me. Time slipped, warped, and twisted into the fabric of my being. I remembered my own battles, losses that stung like betrayal, heartaches that echoed through my soul. We were all fighting something, weren't we? The past clawing at our heels, demanding to be acknowledged. Maya's voice broke through my reverie. "Do you think the spirits are restless?" She glanced over her shoulder, and I followed her gaze into the darkness where shadows loomed, thick and foreboding. "They want us to remember." The idea twisted in my gut, a visceral fear sparking within me. What if they didn't want to be remembered? What if recalling their stories stirred an ancient wrath, a tempest of emotions buried beneath layers of time? Or worse, I breathed, the words tumbling from my lips, what if remembering makes us part of their tales? We were not merely archaeologists digging through dirt, we were unearthing emotions, reliving lives lost, breathing life into forgotten dreams. What if we were doomed to carry their burdens? The winds howled, a mournful wail coursing through the ruins. I felt the chill creep into my bones, an icy reminder of the past's unforgiving nature. My heart raced. This was no ordinary night. We were trespassers in a realm where history bled into the present, where every step echoed with the sorrow of countless souls. Let's move forward, Arjun urged, his resolve ignited by the unseen energy swirling around us. I could see it in his eyes, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a hesitant nod, we followed him deeper into the heart of Haldighati, each step charged with the weight of history. The tension hung like a taut thread, vibrating with every heartbeat, every breath. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, teasing me with half-formed memories, glimpses of lives once lived. I could almost see them, warriors draped in honor, lovers torn apart, dreams ignited and extinguished in the blink of an eye. As we ventured further, the echoes grew louder, weaving a tapestry of sound, clashing swords, whispers of betrayal, cries of mourning. I shut my eyes, surrendering to the torrent of emotion crashing over me, drowning me in the essence of the past. And then, as if summoned by our presence, I felt it, a presence brushing against my skin, a whisper, a sigh from the depths of time. Remember us, it seemed to say, urging us to honor the stories that lingered like ghosts in the twilight. In that moment, I realized, this was not just a search for relics. It was a battle against oblivion, a dance with the shadows of our ancestors. Each heartbeat echoed the urgency of our quest, the need to remember, to honor, to live in recognition of those who had given everything. So we pressed on, drawn into the haunting embrace of Haldighati, where the past pulsed alive beneath our feet, a heartbeat echoing through time. No conclusions, no finality, just an unyielding flow of emotion, a promise to carry their shadows with us, forever entwined in the fabric of our own stories. The wind howled like a banshee, shrieking secrets from the past, as a single figure stood at the edge of the battlefield. I blinked against the swirling dust, heart racing, my breath shallow. The air was thick with the scent of iron and sweat, echoes of clashing swords lingering like ghosts. How could history be so alive, so raw, that it clawed at me? This was Haldighati, a name that rolled off the tongue like a spell, conjuring images of valor and despair, a tapestry woven with the blood of warriors. I was inches away from feeling their anguish, their hope, their fervent cries to the heavens. And there was Maharana Pratap, the lion-hearted, whose very name was a drumbeat in the hearts of his people. I saw him, proud and defiant, his eyes burning with a fire that defied the odds, a man who stood against the weight of empires, a warrior entrenched in a battle that felt like time itself. He bore the scars of conflict, not just on his skin but etched into his very soul. I remember the weight of his sword, how it must have felt in his grip, heavy with the burden of destiny. The world saw him as a hero, but to him every victory was a whisper of his own inadequacies, a reminder that a king's heart was often a battlefield of its own. Then there was the treacherous silence of the night before the storm, echoing with the weight of impending doom. I felt it ripple through the air like an omen. In that silence stood Man Singh, the general of the Mughal Empire, a man caught between duty and honor. His heart was a pendulum swinging between loyalty to his emperor and the haunting memory of his childhood friendship with Pratap. I remember how he must have felt, standing under the stars, thinking of the blood that would stain the earth come dawn. Duty is a heavy shackle, I thought, and it must have choked him, just as it choked the light from the night sky. The tension in the air was palpable, a living, breathing thing. I watched as Man Singh's hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of betrayal. He was a soldier, but he was also a man wrestling with the shadows of his choices. I could see the ghosts of their shared laughter, the echo of their childhood promises, slipping away into the fog of war. "We are not enemies," he must have whispered into the darkness, though the dawn would render that sentiment meaningless. How cruel was the universe to unravel such a bond with the threads of conflict. And then it came, the clash of steel against steel, the cacophony of battle erupting like a storm. I felt every blow resonate through the ground beneath my feet, a heartbeat of history pounding fiercely. There was Pratap, charging into the fray, the embodiment of unyielding spirit. I remember the way he must have roared, a sound that soared above the chaos, a declaration that reverberated through time. This was his moment, yet within that fierce determination lay a flickering doubt, a haunting question: was he fighting for glory, or was he merely trying to reclaim what was once lost? I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their stories etched into the soil, their dreams buried beneath layers of dust and time. With every swing of a sword, every cry for life, the battlefield transformed into a canvas of despair, each stroke painted in shades of red and grief. I felt the weight of sorrow, the sheer volume of human tragedy echoing around me. How many dreams were shattered there? How many futures obliterated? The ghosts began to swirl around me, their faces flickering in and out of focus, pleading for remembrance. And then, as if time itself held its breath, I caught a glimpse of Man Singh. His eyes locked with Pratap's for a heartbeat, a moment suspended in a web of memories. Would he strike him down for the empire, for the weight of history? Or would he let the past wash over them like a tide, drowning them in their own shared experiences? It was a question that hung in the air, sharp and heavy, as if the very cosmos had paused to watch. Your blood will not be the ink of my story, I imagined Pratap saying, and I felt the truth of that statement resonate like thunder. The battlefield was a stage, and they were actors trapped in a tragedy that had been written long before their births. The crowd roared, but the sounds felt muffled, as though history itself wrapped its arms around them, forcing them into roles they could not escape. Every clash of steel was a heartbeat, every cry a desperate plea for salvation. I could almost taste the coppery tang of blood on my tongue, a reminder that survival was often nothing more than a cruel twist of fate. I remember the moment when the dust settled, when the echoes faded into silence, a haunting quiet that felt as though it could swallow even the strongest of souls. And in that silence, the narratives began to shift. The story of Haldighati was reborn time and again, reshaped by the hands of those who sought to claim it. Was Pratap a hero or a fool? Was Man Singh a traitor or a soldier caught in the web of duty? The answers blurred like shadows at dusk, becoming something more than mere facts, transforming into myths that danced through the ages. The battlefield, once soaked in blood and valor, now became a canvas for storytellers, poets, and historians to imprint their visions upon. Each telling twisted the truth, spun it into something that fit the narratives of the time. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I realized that history was not just a recounting of events, but a living, breathing organism that evolved, sucked the marrow from the bones of its characters, and left behind only echoes of their truths. As the scene faded, the tension still hung in the air, an unresolved chord that resonated deeply within me. I could not tear myself away, nor did I want to. The ghosts of Haldighati lingered, whispering their stories into the winds, their passions igniting a fire in my soul. And I understood, this was not just a battle, it was a chronicle of love, betrayal, and the relentless march of time, an eternal loop of loss and remembrance, where every heartbeat echoed with the weight of history. The shadows beckoned, urging me into their embrace, as the spectre of Haldighati loomed ever larger in my mind. And just as I thought I could escape its grasp, it pulled me deeper into its swirling vortex of stories, reminding me that history, with all its anguish, never truly ends, it merely morphs, reshaping itself in the hands of those willing to remember. The thunder of hooves crashes through the stillness like a cracked bell, reverberating against the granite cliffs of Haldighati. I can almost taste the grit in my mouth, the palpable air of fear and fervor. Warriors, with eyes ablaze, charge into oblivion, their hearts drumming the same battle hymn. Maharana Pratap, an indomitable spirit whose very name ignites the embers of rebellion, stands at the precipice of history, a man forged in the furnace of defiance. His silhouette is striking against the fading orange sky, a lion poised to strike, yet shadows of doubt dance at the corners of his mind. I remember that day, the scent of sweat mingling with blood, the ground trembling with the weight of destiny. Pratap's heart beat like a war drum, each thump echoing the cries of his ancestors. The wind carried whispers, soft yet ominous, of what was to come. His loyal companion, the fiery Bhagat Singh, rode beside him, face taut with anxiety, heart heavy with the burden of loyalty. In those fleeting moments, Bhagat Singh wasn't just a soldier, he was a brother, a mirror reflecting Pratap's own fears. Is this how legends are born, he wondered, his voice edged with urgency. Or is it simply how they die? The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched like the fingers of fate reaching for them. In that breath of time between life and legacy, every warrior was a flicker of a candle, and with the winds of change howling, battles were not fought on open fields but in the chambers of the heart. Maharana Pratap felt the weight of a kingdom upon his shoulders, the vast expanse of Mewar calling to him in a voice that was fierce yet tender. You cannot lose what you do not surrender, it seemed to whisper. But what if the price of defiance was too high? The thought clawed at his insides, gnawing at the edges of his bravado, yet he pushed it away. No, he thought fiercely. I will not yield. As the enemy descended upon them, the clash of steel sang a dreadful symphony. Each strike was a punctuation mark in the narrative of resistance. The cacophony of battle, shouts, gasps, the sickening thud of bodies hitting the earth, wrapped around them like a shroud. Bhagat Singh fought with reckless abandon, his blade flashing like a comet against the darkening sky. Each enemy he felled was not just a foe, but a ghost, a memory of what oppression felt like, an unshakable urge to protect. Amidst the chaos, a chilling realization washed over Pratap. What if this was not just a fight for Mewar? What if it was a battle for the very soul of freedom? The thought hammered at his heart as he confronted a soldier whose face was obscured by the dust and grime of war. In those harrowing seconds, their eyes locked, two warriors, one fighting for his homeland, the other for the crown of a foreign king. It was then, in that crucible of desperation, he understood the true cost of loyalty and valor. I fight for my people, he shouted, rage and conviction pouring from his voice. I fight for every child, every mother who dreams of a dawn free from tyranny. His words sliced through the air, a beacon amidst the storm, igniting something fierce in the soldiers around him. They surged forward, a tide of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But as the battle raged, Bhagat Singh fell. Time froze, an agonizing heartbeat stretched into eternity. I can still see his eyes, filled with a haunting mixture of trust and fear. Pratap, he gasped, you must carry on. The flame must not die. With those words, he became a part of the earth beneath them, a sacrifice on the altar of freedom. I remember the silence that followed, the stillness after the storm, the echo of Bhagat Singh's voice haunting Pratap's mind. The world had shifted, the weight of his friend's absence a tangible pressure on his chest. He felt as if he was drowning, gasping for air in a sea of despair, yet something within him ignited, a fierce resolve. For you, Bhagat, he vowed, his voice trembling yet determined, I will not falter. The shadows of Haldighati seemed deeper, darker, as the last light drained from the sky. It was an echo of what lay ahead. The monumental struggle for Mewar would not merely be a battle, it would be a saga, a testament to the undying spirit of those who dared to dream. Every hero, every martyr etched into the annals of history by their blood, would rise again in the memories of those who remembered. And so, as the dust settled, the legacy of Maharana Pratap was not merely his victories or his losses, it was the fire he kindled in the hearts of the oppressed. With every breath he took, he became a symbol of resistance, a ghost haunting the nightmares of tyrants. The world would remember him not as a man of flesh and blood but as a relentless spirit, a celestial embodiment of courage. Time is a fickle mistress, and as I stand in the remnants of that fateful battlefield, I can almost hear the whispers of the past. The wind carries the laughter of children in Mewar, the vibrant festivals, the unyielding spirit of freedom. Maharana Pratap's fight transcended his time, it merged into the essence of every soul that yearned for liberty, ignited the fires of rebellion across generations. Even now, the legacy of Bhagat Singh and Maharana Pratap breathes within us, a pulse that refuses to fade. Each sunrise is a reminder that the struggle continues, that the ghosts of Haldighati still ride alongside us, fueling our quest for justice and dignity. The echoes of that day will not die, they are the heartbeat of a nation, forever etched in the tapestry of history, vibrant and alive. And as the stars emerge, shimmering in the night sky, casting their glow upon the earth, I feel their watchful gaze. They remind me that every battle, every sacrifice, weaves into the cosmic fabric of existence. Maharana Pratap, Bhagat Singh, they live on, their spirits entwined with the very essence of hope. The battle for Mewar may have been fought on that fateful day, but the quest for freedom is eternal, an unbroken loop that spins through the ages, waiting for the next courageous heart to rise.